Honourable Senators, the President.
I acknowledge the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples who are the traditional custodians of the Canberra area and pay respects to the elders past and present of all Australia's Indigenous peoples. Senators, I invite you as I read the prayer to pray or reflect in your own way on your responsibilities to the people of Australia and to future generations. Almighty God, we humbly beseech thee to vouchsafe thy special blessing upon this Parliament, and that thou wouldst be pleased to direct and prosper the work of thy servants to the advancement of thy glory and to the true welfare of the people of Australia. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses as we forgive them that trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom and the power and the glory forever and ever. Amen. Are there any documents to be tabled by the clerk?
Yes, President. I table documents pursuant to statute and a return to order as listed on the dynamic red.
Are there any proposals for committees to meet during the sittings of the Senate?
Mr. President, committees have lodged proposals as shown at item 3 of today's order of business.
If there is no objection, the meetings are authorised. I call the clerk.
Private Senators' Bills, ordered the day number 41, Online Safety and Other Legislation Amendment, My Face, My Rights Bill 2025, resumption of second reading debate.
And I will call Senator David Pocock.
Thank you, Deputy President. I rise to speak on my Private Senators' Bill, My Face, My Rights. In this place, we often talk about the long-term challenges facing our communities. Over the past year, whether it's been through the Select Committee on Artificial Intelligence or in town halls I've held across Canberra, mobile offices across Canberra, or just from experts, advocates and everyday Canberrans who've got in touch to raise their concerns about artificial intelligence and deepfakes. We are seeing an unprecedented rise of the use of artificial intelligence. We hear much about the benefits to productivity, benefits to the economy, but we also need to be very clear-eyed about the not insignificant downsides to this technology. There are very real risks to our privacy, our democracy, our safety, and I believe our humanity. The thing that makes us human and allows us to function in community. Currently, our laws are falling dangerously behind. We essentially have no regulatory guardrails to stop the malicious use of AI to generate deepfakes, other than for sexually explicit images. But that is clearly not enough. Everyone would agree that generating sexually explicit images, videos of someone is not something we should stand for. But I believe we need to go one step further and say to Australians, you own your face, you own your likeness, and no one can create a realistic AI-generated deepfake of you without your consent. Because we're seeing artificial intelligence being weaponized in ways that are exploitative and damaging to our shared life together. They are beginning to and will continue to tear at the very fabric of our society. We're seeing a rise in sophisticated impersonation scams like the ones featuring Alan Kohler. These scams rob hardworking people of their savings. We're seeing fake political footage explicitly designed to mislead Australians and distort democratic processes. Each time AI is used to deceive, it chips away at the trust that underpins our institutions and tears at the social fabric of our communities. My Face, My Rights Bill operates on a very simple common sense principle. An individual's face, voice, and likeness are intrinsic to their identity as a human and should not be used without their consent. We should be able to protect our identity in the digital world just as fiercely as we protect it in the physical world. I do not think the government's current approach is sufficient. We need to stop using guidelines and expectations and start giving Australians actual protections. This bill does just that. It provides a structural response, introducing two key pillars of reform to give people whose identity has been used without their consent meaningful avenues for redress. First, this bill amends the Online Safety Act to empower the e-Safety Commissioner. It establishes a dedicated, streamlined complaints system specifically for the non-consensual sharing of deepfake material. It grants the Commissioner powerful new tools to issue removal notices to social media platforms, hosting services, and individual end users, legally compelling them to take down fabricated content. Furthermore, it introduces strict civil penalties, including a 500 penalty unit fine for users who post deepfakes without consent, or for service providers who ignore a removal notice. If platforms and perpetrators do the wrong thing, there will finally be real enforceable consequences. Second, this bill amends the Privacy Act to establish a new civil cause of action. Current laws regarding image-based abuse, defamation, and privacy simply do not cover the unique harms of deepfakes. This legislation creates a statutory cause of action for the wrongful use or disclosure of deepfake material. It empowers individuals to bring civil proceedings against anyone who knowingly or recklessly uses their likeness without consent to cause detriment or turn a profit. Victims will be able to seek court-ordered remedies, including injunctions to halt the spread of the material, mandatory apologies, and correction orders. Crucially, this legislation recognises that you do not need to suffer financial ruin to be fundamentally harmed. The damage caused by deepfakes is deeply emotional and reputational. Under this bill, victims can pursue action and be awarded damages for emotional distress and psychological harm without needing to prove financial loss. This is about restoring dignity and personal autonomy. Good policy must always strike a sensible balance. We must ensure that these vital new protections do not unreasonably infringe upon freedom of expression or the public interest. This is why I've consulted widely to ensure this bill excludes targeted, pragmatic exemptions. These rules will not apply to the legitimate use of material by journalists acting under professional standards, law enforcement acting in good faith, and individuals under 18 years of age, or material used for genuine medical, scientific, or legal proceedings. We don't have to look very far to see the disruptive, sometimes disastrous consequences of failing to regulate technology before it runs rampant. We don't have to wait for a crisis to overwhelm us, and we shouldn't have to wait for the major parties to slowly catch up to reality when it comes to artificial intelligence. We have an opportunity to set a world-leading standard that protects humans, that protects Australians and their personal identity and the integrity of our democracy. We need to find the political courage to act now, to stand up to these big multinational AI companies and actually say there are things that we value as a country, as communities, as human beings, and we will not allow you to undermine that. We will not allow you to use your technology in a way that is disruptive in a way that is damaging and in a way that chips away at an already fraying social compact in this country between fellow citizens and between elected representatives, the Parliament, the institutions that are meant to be there to serve them, and the Australian people. Much work has gone into this bill, and I'd like to thank my team for their work on it. I'd like to thank the amazing drafters in this place for their work in drafting and working through some of the technical challenges of this bill, and I'd like to thank the many, many Canberrans who've been in touch on this issue and who have helped inform the design of this bill. We know that this is an issue that's not going away. It's only getting worse. The rapid advancement of AI technology is such that a deepfake video a year ago cannot be compared to what you can produce today. We have some warnings from the very people who are profiting from this. The CEO of OpenAI, Sam Altman, says very soon the world is going to have to contend with incredible video models that can deepfake anyone or any kind of show, anything you want. He's warned that it'll bring really strange or scary moments and erode trust in video as a record of truth. Separately, on AI-enabled fraud, he said he is very nervous that we have a significant impending fraud crisis, calling reliance on voice print authentication crazy because AI has fully defeated it. Joshua Bengio, who's a Turing Award winner and one of the most cited AI researchers in the world, warned that AI capable of persuading people could be used to influence political opinion and destabilise democracies. He's urged governments to move quickly on rules against counterfeiting humans via AI bots. Nina Schick, the author of Deepfakes, The Coming Info Collapse, warns of a coming infocalypse in which it becomes nearly impossible to tell what is real, undermining public trust in politics and creating a liar's dividend, where the existence of deepfakes lets bad actors dismiss genuine evidence as fake. This is not the world we want to live in. And we have an opportunity as a Parliament to change that. We have an opportunity as a Senate to send a very clear message that we will not stand for this. We actually want an Australia where people can believe what they see, when people can engage in good faith. And so I would commend this bill to the Senate in good faith. If there are issues that people have with it, obviously very open to discussing amendments and really trying to ensure that we have something that every senator in this place says this is the right direction for our country. These are the right rules and safeguards that we need to have against the misuse of artificial intelligence. Again, we hear so much about the benefits. This is about saying, yes, there are benefits, but we have to guard against the harms, guard against the misuse of this technology. And so I commend this bill to the Senate.
Minister.
Thank you, Deputy President. Australia's online safety work is world-leading, and the Albanese Labor government is taking decisive action to minimise online harms and hold big tech accountable. Under the current Online Safety Act, the existing image-based abuse scheme already allows eSafety to take action against the non-consensual sharing of intimate images, regardless of whether the material is AI-generated. Further, under the current unlawful material codes and standards, digital service providers are already required to take proactive steps to prevent the generation and distribution of all Class 1 material, including child sexual abuse material and pro-terror material, and material that is generated by AI. Our government has also ensured that the e-Safety Commissioner is well resourced to assist Australians who face these harms each and every day, to educate Australians about online risks and to hold online service providers to account. The Albanese Labor government has been very clear this work must continue. We remain committed to introducing a digital duty of care, putting the responsibility on digital service providers to protect their users from harm before it occurs. We know that big tech companies have the technology, resources and responsibility to manage harms before they occur, rather than solely relying on individuals to report harmful material post-exposure. That is what the digital duty of care will do. It will require all online services operating in Australia to be proactive and take steps to design safe services, rather than this being the exception. This includes AI platforms and chatbots. Australia is leading the world when it comes to online safety, including our social media minimum age laws, and we will continue our work to protect people online. We delayed access to social media until the age of 16, with 5 million accounts deactivated so far. We want kids to know who they are before platforms assume who they are. We want to give kids 3 more years to build real-world connections and online resilience. Our world-leading measures in online safety complement our privacy reforms. Our government has already implemented a first tranche of privacy reforms to ensure Australians' privacy is respected and protected, and is committed to further uplifting privacy laws to ensure they are fit for purpose in the digital age. In 2024, the government amended the Privacy Act to include a new statutory tort for serious invasions of privacy, which may include sharing of deepfakes as a misuse of a person's private information. This enables Australians to take legal action directly against individuals and entities not otherwise covered by the Privacy Act. Privacy is an important and complex policy area, and reform cannot be pursued in a piecemeal fashion, which this bill does. The government has committed to uplifting privacy laws to achieve the right balance between strengthening privacy protections and enabling personal information to be used in ways that benefit individuals, society and the economy. The government shares many of the concerns that Senator Pocock has outlined and the intent of this bill. However, we intend to address these concerns as part of holistic reform rather than through piecemeal reform. We're also concerned that if passed, this bill would likely increase regulatory and enforcement overlap, including between the functions of the e-Safety Commissioner, the Office of the Australian Information Commissioner and law enforcement agencies. This bill does not address the intersection of such overlap, and therefore the government will not support it. For those reasons, while supporting the bill's intent, the government will be opposing the Senator's bill. Our government will continue our world-leading action in online safety and ensure that we hold big tech accountable, but we'll do that in a holistic rather than piecemeal manner.
Senator Hanson-Young.
Oh, thank you. Well, I rise to contribute to this debate this morning on a bill that's really important, and I commend Senator Pocock for bringing this bill to the chamber today. It's a good bill, and it's an important bill that brings forward changes that we actually need to the law. It is time for real laws to protect real people. For too long, big tech companies have been making mega profits off the rubbish that is spread and created on their platforms. For too long, big tech has allowed for deep fakes to spread, to be created and to be monetised. And it's not just individuals who are harmed by this. It's not just the young women who are copying the abuse of these deep fakes. But they, of course, need proper and real protection in law. But the problem is that this isn't just an individual issue. These deep fakes, this technology, this monetisation of deepfake technology, the spreading and the viral nature of them, is now actually undermining the very essence of democracy. Deepfakes aren't just used to harm, to harass and to abuse individual people and individual users. They are being used to undermine democracy and the very institutions that support our democracy, like journalism. Now, we know that to have a strong, functioning democracy, we actually have to be able to have a strong, trusted news system. Journalism must be able to do its job, to hold power to account, and to be trusted to do that. Just this week, the New Daily has reported multiple deepfakes of journalist Natalie Barr clashing with politicians. Posts that have thousands of likes and shares, primarily run by operators in Vietnam. So we now have deepfake images, videos, technology being used as part of foreign interference in the very institutions that underpin our democracy here in Australia. And one of these posts, one of these fake posts of Natalie Barr, actually accuses me of not being Australian. The deep fake, Natalie Barr, says, "Test her. I'm sure she's not Australian." Utterly absurd, utterly untrue, totally fake, but it is online and it is circulating. The Post also claims that Natalie Barr calls Annika Wells Anthony Albanese's puppet and told her to sit down, Barbie, something that a journalist obviously wouldn't say, but this looks real, it's designed to look real, and it's designed to meddle with Australian politics. It's designed to make Australian citizens think that this journalist has made this statement and has conducted this interview. It should be illegal. And the people impacted by this should be able to have legal recourse. Now, I am worried that there are some in this place who are benefiting off the use of this deep fake technology. I am very concerned that there's some in our political class who are benefiting off the foreign interference of this type of deep fake technology. And I would ask Senator Pauline Hanson and her One Nation party just how involved they are in a number of these deep fake accounts and deep fake material that is circulating online. Are they involved? Who's paying for them? And what is their connection? Now, I understand, I can see Senator Hanson right here, sitting in the chamber. What is she going to say about this piece of legislation? Because I put it to you, Mr. Deputy President, that One Nation is up to their neck with foreign interference and political meddling in this country, and they are using the technology.
Hanson-Young. Senator Hanson on a point of order.
Point of order. I think that language is offensive, it is untrue, and I want it withdrawn.
I'll take some advice. My own view is that it was a debating point that you'll have the ability to respond to, but I will take further. Being then there was no personal reflection, it is a matter that you can address in your contribution, Senator Hanson. I will give the call back to Senator Hanson-Young. I will just remind all senators in the chamber that we should treat other senators with respect. Senator Hanson-Young.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy President, and that is precisely the point. Our institutions should be treated with respect, and the use and weaponisation of this deep fake technology to benefit one's political endeavours should be illegal. It should not be allowed to continue, and the foreign interference of it should be absolutely flushed out. Now, we need to make sure that individual Australians are protected from the use of deep fake technology. It should be individual Australians who have the right to say how their faces, their voices will be used online. But our media institutions, our journalists, should absolutely be protected from this type of undermining, dishonesty and foreign interference attack. Australians should be able to know when something like this occurs that it will be taken down and corrected. Now I ask you, through the chair, how will One Nation vote on this bill? And will One Nation admit to having any interaction, to having any benefit from the type of deep fake posts and technology that is being pushed out of these Vietnam centres? There are some media organisations who have already tried to report on this. But of course, One Nation sits there and pretends that they've got nothing to do with it. Every politician in this place should be standing up for the very essence of our democracy, for strengthening the foundations of our democracy, not for finding ways to undermine it. Deep fake technology is being used to abuse and to harass individual Australians. It is being used to try and trick people and undermine the trust of our very important public interest journalism. Deep fake technology is being used to intimidate journalists from doing their job. Every politician in this place should be calling it out and putting in place laws that protect us as a community, as a society, and as a democracy.
Senator Mulholland.
Deputy President, I want to acknowledge the intent behind this bill. At its heart is a genuine concern that every person should have control over their likeness, their face, their voice, their identity. And when that control is taken away, there must be consequences. That is something that we can all agree on. But this chamber must ask itself, how do we respond in a way that actually works? Not just for one form of harm today, but for the many forms of harm that we know are coming tomorrow, the next day, and the next day. Because the reality is, online abuse does not sit neatly in one box. It crosses platforms, content, technology. And that is why the Albanese Labor government is taking a comprehensive and proactive approach to online safety reform. We are not standing still, far from it. Already, Australia has some of the most world-leading protections through the Online Safety Act, including schemes that allow harmful image-based abuse, including AI-generated content, to be rapidly addressed. We have strengthened the role of the e-Safety Commissioner, ensuring Australians have somewhere to turn when harm occurs. And importantly, we have begun modernising our privacy laws, including creating new avenues for people to seek redress when their privacy is seriously invaded. But we also recognise that responding after harm occurs is simply not enough. And that is why we are progressing a new digital duty of care, a reform that goes to the heart of where the responsibility lies. Because far too long, the burden has been on individuals, on women, migrants, people with a disability, on victims to report, to fight, to chase down harmful content after it has already spread online. And quite frankly, the internet should not be the Wild West. But it is, and the harms Australians experiencing online are real. The same standards of decency, responsibility and respect that exist offline should apply online. And this Labor government believes Australians deserve a comprehensive response to that harm. Not a fragmented response, a comprehensive response. We need to respond as online harms continue evolving. Technology is evolving and our laws too must do the same. Australia is already leading the world on online safety. Under the Online Safety Act, the eSafety Commissioner already has strong powers to address image-based abuse, including AI-generated material. Under Australia's unlawful content codes and standards, online service providers are required to take proactive steps to prevent the generation and distribution of the most harmful material online, including child sex abuse material, including terrorist material, including AI-generated material. We have ensured the eSafety Commissioner is properly resourced to help Australians, to educate Australians and to hold online platforms to account. We have legislated the social media minimum age of 16. Thanks, already millions of accounts have been deactivated because we want children to know who they are before platforms assume who they are. We want children to build resilience. We want children to build real-world connections. We want them to be safe, and so we have strengthened privacy protections. We've introduced a statutory tort for serious invasions of privacy, giving Australians stronger rights and stronger remedies when their privacy is violated. And we're continuing the work of modernising Australians' law for the digital age. And that is why this government remains committed to introducing a digital duty of care. A simple principle. If a company profits from Australians being online, it should take responsibility for keeping them safe online. Big tech companies have the resources, they have the technology, they also have the responsibility. And the burden should not fall solely on individuals after harm has occurred. The focus should be on preventing harm before it occurs. And that is exactly what this government's digital duty of care will do. It will require online services to design for safety from the outset. It will require platforms to identify risks, to mitigate risks and to protect users, including users of AI platforms and chatbots. This is a significant reform and it is being developed as part of a broader framework. Because privacy reform cannot be done in isolation. Online safety reform cannot be done in isolation. Our regulation cannot be done in isolation. We must get the whole framework right. The government is concerned that this bill would create overlap between regulators, overlap between enforcement bodies and uncertainty about responsibilities. Australians deserve clarity. Australians deserve consistency, and Australians deserve laws that work together. As a woman in politics, I know this personally. Every day I see the abuse. Every day I see the intimidation that women face simply for participating in public life. Not because of what they say, but because of what they do. But simply because they are women. And I know some of my colleagues have personally fallen victim to deep fakes. So I acknowledge Senator Pocock's intentions. This parliament contains a record number of women. This is something Australians should be proud of. But the personal abuse and the negativity directed to women online is not. If this is happening to women in politics, what is happening in our community is far worse and far more damaging to people who have no voice and no recourse. And the women who see this happening in public life, it discourages them from wanting to pursue a life in public life, and that matters. Because when good people decide public life isn't worth the abuse, our democracy is weaker. The internet has become our modern public square. It's where Australians work, it's where they learn, it's where they connect, it's where Australians participate in democracy. And Australians should be safe there. Just as we work to make our streets safe, just as we work to make our communities safe, we must work to make the digital world safe as well. And that is why the Albanese Labor government is taking action. So while the government will not be supporting this particular bill, I want to be clear that we share the objective. We recognise the challenge and we are acting in a comprehensive manner, not with a single measure, but with a comprehensive framework, a plan that puts responsibility where it belongs, on the platforms, on big tech, on those who profit from Australians being online. The Albanese Labor government will continue to lead the world on online safety. We will continue to hold big tech accountable, and we will continue working to ensure Australians are safe online, just as they should be safe everywhere else, because safety should not stop when you log offline.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Hanson, you have the call.
I have. Thank you very much. Well, One Nation will not be supporting this bill, but I do appreciate Senator David Pocock coming up and having a discussion with me with regard to the bill. Now, the bill allows a person to complain to the E-Safety Commissioner about their face being used as a deepfake without their permission. Definition of deepfake is so broad that it could capture many things, including our Please Explain cartoons, because this is a lawyer's picnic. That concerns me greatly about that. The cartoons, yes, it depicts many of our political people in this place, and it's been going on for years, and it's for 4 years, and it's well received by the Australian public. I think they've learnt more about politics with this, watching our cartoons, and it would devastate so many people if this piece of legislation is going to capture and get rid of our cartoons, which I think is more informative to the public than what it warrant with this bill.
Order, Senators.
Now, as Senator Watt, which I hardly ever agree with and what his comments, but he's right. You know, it is there in legislation already that the E-Safety Commissioner can actually act on this. So the Commissioner can then issue takedown notices, but she can already do that, and she does, and she's doing it. So we have these laws in place. The existing powers of the Commissioner allow deepfake material to be taken down if it's abusive. Now, it's not protecting people from abuse. Strong potential for the bill to stop legitimate satire. Oh, come on, guys, you know, toughen up. Let's get some political hide about us in this place. If anyone has anything to complain about satire, you know, what I've had to deal with over the years, if anything, I'd be the first one supporting this bill, because I've been the one for nearly 30 years who's been attacked with so much. And at the moment, you know, I could complain because they've got me out there as Wonder Woman. My God, they've got me out there with all this deep fake, as a band leader, singing in a band. Well, I've got to put up with all this, what's going on at the moment. I'm not complaining about it. I've toughened up over the years, you know? So let's toughen up. Let's get some political hide about us, will you? So, and look, I will acknowledge that deepfakes are a problem, and kids are putting up teachers' heads on porn star bodies. But the Safety Commissioner already has powers to take them down. So it's just ridiculous. But what this whole bill is about is there's carve-out of journalists. Why should journalists be carved out? Is journalists' cartoons also carved out? Now, some of those cartoons can be very offensive. Are they carved out? So why are journalists carved out? Also, agencies of state and territory authorities, why are they carved out? Why would they need to be carved out for deep fake? Also, law enforcement bodies, what on earth would they be doing to warrant carving them out for deepfake? Also, intelligence agencies, why would they be carved out? You've got to ask yourself these questions. This is a poorly drafted bill with no really understanding of it. It is going to be a lawyer's picnic. So there's no carve-out for satire. Satire has been a legitimate and widely accepted tool for political commentary for centuries, for a long time. This is the problem with a lot of legislation. Laws should not be subjective language. Language in legislation should be objective and definitive. So the High Court has ruled the complied right of political communication. So that's
Order,
what's happening.
Senators.
So, you know, Senator Hanson-Young has just made reference to foreign interference. You know, the thing is that Senator Hanson-Young, they would dearly love to have my social media that I have. They probably know. I'm over 1 million viewers that are organic on my Facebook page alone, over 1 million views, followers. So they dearly love to have that. So what's happening is foreigners are actually piggybacking on our social accounts, so they're on our followers.
Senator Hanson, Senator Hanson, you please take your seat. Senator Hanson-Young?
Just a matter of clarification. I think Senator Hanson meant that foreigners are funding her.
Sorry, is there a point of order? Senator, you do know you have to raise a point of order. There is no point of order. Senator Hanson? And can I just remind everyone, please refrain from interjections and make comments through the chair as well. Senator Hanson.
Yeah, to the chair, look, it's another false statement. That's all they've got. The Greens, all they've got is constantly throw these comments across the chamber, which are so untrue.
Senator Hanson-Young.
It's just farcical. It is so, they are so concerned about One Nation, the rise and pulse that we have. They're throwing all these lines out there with no basis to it whatsoever. So anyway, it's a joke. It really is a joke. Oh my God, you're so
Order,
right.
Senators.
Senators,
we all appreciate everyone having an opportunity to have a say, and I understand there will be a few others, but we're also entitled to be heard in silence as well. So, Senator Hanson, please continue.
Thank you. These false allegations that you're making in this chamber, which happens all the time. Like I said, I've built up a political rawhide with me over the years, and what they say, it's like water off a duck's back. But it's they wouldn't want to say it outside. They haven't got the guts to say it outside, but throw these false allegations at me across the chamber. But that's the Greens for you. I think they're very concerned. You'll get over it. If you actually do get the support from the public, maybe you might get over 1 million followers on your Facebook page.
Order. Order, Senators, please.
You only wish
we
to
understand
have the
everyone's
that I have.
very passionate about the bill before us, but we have limited time. So, Senator Hanson, please continue.
Thank you. Look, what I've also said, and what Senator Mulholland actually said about, the impact it's going to have in getting women into Parliament. And well, I don't know if that's the case at all with all this deep fake. But you know what? You don't need to be on Facebook page or social media and that type of thing to get attacked, because all you've got to do is get attacked in this Parliament. More attacks happen on the floor of this Parliament, across this chamber. And the false allegations, the comments that are made, the accusations, the words that's used in this chamber, this is where it starts. This is where it starts here. Don't worry about social media. And this is what I've had to put up with for a long, long time, that I get it from numerous senators around this place. And that's what needs to change. So don't say, using social media, that women won't want to get into politics. They watch what goes on the floor of Parliament, the allegations that are made in this place. That's why they don't want to get involved in it. And this is what we're all about. Through you, the chair, I have really sucked up a lot over the years that a lot of other people in this place can't and wouldn't have the backbone to be able to do it. So I know what it's like to suck it up.
Senator Hanson-Young, please.
So anyway, I do. But anyway, look, I understand. She's hurt. She's feeling, upset about the rise of One Nation in the polls. But anyway, that's understandable. It's up to the Australian people. Still a year and a half. You can still get your act together, get rid of climate change, get rid of all the BS, the cost of living to everyone, get rid of your policy to open up the floodgates for a lot more immigration into the country, all the refugees you want to flood with, all the foreign aid that you want to give overseas, and destruction of our environmental...
Senator Hanson-Young, please.
Destruction of all our environment to put in wind turbines, which are destroying our countryside. It's just unbelievable what is happening in this country. But look, let's get back to the bill that Senator Pocock, and I do appreciate he's having to talk to me, and he said it would not include satire into this. because it's not mentioned here, it's been carved out. I don't believe it has. It hasn't been shown to me that it is carved out. So anyway, the fact is that
Senator Hanson-Young,
we've actually brought in hate
interjections are
speech
disorderly,
laws,
please.
and we've shutting down people. As I tried to do is put freedom of speech in our constitution. I moved it in the Parliament to have it put to referendum to the people. That was stopped. No one wanted that. You voted against that. You're actually controlling people more and more with your laws and legislation that people are frightened to say or do anything whatsoever. We are not building resilience. We're protecting everyone. We're putting them in cotton wool. You can't do this, you can't say that. And that's the problem with a lot of these kids. They have built up no resilience whatsoever. And we have to get back to the larrikinism that we had in Australia. We used to have the Paul Hogan, Bert Newton, Norman Gunston. We could actually have a laugh at ourselves. The things that were on TV, that's all gone because you're offending someone. And this is another form of just shutting people down. Yes, if it is offensive, it can be taken down. We do have the laws, and I don't believe in anything being put up that's going to create violence. I think that's wrong. But we've got to realise who we are. People aren't stupid out there. Give them some sort of credit to actually look at this and understand. They know I'm not this leader of a bloody band singing a song on a stage in a band. People can work a lot out for themselves. So stop shutting people down, because that's what I see what's happening in this Parliament all the time. Let people have an opinion, have a say. The same as you nearly did in this Parliament, bring in the misinformation and disinformation bill. And that's what you wanted to do. Again, you can't control the people. People must have a right to work it out for themselves. You can't put them in cotton wool and baby them. Let people actually, and that's what democracy is about. It's about freedom of choice. It's about rule of law. It's not about parliaments controlling them. And we keep going down the way that we're going. We are becoming such a socialist country. That's where we're headed. And that's not what the people want. People want their freedom. Freedom of expression, freedom of choice. And let's get back to the Australia that we used to have, and I know damn well people would be a lot happier in their own life without
Senator
being controlled
Hanson-Young
and wouldn't have it. So, thank you, Chair.
Thank you for that. I'm getting my vocal cords working this morning. Anyway, Senator Shoebridge, you now have the call. I hope you're heard in silence as well.
Thanks, Acting Deputy, and appreciate your efforts. Well, that's pretty remarkable, isn't it? One Nation comes in here and defends the right to create deep fakes and then tries to draw a parallel between the appalling harm that overwhelmingly women are facing with these appalling sexualised deepfakes that are able to be produced through AI, comes in here and draws a parallel between that and between political satire or picturing somebody as being a member of a band when they're not a band, to so minimise the reality of deepfakes, and particularly of how it's used in the manosphere, the misogynistic way in which it's been used across the internet, to come in here and belittle it like Senator Hanson did is an extraordinary act. And of course, One Nation is going to come in here and defend deepfakes because they want to keep running their big offshore deepfake factory in Vietnam. They want to be able to keep getting the dark money from wherever the hell it's coming from, whether it's Russia or a tech bro in the US or Gina Reinhardt or wherever they get their funds from. They want to be able to keep these funds coming in to produce the deepfakes, to lie, to spread their racism, their misogyny. That's what they want. They want their deepfake factories to keep coming in and be destroying any kind of sense of collective response. That's why One Nation comes in here, and that's why Senator Hanson comes and opposes this bill. And what I find remarkable is we don't have the government reaching out and trying to find a pathway to get this bill through, to actually say deepfakes should be, without consent, should be illegal in this country unless they meet criteria such as are already existing in the Copyright Act. Pick up those provisions in the Copyright Act that exclude satire, exclude those existing exemptions in the Copyright Act. We know that would work, and we could just pick it up and pop it in this bill and have very clear exemptions. But instead, we're going to get to this point where literally Labor, the Liberal Party, the National parties all join with One Nation to vote down a bill to stop deepfakes. And we're watching One Nation, right-wing politics using this technology to literally tear our society apart, to actually spread deep lies about politicians and about political positions, to spread deeply destructive messages online, spreading racism, spreading hate, spreading lies online. We have a chance here to work through with this bill, to take it through to committee, to work through some amendments and to actually say, the hate factories of One Nation should be, when they're abusing people's images, when they're producing realistic deepfakes, the hate factories in the right of politics, those hate factories should be illegal. But instead, Labor's just shutting it down. I'm going to vote it down today. So little leadership, again, from the Labor government on a core issue. And now we have One Nation making the false argument that this bill would stop their Please Explain cartoons. Well, what I'd recommend One Nation does before they come in here and speak about a piece of legislation, and I think it's generally good advice for politicians before they speak about legislation, is to read the legislation. Because what is the definition of deepfake in this bill? It is material that could be a still image, could be speech, could be music, could be sound. And then it says very clearly, the material depicts in a realistic way an individual's face or voice or an attribute or aspect of an individual's face or voice in a realistic way. This isn't picking up political cartoons. It's not picking up satire like that. Greens wouldn't support legislation that are doing that. But I'll tell you again, when you have politicians come in here and lie about the legislation, deliberately mislead people about the effects of this legislation, and then in the course of trying to be able to retain the right to spread deep fakes against people, lie about the legislation to retain the right to lie about politics and mislead the public, I think it exposes exactly what that political project is for. It does. It exposes exactly what that political project is for. So what does this bill do? Well, I think let's take a step back. It's not in dispute now that AI can fabricate a person's face, their voice and likeness convincingly enough to deceive people, to humiliate people, to exploit and profit. And the cost of that falls on the individual, often not politicians, often just people trying to live their lives without being humiliated, without being insulted, without being misrepresented. And the ability of AI to do that is continuing to improve. And this bill goes to something essential about being human. Our face, our voice, our presence, the way we walk, it goes to those singular and essential natures that each of us know is us as an individual, us as a human. And protecting that essential humanity, not just our data or our reputation, but what makes us us, that's what's at stake here. It's a simple principle that we think, I'm surprised we can't get agreement on across the chamber. That your face, your voice, the way you walk, your likeness, they're yours. And they can't be appropriated by somebody and used without your consent. And they definitely can't be appropriated by somebody and used without your consent to drive the hate, the misogyny, and also the profits of overseas big tech. And unless we deal with this, that's what's going to keep happening. So I welcome Senator Pocock and thank him for bringing the legislation in. It's a meaningful step to address a real and growing harm. The bill would strengthen the Online Safety Act with a dedicated complaint system for deepfake material, and would give e-safety powers to order takedown orders on hosts, on users, to take down deepfake content once a complaint was received. It also allows for consent to happen. And there actually are instances where what would be otherwise a deepfake, if it operates with consent, may have a really powerful role. For example, you see that some people are using AI to create what would otherwise be a deepfake to do real-time translations in multiple different languages. If that's done with consent and it's getting out there and it's helping communicate issues across a diverse community, well, there are arguments why that can have a positive outcome. but it needs to be with consent. And it needs to be, and I think it should be labelled, as deepfake content, so people can tell that that's what the material is. The bill also creates penalties for posting non-consensual deepfake content on social media and lets the Commissioner direct that fast removal and have the platforms held to account. Really important provision. And it creates a new private right, a tort, where individuals can seek injunctions, they can seek damages, and to have the harmful material removed. And in doing that, they don't have to go to the expense of proving financial loss. It's assumed that a non-consensual deepfake is harmful and a right to have it removed. The bill references human rights obligations under the ICCPR, the Convention on the Rights of the Child, and preserves legitimate use by journalists, law enforcement, ASIO and scientific research. And I want to be clear, if this bill gets to committee, the Greens would also like to see those exemptions that exist in the Copyright Act that allow for satire and similar reasonable use provisions. We'd like to see them incorporated in this bill. It's critically important to give people impacted by deepfakes the power to have them removed and to seek a remedy. It's also critically important for our law to seek to work upstream. Now, I don't often quote the Pope, but I reckon Pope Leo was useful in the first encyclical this year. We're talking about how technology takes on the characteristics of those who devise, finance and profit from it. And its worth must be measured by who it harms and who it serves. A really important, I think, contribution to think, how do we look at technology? Who does it harm and who does it serve? And the deepfake platforms, particularly the Nudify apps and the platforms monetising them, aren't neutral infrastructure. And we shouldn't regulate them as though they're neutral. We should recognise the harm and we should regulate to protect people from the harm. We should recognise who it serves and we should regulate to hold them to account. The tools and platforms that generate this material currently face no real accountability and they keep profiting. So we need that safety by design, that duty of care obligations to work upstream on generative AI providers to really protect communities. Theft or abuse shouldn't only be unlawful if you're caught or you target someone who is a lawyer. It's our position, the Greens, that until laws comprehensively deliver that safety, that platforms that are shown to present an inherent risk, particularly of deepfakes, should be banned. You know, we could start with Grok, I tell you what, and we could work on from there. We bloody well could. A takedown and sue model is at the heart of this legislation, and whilst it does create a right, and we think it's a powerful way to create a right, I think we should be having a look at alternate ways, in addition to that, to ensure that deepfakes can be addressed. And giving a more proactive right and a more proactive regulatory power to e-safety is one of the ways of doing that. Because, of course, whilst I recognise that torts are an important way of holding people to account, it often requires money, requires lawyers, and we want to make sure that everybody who's impacted by deepfakes has the right, a realistic right, to get a remedy. The takedown model also captures this public viral nature of some of this material. But we need to make sure it also reaches encrypted messaging, peer-to-peer transfer, some of those closed forums and offshore sites. I think that's a difficult task. But I think public sharing is only one dimension in which deepfakes can actually cause harm. And we should be looking, and the government should be working with the crossbench in order to come up with provisions that don't only look at public sharing, but look to some of those other non-public or less public sharing, where we know that there's coercive material, we know that this is causing harm. Sextortion in particular, the threat to share is the weapon, and the image may never be posted publicly. That needs to be picked up in this legislation. I do want to appreciate, again I'll say it, Senator Pocock for bringing this to the chamber. I think in the lead up to the last federal election, the Greens were very clear about saying we need to get ahead of this. We need to prevent deepfakes from poisoning our politics. And I saw Senator Pocock at that same time raising the issue in real time before the last federal election. And of course the government didn't listen. But I want to be clear. There are jurisdictions that are forging ahead and getting this far more far closer to right than Australia does. You could look at what South Korea has been doing in regulating their online platforms, in preventing deepfakes being shared. Look at some of the creative regulation that's happening in Taiwan about ensuring the online space is meeting basic duties and having some nimble regulation. There are places in the world we can look to get working real-time examples about how we can address deepfakes. Keep the right to produce satire, keep the right to hold politicians to account, keep the right to produce comedy material, keep the right to do all of that. But come up with laws that say you can't use deepfakes for misogyny and racism and hate. You can't use deepfakes without people's consent. You can't, see politicians and political parties creating these hate factories and attaching them to deepfakes. And I say again, I'd urge the government to vote to put this into committee, to hold it into committee, and then to work on amendments, if they're needed, to put in the copyright provisions, to take this forward, because simply voting this down today and walking across and voting with One Nation to vote this down today will send exactly the wrong message. It'll send the message that the deepfakes, the hate, the misogyny and the racism is not going to be addressed under the Albanese Labor government. Let's not get there. Let's support this second reading amendment. And again, I want to thank the mover of this legislation for bringing it to the chamber.
Senator Whitaker.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I think on this side of the chamber we certainly agree that the online space has been unregulated for too long, and it's put particularly young people but also women at risk in particular for far too long. And it's why we have taken strong and decisive action since coming to government to put the onus on platforms to do better. In this space. The Prime Minister and Minister Wells have put these tech companies, these platforms on notice and said we will no longer accept them shirking their responsibility. If they want to operate in Australia, they should do so while taking responsibility for protecting Australians and, in particular, protecting young Australians. Last year, of course, we delayed access to social media until the age of 16 because we want kids to know who they are before platforms make those assumptions for them. We want to keep kids safe online. The digital space really was the wild, wild west for far too long. And so our world-leading social media ban, which has now, I note, been adopted by a number of countries around the world, I think is a really important step in the right direction to putting that onus back on the tech companies. We've also quadrupled the eSafety Commission's base funding to ensure that they can enforce the law, help Australians who face serious abuse online, and to educate Australians about the risks that exist online. We also brought forward the independent statutory review of the Online Safety Act 2021 to ensure the Act remains fit for purpose. And one of the really important recommendations of that review is to legislate a digital duty of care, and that is something that our government has said that we will legislate very, very soon. Why is a digital duty of care important? Well, because we believe that the onus should be on the platforms, not on users, and that online platforms, big tech companies, they have the technology, they have the resources to do this work. They should reduce, they should manage, and they should remove harmful content. They should stop it before it ends up in people's feeds, and they need to do better in this space. Our government expects them to do better in this space, and so Labor will ensure that through our digital duty of care laws that we will force platforms to take stronger action to keep Australians safe. Our work in online safety is world-leading. Under the current Online Safety Act, the existing image-based abuse scheme already allows the eSafety Commission to take action against the non-consensual sharing of intimate images, whether AI is used or not. Further to that, under the current unlawful material codes and standards, digital service providers are already required to take proactive steps to prevent the generation and distribution of Class 1 material, including child sexual abuse material and pro-terror material. And again, that includes material that is generated by AI. The government has ensured that the eSafety Commissioner is well-resourced to assist Australians who face serious abuse online, to educate Australians about online risks and to hold online service providers to account. But there is more work to do. We know that, and we are committed to doing that work through our digital duty of care. The other thing that I think is really important to call out and to talk about is the responsibility that we have as leaders, as elected members to this place, to think about the kinds of things that we do online. And in recent months, I think I have been absolutely disgusted by some of what I have seen posted online by One Nation. And I know we've got Senator Walker here in the chamber, and I asked her whether she would be happy with me talking about this in here, and she's very generously said I could, and I think it's really important that we do. But some of the content that Senator Hanson and her colleagues in One Nation have posted about Senator Walker online is absolutely disgraceful. And it is not only disrespectful to Senator Walker, who I've come to know very well over the last 12 months and is extremely tough, one of the toughest people in this place, doesn't blink an eyelid, continues to come here and stand up for young people, but it is extremely disrespectful to other young people who shouldn't feel discouraged from being a part of the political conversation, from putting themselves forward, whether it's on the Labor ticket or the Liberal ticket or the Greens ticket or as an independent. Young people should feel like they belong in this place. And I want more young people like Senator Walker in this chamber, not less. And Senator Hanson and her colleagues need to do better. Now, I don't know why Senator Hanson is so afraid of Senator Walker. I think it says a lot that she's afraid of what Senator Walker will do in this place now and for the next 5 years, and I'm sure for many, many years to come after that. Because it's clear to me that she is afraid of Senator Walker and what she can do. But that is not an excuse to post content online that gives a message to young people that says you don't belong here, that you don't belong in the places where decisions are made, that you don't belong at the table when important conversations are happening. We know in the Labor caucus just how important it is to have a diverse range of people elected to this place and part of the conversations. And it is completely unacceptable that Senator Hanson and her colleagues think that it is okay to post that kind of shameful political content. Now, I've made my fair share of political ads over my time as a party official. And you know what? We all sometimes like to have a bit of fun. I think that's an important part of engaging people in the political conversation. But there is a line that we as elected members to this place with the responsibility of representing Australians should be held to. And so I say to Senator Hanson and to her colleagues in One Nation that that behaviour is absolutely disgusting and disgraceful. And Senator Walker, she can take it. She's tough. I know she can take it. But I don't want other young people to feel discouraged from being part of the political conversation. And that is why I say in this place that it is absolutely unacceptable, and we will continue to call Senator Hanson and her colleagues out for doing that kind of absolutely disgraceful kind of online content. I believe we may have met the hard... No? Oh, I've got a bit more time. Okay, excellent. So I think the intention of this bill, I think, is good. And I think broadly we agree on the...
Thank you, Senator Whitaker. You've now met the hard marker. Pursuant to order agreed to on Tuesday, the Senate will now further consider the Treasury Laws Amendment Tax Reform No. 1 Bill of 2026 and a related bill. The second reading debate on the bills concluded yesterday evening, and I'm now required to put the questions on the second reading of the bills. I will now put the questions before the Chair and then the remaining stages on the second reading of the bills. I'll begin with the second reading amendment moved by Senator Chandler. So the question is that the amendment on sheet 3883 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Lock the doors. The question is that the amendment on sheet 3883 be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Collins as teller for the ayes and Senator Grogan as teller for the noes. Giving it back. Order. There being 24 ayes and 30 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. I advise senators that further divisions there will be 1-minute bells. I'll now deal with the remaining second reading amendments circulated by the opposition. The question is that amendments on sheet 3884, 3887 and 3892 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that the amendments on sheet 3884, 3887 and 3892 be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Collins as teller for the ayes and Senator Grogan as teller for the noes. Order. There being 24 ayes and 32 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I'll now deal with the second reading amendment circulated by Senator David Pocock.
Please could I just record my support for 3887 on that group of amendments.
Thank you, Senator Pocock. I will now deal with the second reading amendment circulated by Senator David Pocock. The question is that the amendments on sheet 3870 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. The noes have it. The question is that there was no ayes. You are not arguing with me. You are not in an argument with me. Come to order. Come to order. I will put the proposition again, but I need to hear ayes, and I heard none. So the question is that the amendment on sheet 3870 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? The noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is the amendment on sheet 3870 be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Pocock as teller for the ayes and Senator Grogan as teller for the noes. Senator Collins, you need to sit. Order. There being 11 ayes and 33 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. The question is that these bills be now read a second time. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against? No. I believe the ayes have it. No. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that the bills now be read a second time. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Grogan as teller for the ayes and Senator Collins as teller for the noes. Order. There being 33 ayes and 23 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I call the clerk.
Treasury Laws Amendment Tax Reform No. 1 Bill 2026. Income Tax Rates Amendment Tax Reform No. 1 Bill 2026.
Senator Pocock.
Thank you, President. I move that the motion be amended as follows. At the end of the motion, add "and the provisions of Schedule 1 to the Treasury Laws Amendment Tax Reform No. 1 Bill 2026 and the provisions of the Income Tax Rates Amendment Tax Reform No. 1 Bill 2026 be referred to the Economics Legislation Committee for inquiry and report by the 14th of September 2026.
Thank you, Senator Pocock. Senator Chandler.
Thank you, President. I move the amendment to Senator Pocock's motion that has been circulated in my name, which would incorporate Schedules 1 and 2 into a separate bill and add to that bill enacting words, provisions for titles and commencement, and provision for giving effect to the amending schedules, and that the bill incorporating Schedules 1 and 2 be referred to the Economics Legislation Committee for inquiry and report by 21st of September 2026. And I understand I can speak to that, President, so I will. I just want to be very clear here exactly what the opposition is proposing. Senator Pocock's motion, which he has just moved, relates to incorporating Schedule 1 into a separate bill, but and sending that off to further committee inquiry. Now, the opposition would like to see both Schedule 1 and Schedule 2 of the bill removed and again sent off to an appropriate Senate inquiry. Now, I've said this before in the debate on these bills, and I will say it again, that Schedule 1 and Schedule 2 will deliver a net tax increase to Australians. Schedule 1 through changes to the capital gains tax, and Schedule 2 with changes to the negative gearing regime. As I said in my second reading speech yesterday, President, the Coalition supports Schedule 3 and Schedule 4 of these bills simply because we will always support lower taxes. But we also want to see
Schedule 1 and Schedule 2 of the bill, the schedules that contain the changes to negative gearing and to capital gains tax, referred to the Economics Legislation Committee for inquiry and report by 21st of September 2026. And if anyone wants to know why we are in this position, why we are still seeking to refer schedules of this bill off to the committee inquiry, they are questions rightly asked of the government, because it is this government that set up a sham inquiry into these bills that requested that the Economics Committee only have 2 days to undertake hearings into inquiries. It is this government whose bureaucrats admitted in testimony to that Senate inquiry that they had not had time to consider all of the submissions in relation to these bills. Now, that is a pretty galling admission from Department of Treasury officials, to say that the inquiry has been too short, there have been too many submissions, the government has not been able to consider all of the evidence before the inquiry. So what we are seeking to do here today is to once again refer the negative gearing provisions in this bill and the capital gains tax provisions in this bill off to an additional Senate inquiry, so that Australians and Australian businesses can finally get the answers that they deserve to hear in relation to how these provisions work, in relation to exactly how much revenue these provisions will be bringing in for the government. President, the Albanese government came up with a budget of broken promises, and it is spending recklessly. So reckless, without discipline, that we are headed to a $1.25 trillion debt bomb. That is the admission of the government's own budget papers. The interest bill on that debt bomb is almost $80,000 a minute. Now, we all know that today's debt is tomorrow's taxes, and what this government has done with its changes to capital gains tax and its changes to negative gearing are nothing more than a tax grab on hard-working Australians. It is too important for this Senate chamber not to be able to consider these tax changes in full. And like I say, in a situation where government officials have appeared in front of a Senate committee and not been able to answer any of the questions that we had, it is only right that we again take the opportunity to seek to refer the elements of these bills off to further Senate inquiry. As I've said in other contributions in this place, President, with this budget, Australia will become the highest taxing government on average in Australia's history. This government, with these bills, is placing a tax on family savings, on renters, on first home buyers, a death tax, taxes on small businesses, start-ups and entrepreneurs, taxes on investment. You name it, this government, with these bills, is seeking to tax it. Because apparently this is what the Albanese government wants the history books to show. They are okay with that. But it is not all right with this current bill once it passes. Australia will become the country with the highest capital gains tax in the world. Now, the Albanese government is putting a no investment advisory tag on Australia's economy. That is not productive. That doesn't sound promising for the economy or for the prosperity of our country, does it? Worse, it will lower Australians' living standards, Australians who are working so hard to get ahead. So, in conclusion, President, just in case those opposite haven't heard clearly, the Senate inquiry that we have just had into these bills was an absolute sham. It was short. There were hundreds, if not thousands, of submissions. Treasury's own officials admitted there were so many submissions and the inquiry was so short in time, they did not have the ability to read all of the submissions. The government has not appropriately considered just how concerned Australians and Australian business owners are about the changes that have been proposed in these bills. This Senate needs to have an appropriate inquiry where everyone will have sufficient time to prepare a submission, sufficient time to read all of the submissions. Treasury officials, we're doing this for you. We want you to have the requisite amount of time to read the submissions and consider the evidence. And we also want the chamber to have sufficient time to report on those changes. It was so obvious that the Albanese government didn't want any scrutiny on their so-called tax reform bills. That is why they set up this sham inquiry, and these bills were forced upon all Australians. And we have to remember, at the end of the day, no one voted for these new taxes. 12 months ago, Mr Albanese and Dr Chalmers stood in front of Australians so many times, the Prime Minister and the Treasurer, and said there would be no changes to capital gains tax, there would be no changes to negative gearing. The Prime Minister said, "My word is my bond." So here, with this motion today, moved by Senator Pocock, amended by myself, we are giving the government the chance to redeem themselves and respect every Australian and every Australian business that pays taxes in this country. Let this Senate chamber have the appropriate level inquiry into these bills. Give us another few months to look at them, and maybe we will finally get some answers.
Thank you, Senator Chandler. Senator Wong?
I have a point of order, Chair, in relation to Senator Pocock's motion. I think Senator Pocock moved the incorrect motion for the purposes that he seeks, and I realise he has a lot of pieces of paper flying around the chamber with procedural aspects, but he did not move his contingent motion 6A, which was the necessary motion for what he is seeking to do. He moved a substantive motion amendment to the second reading, which has already occurred. So I'd ask you to note that, in fact, the contingent motion has not been moved by Senator Pocock.
I'll certainly do that. The clerk advised me that the contingent motion wasn't moved, and I'm now inviting Senator Pocock to clarify what motion he is moving.
Thank you. Thank you, President. My apologies to the Senate. I had conflicting papers in front of me, but I have that now, if I'm able to.
Yes.
Move it. Pursuant to contingent notice stating my name, I move that it be an instruction to the Committee of the Whole to divide the Treasury Laws Amendment.
Just a moment, Senator Pocock. I've got Minister Wong on
just to seek a direction from you, and it may be that we'll do Senator Pocock the courtesy of remedying his error, but my recollection is the contingency, the moment at which he could move a contingent motion has now in fact passed. So I'd like an indication from that. If that is the case, then he can seek leave.
Thank you, Senator Wong. I will indeed seek advice. I am advised, Senator Pocock, that you now should be seeking leave to amend the motion that you moved.
Thank you, President. I seek leave to amend a motion in my name.
Is leave granted?
Leave to move the 6A contingent motion.
Well, I was advised, and I'll check my advice, Senator Wong. I was advised that he should seek leave to amend, but I may have misheard. Senator Pocock, I am advised that you need to seek leave to ensure that to move your contingent motion 6A, and then if leave is granted, I will need to offer an opportunity to Senator Chandler to make sure that her amendment is in fact attached to the right motion. So over to you, Senator Pocock.
Thank you, President. I seek leave to move my contingent notice 6A.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted, Senator Pocock.
Thank you, President. Pursuant to contingent notice stating my name, I move that it be an instruction to the Committee of the Whole to divide the Treasury Laws Amendment Tax Reform No. 1 Bill 2026 to A, incorporate Schedule 1 in a separate bill, and B, add to the bill enacting words, provisions for titles and commencement, and provision giving effect to the amending schedule.
Thank you, Senator Pocock. Senator Chandler.
Thank you, President. I move the amendment to Senator Pocock's motion that has been circulated in my name.
Thank you. So it's my intention to deal with Senator...
I can speak to this, I think. Yes. So thank you. Just to be, so the Senate is clear about what is happening here, is this motion is being moved so there's the capacity to separate the bills. The government's position is that these bills proceed and the schedules of the bills proceed as a package. So Senator Pocock is seeking the capacity to separate the CGT elements of the package out but allow the negative gearing, the Working Australian tax offset and the instant deductions, so Schedules 2, 3 and 4 to proceed or to be dealt with separately. And Senator Chandler's amendment to that adds Schedule 2 to Senator Pocock's desire to have Schedule 1 set on a separate path or separated. So essentially the end result would be to remove CGT, and if Senator Chandler's amendment got up to have CGT and negative gearing separately dealt with. The government does not support either of those propositions. We do believe that it's important that both the CGT and the negative gearing adjustments are progressed together with the other tax reform measures, including the tax cuts for Australian workers. And it's not just because they all support the rebalancing of the tax system, but because, importantly, one part helps fund the other part. And that's why we've had stakeholders, including experts, backing the package as a whole. You know, in the submissions to the inquiry from the ANU Tax and Transfer Policy Institute, if these reforms are to be adopted, we would strongly encourage adopting them as a package. And in another inquiry submission from Professor Miranda Stewart, the reform package should be considered and passed as a whole by the Senate. It presents a coherent set of reasonable and fair policy choices. The reforms must be seen together. The government has thought about these things carefully, and we won't be supporting any attempt to separate and delay certain elements of the package whilst proceeding with others.
Thank you, Senator Gallagher. So the question is, the amendment as moved by Senator Chandler be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against? No. I believe the noes have it. Ayes have it. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Lock the doors. So the question is, the amendment is moved by Senator Chandler be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Collins as teller for the ayes and Senator Grogan as teller for the noes. Order. There being 23 ayes and 32 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. I now intend to put the amendment as moved by Senator David Pocock. So the question is, the amendment as moved by Senator David Pocock be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. The motion is moved by Senator Pocock. Lock the doors. So the question is, the motion is moved by Senator Pocock be agreed to. The ayes should move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Collins as teller for the ayes and Senator Grogan as teller for the noes. Order. There being 24 ayes and 31 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. I believe we are now going into committee stage, so I require a chair.
All right. Is it the wish of the committee that the bill be taken together and as a whole? There being no objection, it is so ordered. The question is anyone seeking the calls? Senator Chandler.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy President / Chair. I rise to move amendments amendments circulated in my name on sheet 3882. Now, these amendments go to a simple principle that Australian families and businesses should be better off, not worse off, because of tax reform. The opposition believes in a lower, simpler and more certain taxation system, and we want to deliver lower income taxes permanently and to ensure governments cannot increase taxes without proper scrutiny and the passage of new legislation. Now, what is before us today, as I have said many times now in this chamber, does not meet that test. In fact, it comes nowhere near it. And I want to be clear once more. What this government is proposing is not genuine tax reform. This is a bad deal stitched up together between the government and the Greens. But deal or no deal, the coalition remains unconvinced that this bill leaves Australians better off. And so for that reason, we cannot support Schedules 1 and Schedule 2 of this bill, which contain the provisions in relation to changes to capital gains tax and the provisions in relation to changes to negative gearing, and we will not support the associated income tax rates amendment bill. Now, Chair, this debate is very simple. Capital investment by everyday Australians is made using income that has already been taxed. Capital gains tax is not some separate tax in isolation. It is, in effect, another layer of income tax. Under these changes, Australians will pay tax when they earn their income, and then again, if they take the risk to invest and build something more. They work harder, they take risks, and yet under these changes, they will be left with less. Now, that is not fair and it isn't right. And in fact, the day that these bills pass will be the day that Australia will become the country with the #1 highest capital gains tax in the world. That simply does not make sense. Chair, the Senate is being asked to legislate what is in reality an income tax increase, an increase that was not put to the Australian people at the last election, an increase that the government repeatedly assured voters time and again that it had no intention of pursuing. Remember the Prime Minister's words, "My word is my bond." Now, the last 6 weeks in this place and outside this place, as these laws have been debated amongst the community, and the business community in particular, have demonstrated just how inaccurate an assessment that was. The Prime Minister's assessment that the word was his bond, clearly that wasn't so. That was not true. This is a proposal that is so complex that through the Senate inquiry process, the sham process that we held into these bills, even accounting and advisory professionals have advised that they cannot clearly explain these changes to their own clients. That's a pretty galling situation for the professionals to be in. And as I've said previously, they didn't get any help or guidance from Treasury officials who came to the Senate inquiry clearly unable to answer basic questions about how this legislation would operate. This legislation is a regime that leaves key definitions unresolved and significant matters to be determined later through delegated legislation. And again, this is far from a perfect situation for Australian taxpayers. Taxpayers deserve certainty when it comes to the system that they are operating within. And right now, what we will inevitably be doing today, when these bills will inevitably pass this chamber, because the government has done a deal with the Greens to facilitate that, but we will be setting in motion changes to the taxation system that are not fully understood and fully defined yet. This is a system that is expected to impose hundreds of millions of dollars in compliance costs each and every year. And I fear, Chair, in a situation where Treasury can't answer basic questions about how the legislation is going to operate. We have financial professionals saying that they don't know how to advise their clients on how the changes are going to operate. Those estimations of the compliance costs are going to be will end up being woefully under what they actually end up being because we don't know the full extent of what we are being asked to agree to today. These changes will cause real and avoidable harm to the housing market, to investment in resources, to small and medium-sized businesses, to innovation, to the integrity of the taxation system itself, as I've said, and even to the charitable sector. Yet despite all of this, this government, backed by the Greens, has been pressing on with this plan. Now, I've lost count of how many different off-ramps we've tried to provide the government. Indeed, Senator Pocock and I just tried to provide an off-ramp in referring the problematic schedules in relation to CGT changes, in relation to negative gearing changes, off to a further Senate inquiry. So, to those Australians listening along at home today, be very sure that this government knows that there are issues with this legislation. They would have been listening along to the Treasury officials that appeared at our Senate inquiry. They know that there are basic questions that cannot be answered. Indeed, I suspect when we get into the Q&A section of the Committee of the Whole consideration today, it will again become abundantly clear that there are questions yet to be answered about this government, from this government in relation to this legislation, and yet they are pressing forward. You can't make decisions if you don't have all of the requisite information in front of you, and I think that is really problematic, but that is what we are being asked to do here today. We have seen an extraordinary process unfold with this legislation. Amendments have been circulating for days. Further government amendments have been introduced following last-minute carve-outs announced by the Prime Minister and the Treasurer. That tells its own story. It tells us that these tax policies were rushed. It tells us that it was being negotiated on the run. In fact, it was clearly being negotiated quite quickly. I think I made comments in the media at the start of the week that I anticipated at some point in the fortnight a dodgy deal would be reached. I had no idea that it was about to happen in the next 24 hours. And this tells us that key elements of this bill have been treated as bargaining chips, whether we're talking about ministerial powers or definitions or the scope of application. The most significant amendments are not coming from scrutiny. They're not coming from consultation. We know that because of the rushed inquiry process that we've had to go to. They are coming from the government itself trying to fix its own flawed legislation in real time. Chair, Australians deserve so much better than this. They deserve so much better than what they are getting from this government. They deserve a tax system that is stable, that is predictable and that is fair. They deserve reform that encourages investment, not punishes it. And they deserve honesty about what is being proposed, about the impacts of what is being proposed, how much it will cost to implement what is being proposed. They don't deserve a measure that was ruled out before the last election several times, only to be introduced 12 months down the track in this place in a rush manner where people have not been able to fully consider the consequences. Let us not forget, the government does not have a mandate to make the changes that they are proposing here today, because they did not take these changes to an election. Now, Chair, the Coalition's position is clear. We support sensible tax reform, we support lower taxes, and we support a system that rewards effort and investment. Now, maybe if that's what this government was doing, we would be able to support what they are trying to achieve here today. But it is not, and we cannot. So that is why I'm moving an amendment to seek to move item 3 and item 4 on sheet 3882 together, just to clarify. But this amendment will remove Schedule 1 and 2 from the bill, the provisions relating to capital gains tax and negative gearing changes, and keep the taxation system fairer, simpler and more certain. And I commend these amendments to the Senate because, like I say, Australians deserve much better than what they're getting from this government.
Minister.
Chair. The government will not be supporting these amendments, and the amendment seeks to do essentially what the discussion we had on the last contingent, the moving of the contingent notice of motion, which is to separate the schedules and not proceed with the CGT and negative gearing schedules in the bill. And I really think this goes to demonstrate in a very clear way the complete lack of economic or budget credibility of those opposite, that they would sit here, move a second reading amendment just a second ago that calls upon us to consider indexing tax brackets in line with the Leader of the Opposition's budget reply, without having that costed, without having any idea what that actually, how they would fund that, and then trying to take out the two components or the two elements of the package which then fund the Working Australian Tax Offset and as the other component of the package. And what we've done is put a package of reforms together, funded reforms that takes those decisions about CGT and negative gearing, rebalances the tax system so that those earning an income are not facing or not having to take on an unfair level of taxation. Thank you. I can see again. To not have a heavier burden, perhaps, than those who earn income from assets. To move it on a more equal footing. But in order to do that, yes, we have to take some decisions about negative gearing and capital gains tax, which we think are right and fair, and they allow us to ensure that we're giving all of that back across the forward estimates into the Working Australian Tax Offset, which of course is then coupled with the instant deduction as part of this package. And of course those two elements feed into the tax cuts that we've already taken through the Parliament that will come on the 1st of July this year and the 1st of July next year. Now, in relation to Senator Chandler's concerns about the fact that there will be further tranches of legislation, I think the Treasurer and I certainly have made it clear that there was always the expectation when you do complex tax reform and big tax reform, which is what our budget does, that there would always be a series of bills associated with that. These bills set that overarching framework, make it very clear, provide the certainty that's needed to investors and the like about the tax arrangements that are going to operate from the 1st of July next year. But that is no different to the way when former governments have done significant tax reform, and if you go back and consider probably the last comparable tax reform that was done with the new tax system, I'm advised that there was 30 bills over a period of time associated with that tax reform. Because tax arrangements, tax law in this country is complex, and it is appropriate that you deal with some of those in separate pieces of legislation, just as former Treasurer Costello did in relation to his reforms under the new tax system. So we have been clear from budget night that that would be the case, but we were also very clear and keen to make sure that the certainty that is provided through these bills is dealt with as soon as possible. And the passage of these bills later today will provide that certainty. Now, there are already a number of issues that the Treasurer is consulting on around start-ups and the like. We've got some other amendments that we will be moving to deal with the amendments we've already determined. But we expect there will be issues that we will work through and bring back to this Parliament in a second tranche of legislation, and it's absolutely appropriate that we do that. There will be complex interactions of tax law that will require amendment through a second tranche of legislation. We've been clear about that. It will be coming, but this essentially the essential architecture legislation, architectural legislation, is the one that we are debating today. So I don't think the criticism of Senator Chandler about the staging of our legislative implementation of the budget is appropriate. I disagree with it. You would never ever, and the fact that we have so many TLABs, Treasury Law Amendment bills coming through this Senate is an example of the normal course of business when it comes to implementing legislative reform through the Treasury portfolio. So that's the approach we will take. I think Senator McKim wants to say a few words before 11:15. So that is the approach the government takes. We do not support the splitting of the bills. It is a package reform, and you can't just take one side of it and not look at how you're actually going to fund the implementation of other elements of the package.
Senator McKim, before I give you the call, I will just confirm that you've moved amendments 3 and 4 on sheet 3882 by leave together. Yes. So I'll just confirm that leave is granted for those amendments to be moved together. Leave is granted. Senator McKim, you have the call.
Well, thanks very much, Chair. The Australian Greens will also not be supporting the amendments moved by Senator Chandler on behalf of the opposition, but I want to offer some general reflections on the legislation and in particular the splitting of the bill. Let's be very clear about this. The government has put this forward as a package, and it's very interesting to watch attempts to split various pieces out of this legislation because the interaction of negative gearing and the capital gains tax discount is significant. It is significant. And the way that those two tax breaks operate, and the Greens have been very clear that we want to see substantial reform of both of those tax breaks with far higher ambition than the government has shown in this package. But folks that don't understand how they interact in real life, in reality, are missing the obvious point that if you are going to engage in reform of either the capital gains tax arrangements or negative gearing arrangements, it should be done together at the same time, simply because of how they interact. Now, on the legislation, today is a massive missed opportunity for renters and first home buyers. Labor's gift of $33 billion of continued handouts to wealthy property speculators means this country's housing crisis will be worse than it needs to be for longer than it should be. The real issue here is this: the test for Labor is whether this legislation will fix Australia's housing crisis for people struggling to buy their first home. And the clear answer is that it will not, because Labor has shown a lack of ambition and a lack of political courage. The housing crisis in Australia is now Labor's housing crisis. They've made it worse since they came into office 4 years ago, and they have spurned chance after chance to try to repair it and bring some real hope to people who are struggling to buy their first homes. And those people are overwhelmingly young Australians. They are stuck in a skyrocketing rental market where rents are soaring out of control and becoming ever more unaffordable, and where they are watching house prices recede into the distance and have been for some time. We need to make housing more affordable for people who are struggling to buy their first home. And we need to cap rents and stop out-of-control rent rises. Those are the policy levers that are available and that Labor has chosen not to pull. Young Australians are watching the drawbridge being pulled up in front of their eyes and cheering from the battlements are the overwhelmingly older people who have the tax advantages that have allowed them to accumulate, in some cases, massive portfolios of investment property, and ultimately those benefits and those tax changes will be significantly grandfathered in by this legislation. So it's no surprise that young people are not cheering. There's a bigger issue here, and that is the way that income derived from labour, from going to work, is taxed, as opposed to income that is derived from capital. And to make the obvious point that in order to derive income from capital, you have to be wealthy enough to buy things in the first place. And for millions of Australians, the dream of share ownership or the dream of an investment property is just that. Something they can never legitimately aspire to because they simply don't have the wealth necessary to buy into the share market or buy an investment property or 10 or 20 or 50 investment properties. Why should we tax income from work so much less advantageously for people than income derived from buying and selling things? There is no good argument. And under current arrangements, if you go to work as a cleaner or in hospo or as a carpenter or a plumber or a nurse, you are paying double the tax on the same amount of money as someone who makes their profits by buying and selling investment properties. That is the system that we've got, and this legislation, while it will make some difference and is...
Senator Kim, could you please resume your seat? It being 11:15, the committee will report. The committee reports progress.
It being 11:15, are there any notices of motion to be given for another day? Senator O'Neill.
Thank you very much, President. Pursuant to notice given yesterday, on behalf of the Standing Committee for the Scrutiny of Delegated Legislation, I withdraw business of the Senate notices motions numbers 2 and 3 for 10 sitting days after today, proposing the disallowance of Treasury Laws Amendment Payday Superannuation Regulations 2026 and Biosecurity Electronic Decision Goods Determination 2026.
Thank you, Senator O'Neill. And is there a report from the Selection of Bills Committee? Senator Sheldon.
The 7th report of 2026 of the Selection of Bills Committee. I seek leave to have the report incorporated in Hansard.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Senator Sheldon.
I move the report be adopted.
Thank you. Thank you. Senator Duniam.
President, I move an amendment to the Selection of Bills report is circulated in the chamber.
Thank you. So the question is the amendment as moved by Senator Duniam be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? No. I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Lock the doors. So the question is the amendment as moved by Senator Duniam to the Selection of Bills Committee report be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Askew as teller for the ayes and Senator Sheldon as teller for the noes. Order. There being 25 ayes and 32 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. I now intend to put the selection of Bills Committee report. So the question is that the motion is moved by Senator Sheldon be agreed to. Those with that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I shall now proceed to the placing of business. Is it desired to postpone or rearrange the business? Minister Gallagher.
Thank you, President. I move that general business notice of motion number 529 be considered during general business today.
So the question is, the motion is moved by Minister Gallagher be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
President, a postponement notification has been lodged in respect of general business notice number 532, postponed to the next day of sitting.
Thank you. I shall now proceed to this discovery of formal business. I'll begin with general business 486, standing in the name of Senator Kovacic. Senator Askew.
Thank you. On behalf of Senator Kovacic, I ask that general business notice of motion number 486 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Askew.
I move the motion.
So the question is that general business 486, standing in the name of Senator Kovacic, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Ayes have it. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Lock the doors. So the question is that general business notice of motion number 486, standing in the name of Senator Kovacic, be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Askew as teller for the ayes and Senator Sheldon as teller for the noes. Order. There being 24 ayes and 32 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. I advise the chamber if further divisions are required, I'll ring the bells for 1 minute. I'll now go to general business notice of motion number 527, standing in the name of Senator Nampijinpa Price. Senator Askew.
Thank you. On behalf of Senator Nampijinpa Price, I ask that general business notice of motion number 527 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Askew.
I move the motion.
So the question is that general business 527 moved by Senator Askew be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. The noes have it. Noes have it. Thank you. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that general business 527, standing in the name of Nampijinpa Price, moved by Senator Askew, be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Askew as teller for the ayes and Senator Sheldon as teller for the noes. Order. There being 24 ayes and 32 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. I'll now go to general business 528, standing in the name of Senator Henderson. Senator Askew.
Thank you. On behalf of Senator Henderson, I ask that general business notice of motion number 528 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Askew.
I move the motion.
So the question is that general business 528, standing in the name of Senator Henderson, moved by Senator Askew, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that general business 528, standing in the name of Senator Henderson and moved by Senator Askew, be agreed to. The ayes should move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Askew as teller for the ayes and Senator Sheldon as teller for the noes. Order. There being 24 ayes and 32 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. I'll now go to general business 530, standing in the name of Senator Antic. Senator Askew.
Thank you. On behalf of Senator Antic, I ask that general business notice of motion number 530 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Askew.
I move the motion.
So the question is that general business notice of motion number 530, standing in the name of Senator Antic and moved by Senator Askew, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Yeah. Lock the doors. So the question is that General Business 530, standing in the name of Senator Antic and moved by Senator Askew, be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Askew as teller for the ayes and Senator Sheldon as teller for the noes. There being 23 ayes and 34 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. I'll now deal with General Business 531, standing in the name of Senator Thorpe. Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I'll call Senator Thorpe. So the question is that General Business 531, standing in the name of Senator Thorpe, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Senators, that concludes formal notices. Formal business, I call the clerk.
Number 1 Bill 2026 and an associated bill, further consideration in Committee of the Whole.
I'll just wait for a change of chair.
(2026) and the Income Tax Rates Amendment Tax Reform Number 1 Bill 2026 and Amendments 3 and 4 on sheet 3882, moved by Senator Chandler. The question is...
I'm sure your microphone is actually on, though.
My microphone. Is my microphone working? Do I need to go through that again? No, all good. Question is that Schedule 1 and 2 stand as printed. Minister?
Thank you. I'll just rise to make a few remarks here. I also would like to table a supplementary explanatory memorandum relating to the government amendments to be moved to the Treasury Laws Amendment Bill, Tax Reform Number 1 Bill 2026. Thank you. Thank you. And just to outline what those amendments are going to be, because it relates directly to some of the discussion we've been having on Amendment 3882. But these, the government amendments and the explanatory memorandum that I just tabled then implements the government changes to the bill announced on the 18th of June 2026. As we announced on that date, the government is proposing targeted amendments to the bill to provide certainty on implementation detail consistent with the original intent of the policies. The amendments extend the eligibility of the 50% active asset reduction to more businesses by increasing the turnover threshold from 2 million to 10 million. They also ensure deductible gift and donations, reduce capital gains that are subject to the minimum tax to maintain tax incentives in relation to charitable giving, to provide the list of income support payments that qualify for an exemption for the minimum tax on capital gains, and to embed the calculation method for the Working Australian tax offset in legislation, and remove ministerial powers no longer needed to give effect to the government's policy intent. The increase in the small business concession eligibility threshold brings eligibility for this concession into line with the turnover threshold for the instant asset write-off. This will mean that all 2.7 million active small businesses and 98% of active businesses will be eligible for a 50% CGT discount on active business assets on top of the discount for inflation where eligible once these reforms are in place. The payments that exempt recipients from the minimum tax on capital gains include age pension, Austudy, carer payment, disability payment, job seeker, parenting payment, youth allowance, family tax benefit, parental leave pay and veteran payment. The government also intends to remove ministerial discretion in relation to the following aspects of the bill, with legislation to be introduced later this year following consultation around the definition of new builds that are eligible to choose a 50% discount on gains accrued from 1st of July 2027 and eligible to access negative gearing for properties purchased after the 12th of May 2026, consistent with the details outlined in the bill. The definition and also the definition of types of housing investment exempt from the limits on negative gearing, including affordable housing. The government will amend these two ministerial powers to limit the scope of both definitions in line with their intended use as an interim step ahead of removing these powers and moving the full definitions into primary law in subsequent legislation. These amendments reflect the substantial consultation undertaken since the budget, consistent with the government's commitment to engage with stakeholders on implementation, and they provide more clarity and confidence to investors and more support for small business. Now, I note also in some of the amendments that have been circulated and will be moved through the course of the committee stage this morning and into the afternoon, there are some amendments that relate to some specific interactions of how the tax system operates and the reforms that are being put in place today. And I just wanted to make clear, and I know there are discussions happening with interested parties on this across the parliament, but we have made clear from the get-go, from the evening the budget was announced, that we were aware that there would be tranches of legislation, as I said in response to Senator Chandler's amendment earlier, that would require us to work through some particular and specific interactions of tax law in subsequent legislation. So we were aware of the issues, some of the issues that Senator Pocock is raising around grandfathering and shared ownership, and we were working through them in the usual way, and we intend to address the arrangements for jointly owned assets in circumstances like inheritance or divorce in subsequent legislation. I think in both answers that I gave yesterday and the Treasurer gave yesterday, we took care around our response, given we are still considering the amendments that were being circulated in the Senate throughout the day, but we have been clear on a number of occasions that the complex details that arise through these reforms remain to be worked through following consultation. But the core arrangements in the bill are consistent with the existing arrangements in the tax system around the acquisition of assets, because wherever possible we have aligned the core legislation with the existing system. Now, there are a number of complex considerations here, including ensuring the right treatment for new build properties, ensuring consistency with existing CGT rollovers that apply to property transfers in these circumstances, and ensuring that changes don't introduce unforeseen integrity risks. So, as we've said all along, legislating significant reforms in tranches is the standard approach. Past reforms such as the GST and other major changes have similarly been implemented in tranches. So I hope that that just provides some additional information about how the government has been and will continue to work through the tax reform package as a whole, including in dealing with some of those issues that are being raised in amendments that we were aware of and are working through carefully, and we'll bring back our response to that through subsequent pieces of legislation.
Senator Chandler.
Thank you, Chair. Just to move to some questions now, in particular in relation to Schedules 1 and 2, because as previously stated, with this amendment, that is what we are seeking to have removed from the bill. Minister, how much in higher taxes are you imposing with your changes to capital gains tax alone contained in Schedule 1?
Minister.
Well, the capital gains tax and negative gearing components, and I think we've been clear across the forward estimates, have a positive impact of $3.6 billion over the forward estimates, and I think about 85% of that revenue is from the changes to negative gearing. So I think that's all published in the budget papers, and I would say in relation to that, the Working Australian tax offset, which is also included in this package, has a forward estimate impact of $6.4 billion. So these, essentially what is being raised through those schedules is being more than offset and returned back to 13.3 million taxpayers through the provision of the Working Australian tax offset.
Senator Chandler.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry, just so I can be very clear, Minister, did you just say of the $3.6 billion in revenue that these changes bring in collectively between capital gains tax changes and negative gearing changes, the negative gearing changes will bring in 85% of that $3.6 billion?
Yes, my understanding that's been provided in a question on notice. That information, about 85% of the revenue across the forward estimates is from the reforms to negative gearing.
Senator Chandler.
Thank you, Chair. So just to be very clear then, because my initial question was in relation to the changes to capital gains tax, how much revenue will the changes to CGT bring in over the forwards?
Minister.
Sorry, I think I was just taking some advice, as you do. We haven't separated the components for, they're published as a combined impact of $3.6 billion, but we have provided that figure, as I understand it, the 85% figure, through a question on notice response, and I think I don't have any further information to provide on that.
Senator Chandler.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry, I'm not trying to be tricky here, but am I correct in saying that the remaining 15% of the $3.6 billion revenue stream from these tax changes would be from the CGT changes?
Minister.
Yes, I think that is over the forward estimate period.
Senator Chandler.
Thank you, Chair. Right, well, I'm glad that we finally do have a response to that question from the Minister, given it was a question that we asked during Senate estimates. It was a question that we asked during the committee inquiry, and it was quite staggering that we went through that two-day inquiry and we were unable to get a cost breakdown from Treasury in relation to the revenue that those changes would bring in. So to be very clear, the $3.6 billion in the budget. Of that, 85% is attributable to the negative gearing changes and 15% of that is attributable to the capital gains tax changes. I just want to be very clear that that's what you're telling this chamber, Minister.
Minister.
I don't think it's. I mean, I'm surprised. I don't think. I think we've been clear. Certainly, I've spoken in interviews about across the forward estimates of that negative gearing has a larger impact than capital gains tax. I don't think that's a secret. So the $3.6 billion that the interaction between the two of them, capital gains tax and negative gearing, has a positive impact of $3.6 billion. Of that, the vast majority comes from the reforms to negative gearing, and as I said, that's being more than offset and returned to taxpayers through the Working Australian Tax Offset, which is $6.4 billion across the forward estimates.
Senator Chandler.
Thank you, Chair. Sure, but there is a difference between saying the majority of revenue stream was attributable to the negative gearing changes and actually having some numbers to put behind that, Minister. So I do thank you for providing that information to the chamber today, finally. Minister, again, we heard extensive evidence during the committee inquiry that estimated that the compliance cost or the regulatory burden to implement these changes and to ensure that businesses are able to comply with these changes would be upwards of $500 million per annum. I think it was CPA Australia that gave that estimate to the committee. Now, how can we justify the $88 million per annum regulatory burden estimate that Treasury has provided when witnesses to the committee were saying that it was going to cost, like I said, well north of $500 million per annum?
Minister.
Thank you. And I note Senator Chandler uses, I think, an estimate of compliance costs from CPA Australia. We can't and don't, I mean, obviously we don't verify their numbers. They use their numbers and defend their numbers. The Treasury estimate is $88 million per year, and Treasury's estimates were calculated in the normal way and informed by their work with the Australian Tax Office, who are the experts on these matters. I would also say to Senator Chandler, the first regulatory reform bill to reduce regulatory burden in this second term of our government was opposed by the opposition. We've got another bill that's currently before the Parliament where we seek to again reduce compliance burdens. And we're also, and again this goes to the issue of the tax reform package as a whole, we have been, obviously there's been a lot of commentary and interest in certain elements of the tax system, of the tax reform packages, but also if you have a look at the other elements, so where we're trying to, the tax reform package seeks to make a simpler and more sustainable tax system. The instant deduction, for an example, will relieve, I think people are pretty keen on being able to have an instant tax deduction of $1,000 without receipts. Also the instant asset write-off and making that permanent. Modernising PAYG to help businesses, and then of course there's a whole range of other investments into small business. But you have to look at the tax reform package as a whole. I understand that the politics of this debate mean that you will be, picking certain numbers to support your arguments, but the Treasury estimate for the compliance cost is a much, much smaller number than that provided by the CPA. And as I said, we don't verify or work through their numbers. They're matters for the CPA to defend.
Senator Chandler.
Thank you very much, Chair. Recognising what you've just said, that the CPA Australia numbers are a matter for them, it's still a pretty big difference. Has Treasury done any analysis to determine whether or not the compliance cost number that they came up with, the $88 million, is an accurate breakdown, since we've had evidence to the committee inquiry that suggests that that number might have undercooked it slightly.
Minister.
Well, Treasury doesn't usually adjust its numbers based on submissions to an inquiry. I mean, Treasury's estimate is Treasury's estimates based on the information they have. They work with the ATO. It informs the advice they provide, but their advice to government and publicly is that the compliance cost estimate is $88 million per year, and we continue. Thank you, and we continue to, as I said, through every way possible, look at how we reduce compliance burdens on business and individuals, and there are a number of elements in this budget that seek to do that I would hope the opposition are able to support, including the instant asset write-off, expanding dynamic monthly business tax instalments on an opt-in basis if businesses would like to do that, and we will continue to progress regulatory reform through the term of this government. But in this budget alone, the instant asset write-off, making that permanent, I mean, there's modernising PAYG, and the instant tax deduction is making a simpler tax system, and Treasury, in terms of their estimate on compliance cost, remains at $88 million.
Senator Chandler.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, just going back a bit, you referenced in your initial response to my question about the revenue that would be brought in by the capital gains tax changes alone. You said that information had been provided in a question on notice. Could you tell me to which Senate committee or to which inquiry, or indeed to the estimates process, if that was the case, that Quan was provided to?
Sorry,
Minister.
I missed the last bit, Senator Chandler, but I think you can answer. I've just been advised that the answer to the question on notice was taken through the inquiry to the bill, so through the economics legislation inquiry into the bill, and was provided to the committee on Monday.
Senator Chandler.
Thank you very much, Minister. Minister, how much is collected by the minimum 30% tax on taxpayers with less than $45,000 in taxable income?
Senator Chandler.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Minister. How much is collected by the minimum 30% tax on taxpayers with less than $45,000 in taxable income?
Minister.
Just seeing if we have that information available. I'm advised that we don't have that information available today to provide you, Senator Chandler. It hasn't been. I don't think it hasn't been assessed by essentially in that way. I'll see if there's anything further I can provide you, but my advice is we don't have those numbers here.
Senator Chandler.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, why? I mean, this is a I know there's a bit of paper shuffling over there. This is an entirely foreseeable and I think important, an element of this taxation package that's important to consider. Is there a reason why no one in the department has seemingly broken down this particular element of the revenue stream?
Minister.
Yeah. Sorry, Senator Chandler, it's difficult to be listening to your question and trying to get advice on your question at the same time. If your question related to why we don't have that number, is it, essentially? My second question did, yes. Yeah. It's not broken down in that way for reporting through the budget process at an aggregate level. That's not how Treasury provide those numbers. So I'm not in a position to give you a breakdown in the way that you're seeking to break that number down.
Senator Chandler.
Thank you. Minister, during Senate estimates earlier this month, I asked the Treasury Secretary whether Treasury had undertaken any specific assessment of how the government's capital gains tax and negative gearing changes would affect women. Now, that question was taken on notice at the time. Minister, as the Finance Minister and the Minister for Women, can you confirm that you did not ask Treasury to analyse the impact of these tax reforms on women before they were announced?
Minister.
So, as Minister for Women, I get a range of information on the measures through the budget process, as you would understand, and we publish the Women's Budget Statement, which actually does have, from my recollection, I don't have that book in front of me, but it does have a section that relates to tax reform and impact on women. But as the general, gender analysis will show when we look at matters around tax, and you can see it in the tax expenditure insight statement, which reports now on gender as well, breaks it down, that overwhelmingly tax concessions, when they apply, overall, more than a majority benefit men, because women tend to have less assets and less income. And so the way the tax system works and tax concession works is that overall men tend to do better out of tax concessions than women because of for those reasons: lower income, lower assets. In terms of was some gender analysis done on the tax reform, I can confirm that there was, and in general, not that we usually release specific or individual analysis because they remain cabinet documents. The reforms put forward, which would improve gender equality by reducing the relative generosity of the current concessions, which primarily benefit older and higher income taxpayers, and men are overrepresented at the higher income levels and report a larger share of net capital gains. And just going back to that, thank you to those that found the information for me, the tax expenditure and insight statement in 2022-23, by gender, it reports 420,000 men and 410,000 women use the CGT discount. Men receive 58% of the benefit from the discount. By gender, it was equal on taxpayers who claimed rental reduction, so 1.2 million men, 1.2 million women, but men received 57% of the benefit from those deductions. When we look at other elements of the package in relation to the Working Australian tax offset and the instant deduction by gender, because obviously 13.3 million taxpayers will receive a tax cut of up to $250 in 27-28 from the Working Australian tax offset, including 6.3 million women, which constitutes 48% of those who benefit, and 47% of the WATO benefit is expected to go to women. On the instant tax deduction, 3.3 million beneficiaries of that, or 54% 54% of that for the 26-27 income year are expected to be women, with 52% of the instant tax deduction benefit is expected to go to women. Although more women than men are expected to benefit, and this goes back to the earlier point, the average benefit for men is higher than for women, so men receiving the order of $215 through the instant tax deduction than women, which would be around $200, and that is driven really by the underlying distribution of taxable incomes. Men have higher average taxable incomes than women and are subject to higher marginal tax rates on average. The Women's Budget Statement includes information on the gender impacts of various tax policies, including the combined impact of the government's tax cuts and tax deduction. And for an average Australian female worker on 68,343, the combined benefit of those tax cuts and the instant tax deduction could be up to $2,494 per year from 27-28 relative to 23-24 tax settings. So on average, for an average Australian female worker, earning that income would potentially, all things being equal, benefit almost $2,500 per year compared to the 23-24 tax settings. And I'm not sure there's more I need to provide there. But so yes, we do consider these and assess them. And in fact, the tax expenditure insight statement, and I thank the Treasury and the Treasurer for this, now report against those by gender.
Senator Chandler.
Thank you. First of all, Minister, there were a few numbers in that document that you were reading from there. Is there any possibility you could table that document for the Senate?
Minister.
Look, I'm sure, I'm happy to provide that in a way that, outside of this, I don't know how we do. It's like a question on notice. I'm happy to provide those numbers to you, Senator Chandler.
Senator Chandler.
Thank you, Chair. So, Minister, there was a lot of content in that answer that you just provided, but can I just paraphrase that first part? Am I correct in saying that you have undertaken specific assessment of how the government's CGT changes and negative gearing changes would affect women, but you aren't willing to provide that information, a breakdown of what that impact looks like to the Senate?
Well, I did, in a sense. I did in relation to reporting against the current arrangements for CGT and rental deductions, and in future tax expenditure and insight statements, because of the changes we've made to that report, which do report on and provide some gender analysis in that, once these reforms are put in place, which obviously is from the 1st of July 2027, that report would continue to provide that information. If there's anything more I can provide you with, we have done, as you know, we do gender responsive budgeting, so we do consider measures coming through the ERC process through gender analysis or gender impact assessment, depending on the size of the measures and the kind of the magnitude of it, and we did so for these reforms.
Senator Chandler.
Thank you, Chair. So, Minister, can you provide that modelling to the Senate?
Minister.
So no, they're cabinet documents, but I did say in my earlier answer, so just to be clear, that if you look at Schedule 1, which is CGT, and I specifically read out the relevant paragraph, that the proposal would improve gender equality by reducing the relative generosity of the current CGT discount, which primarily benefits older and higher income taxpayers, and we know that men are overrepresented at higher income levels and report a larger share of net capital gains. So I'm not tabling the document, it's a cabinet document, it's a budget document, but that's essentially summarising the analysis, and we did it for the other schedules as well. It's a similar on negative gearing. The proposal would support gender equality by reducing a concession that currently provides a greater benefit to higher income taxpayers, which the majority of those are more likely to be men. And if if we are, our support for first home buyers component too, if we're reducing investor demand for particular types of housing, that could support more women to enter the housing market. And when we look at the Working Australian tax offset, that's fairly evenly spread across genders, so it's a kind of has a neutral impact there. And I think on the instant tax deduction, women are expected to receive slightly more than half of the total tax relief provided by that measure.
Senator Chandler.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, we heard evidence at, I believe it might have been Senate estimates rather than the inquiry into these bills, that Treasury had not undertaken modelling on the productivity impacts of these changes. Is that still the case? And if it is still the case, why has the government not fully modelled the productivity impacts of these changes?
Thank you. I refer back to the evidence that was given at estimates on this, but I can say the evidence that I recall sitting there listening to the Treasury advice is that the reforms are, so Treasury, it's coming back to me now. Treasury's advice is that the reforms in the budget, taken as a whole, support their confidence about their productivity forecasts, which are outlined in the budget. And so that, if I recall macroeconomic group's appearance, it was a long appearance, but I think that was essentially encapsulated all of the evidence provided that day. And they went through, and we have this every estimates hearing about modelling and what constitutes modelling, and I think the way that the officials dealt with that was that when they have considered, because macro has a certain way of viewing modelling, they don't do necessarily individual specific reforms. They build, what leads them to kind of support the productivity numbers in the budget is the amalgamation of all of the decisions taken in the budget. I'm sure someone will correct me if I'm wrong on that, but no one's looking particularly worried in the box. But I think the other argument that was made, or evidence given, was that by removing some of the distortions that exist now in the tax system, and we've seen that, and it's very clear when you look at the tables in Budget Statement 4, which again I don't have with me, but Budget Statement 4 of BP1, when you go through those tables and look at, the evidence, or what those tables show that there has been a significant, attraction in investing in established properties away from other types of asset classes. And so by essentially rebalancing that and making the system neutral to that, and changing negative gearing so that things can't be separated really, by making those decisions we've made on negative gearing, we are supporting a system that allows investors to make decisions in a more efficient way by making decisions based on real return. What is the best and most productive use of my investment dollars into what asset class, rather than established property delivers the best in terms of tax concessions and returns. And that's what we are seeking to do here. Yes, okay, thank you. I've got a memory. My some information just passed me is Treasury Deputy Secretary Dr Grant stated in estimates that the proposed reforms provide us with greater confidence in achieving the medium-term the productivity assumption, not forecast, the productivity assumption of 1.2% per year, which is outlined in the budget papers. In testimony to the Senate inquiry, former Productivity Commission Chair Michael Brennan and independent economist Sol Eslake discussed possible productivity benefits of the reforms, and their views are consistent with the department's assessment. Mr Eslake said the reforms are expected to improve economic efficiency and housing affordability by reducing tax distortions that favour property speculation. And Mr Brennan noted the productivity effects come from improving the allocation of capital, but the overall change to Australia's investment environment is relatively modest.
Senator Chandler.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I do recall that evidence, Minister, at the Senate inquiry, but I also recall that those witnesses said during the inquiry that they hadn't undertaken specific modelling to bear out that assessment, that was sort of a general assumption that they were making without being able to put numbers behind it. Can we just go back to the Treasury, the Treasury modelling though around the productivity impacts of these changes? So, just so I'm very clear that I've understood what you've said, Treasury haven't undertaken specific analysis on how these tax changes impact productivity. They come up with some aggregate number based on all of the provisions that are within the budget and say this will be the overall impact. And and are you saying that you don't have to hand a specifically itemised list of the productivity impacts of every budget measure? Obviously every budget measure aside, specifically what I'm interested in hearing about today are the CGT changes and the negative gearing changes.
Minister.
So again, the advice estimate and the productivity assumption in the budget has a lot of inputs into it. It's not just the tax reform component. So, and I think Macro went through how they approached the task of getting all of those various inputs across the economy and decisions, obviously, that the government takes through the budget process. In terms of having confidence about the productivity assumption that is provided in the budget documents, and that it's not something that's done on an individual kind of smaller measure. It's built up. It's a built-up model of a lot of different pieces of information that feed into that 1.2 number. So again, I'm not sure we can take it much further than that. There's the budget papers have been published. Treasury have sort of explained about how they come to those numbers that are provided in the budget. And in terms of productivity, the focus of the government, we've been clear in the documents around the productivity reforms in the budget, including on the regulatory reduction approach, the legislation and other decisions that are being made, the effort that's going into productivity more broadly, and about making sure that we are throwing everything we can across government and across the economy at driving productivity growth, which, as we know from discussions in this place, that low productivity growth has been a feature of the Australian, or lower productivity growth has been a feature of the Australian economy for some time, and the decade to 2020 was the slowest productivity growth in 60 years. So this is not a new challenge for our economy. We're bringing new effort and additional effort into responding to some of that challenges. But this has been something that's been a feature, particularly Senator Chandler, during your term of government.
Senator. Oh, sorry, Senator Chandler.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Just while you're getting yourself comfortable there. I mean, Minister, this was a concern that we heard raised repeatedly during the Senate inquiry, that that businesses, particularly in the tech space, were concerned about the productivity impacts of these changes. I think all the business peak bodies came in and presented to the committee and raised concerns around the impact of these changes on productivity. So I'm wondering, beyond the macro productivity number that is contained within the budget, subsequent to the budget being handed down in May, and as we went through this very short Senate inquiry process, noting that Treasury didn't have time to read every submission, has Treasury done any further analysis to determine the productivity impacts of the CGT changes and the negative gearing changes specifically?
Minister.
Well, Treasury's work, in terms of advising government on the numbers and the impact, is reflected in the budget papers. Treasury has been undertaking continued consultations since budget day in a number of areas, and that led to the government moving a number of amendments, which I foreshadowed earlier, or we will, in terms of consultation. So Treasury has been doing continued work on these reforms and will continue to do so as subsequent tranches of legislation come before this chamber. But I think my earlier evidence remains. Treasury do a lot of analysis to inform the numbers that are reflected in the budget that considered tax reform as a component of feeding into those productivity assumptions. And I think if you look at some of the evidence to the committee through the submission process, some of the experts, talk about having small but positive impacts on productivity for the economy. If you look at ANU Tax and Transfer Policy Institute inquiry submission, and as the same as some of the independent experts who provided, including in an open letter from some academic experts, which says the existing CGT discount rewards investment based on tax minimisation rather than genuine productivity. Replacing it with a cost-based indexation across all assets will help reduce that damaging incentive. That's even worse. So Treasury's advice to government that leads to the numbers in the budget has been addressed at estimates. The further work Treasury's been doing has really been consulting on those areas we identified on budget night.
Senator Chandler.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, again, in reference to some of your previous answers, you yourself have been referencing responses to questions on notice in relation to the Senate committee inquiry into these bills. My understanding is that those responses to questions on notice were circulated by the relevant Senate committee at 5 to midday, so a bit more than 35 minutes ago. Now, I note that it's not an instantaneous process by which Treasury sends quans to a Senate committee and they are circulated for senators to read. I was wondering whether you could tell the chamber at what time these questions on notice were provided to the Economics Committee for circulation.
Minister.
Thank you. My understanding was the end of close of business Monday.
Senator Chandler.
That, Minister. Minister, I do want to turn to some of the small business concerns that have been aerated through the committee inquiry process into this legislation, and indeed more broadly through the media and through social media for those businesses that were not able to submit or were submitted but didn't have their submissions processed or weren't able to present at the Senate inquiry. Minister, even after your amendments to take the turnover for the small business concession to $10 million, 9 out of 10 small businesses remain worse off, as you have removed the 50% CGT discount, which could be stacked with small business concessions. Why do you continue then to claim that small businesses are protected from your CGT changes?
Minister.
I'm not certain, Senator Chandler, I'm just trying to understand, you said 9 out of 10. I'm not sure where you got that figure from in your question. Like, are you referencing... sorry, just in order to understand. The advice to me and the changes, we're making changes about how the concession is calculated. We're not taking away the concession. So small businesses obviously will have that. We're raising the threshold from 2 million to 10, the turnover threshold for the existing, component. I think there's 4 components in the small business, potentially, depending, on what you're eligible for. But one of them is the existing 50% active asset reduction, so increasing that turnover threshold from 2 million to 10 million. But then the new way of calculating CGT concession will still remain available. Yeah, so...
Senator Chandler.
Minister, you've still removed the 50% CGT discount that they otherwise would have had.
Yes, but we're replacing it, like that is changing. That's the reform that we're changing, is moving from a flat 50% concession to a concession that's, that seeks to tax real gains when adjusted after adjustments for inflation. But I think it's, some of the way, I may be misreading it from you, but the idea that we're just removing something and not replacing it, or not having a different way of calculating the concession or the discount is not correct.
Senator Chandler.
Thank you, Chair. So, Minister, have you undertaken any analysis to determine what the difference will be for businesses if they don't currently, if they have the 50% CGT discount removed from them as an option, and then they now have your new way of undertaking these concessions? Do you know, have you undertaken analysis to demonstrate that businesses will be better off under your new plan?
Minister.
Well, so yes, because the threshold has changed for a start. So there's all those businesses that were operating above 2 and below 10 that will now have access to the 50% active asset reduction. This means that all 2.7 million active small businesses, so all active small businesses, not just some, and 98% of active businesses will be eligible for concessional treatment. This is on top of the other concessions, obviously, which we haven't gone to, but which, depending on your circumstance and etc., what you're doing when you make that gain or when you trigger that capital gain event, which means eligible small business owners pay reduced or no capital gains, including when the time comes to sell. So we do have an understanding of that, and I think that threshold thing, the increase in the threshold from 2 million to 10 million, which appreciate the discussions we've had with COSBOA, or the Treasury's had with COSBOA over the last little while, has been an important adjustment to make under these reforms.
Senator Chandler.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, why did you not extend all 4 small business CGT concessions to businesses with a turnover under $10 million? Why only the active asset concession but not the 15-year exemption, the retirement exemption and the rollover exemption?
Minister.
In terms of the government's decisions, lifting that threshold was really the most effective way to reach as many businesses, well, all 2.7 million active small businesses. I think it aligns it with other small business concessions, and we believe in the most affordable and effective way deals with some of the concerns that have been raised since the reforms have been announced. And I thank my advisor for bringing this to my attention, but I think if you go to Budget Paper 1, page 149, you can see there's a table there, box 4.2, which shows really part of the issue we're addressing here is that under the 50% CGT arrangements, the discount arrangements, that there are significant periods of time over the last 25 years where investors have been undercompensated for inflation under the 50% CGT discount model. Moving to an indexation model will address that. You're taxing real gains.
Senator Chandler.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, if you were aligning the definition of small businesses to $10 million, why are they not getting the 15-year exemption, the retirement exemption and the rollover exemption?
Minister.
So we have looked at this. We think 90% of small businesses still get access to those concessions, but we think this is the most effective way to ensure that all 2.7 million active small businesses are eligible for concessional treatment in a way that is both, deals with the issues that have been raised by some of the issues being raised by small business with us, but also does so in an affordable way.
Senator Chandler.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, even after the application of small business CGT concessions, are small business owners still subject to the 30% minimum capital gains tax?
Minister.
Yes, they are.
Now, if there are no... Senator Chandler.
I know. All good, Chair. Minister, it's been noted by the media that many single older women use limited recourse borrowing arrangements to provide for their secure retirement. Why is the government supporting taking this secure retirement avenue away?
Minister.
Thank you. Well, I understand that there's been some accountants who say they use this in a particular set of circumstances. The reason, but I haven't actually seen the gender breakdown of limited recourse borrowing, but my assessment, as I understand it, there's about 4,000 properties per year. So a very small percentage of the residential market utilises limited recourse borrowing arrangements. And I should say that SMSFs are still able to purchase residential properties. The change here is that you can't borrow to purchase residential properties. And we're responding, in fact, to the issue of the Council of Financial Regulators, but also under the Murray inquiry, which found that these arrangements can represent a significant risk to some individuals' retirement savings, particularly when they have low balance SMSFs with high asset concentration or personal guarantees. As Minister for Women, when I talk with women's organisations, well, if I can answer, you can have the opportunity to ask questions, but when I work with women's organisations and women's advocacy organisations right across the economy, in non-government sector, in business, in industry, those organisations, when they are talking to me about issues that affect women, they are definitely talking about housing, but it's actually even being able to rent or afford a house to live in. It's around making sure they have superannuation. That's a good start, which, as you know, we have done a number of things to make sure that women get a better deal when it comes to superannuation, including boosting the low-income super tax offset. Well, you think super's a scam. Well, yeah, I know you think it's a scam, Senator Bragg. Like, everything about you, everything you say in committees, I understand what you think about super. Yeah, I was going to say, I'm not the one obsessed, Senator Bragg. With all due respect, your hatred and loathing, particularly of industry superannuation, is well understood and well known.
I'll just get
in
you to
this
resume
chamber.
Minister, if you resume your seat just for a minute. I'm sorry to interrupt you, Minister. I know it's very tempting to take the interjections. It's not my time you're wasting, Senator Bragg. And if you want the call, stand up and I'll give it to you. Minister.
Yes, so that is well understood, Senator Bragg. So anything you say about super really should be seen through the lens that you don't think people should have super. Well, we have a different view on that. We think superannuation and being able to live a dignified retirement with savings accumulated through your working life is an important part of the social compact we have here in this country, and we don't resolve from that. And we have, since coming to government, looked at ways to make the system fairer and stronger, and accept that you, I think, have voted no to any of those reforms. Yes, so going back to the question around women, the issues that are raised with me around super and women and how to get a better deal are: how do we make sure women are paid properly for the work they do? How do we close the gender pay gap? Because when we're doing those things, women will get more super into their superannuation account. How do we compensate for periods of time away from work, like paid parental leave? And we're dealing with that. And for those on lower incomes, the lower income super tax offset, which we are adjusting and increasing, have all been part of our thinking. So I don't know that any criticism of the government in terms of how we approach the question of superannuation and women is warranted. This is a decision taken quite separately to that around risks to financial stability and ensuring that people's retirement savings aren't impacted by decisions to borrow against this SMSF.
Senator Chandler.
Thank you, Chair. Can we just go back to the new limited recourse borrowing arrangements? Which superannuation industry bodies did the government consult with regarding this amendment before agreeing to it, and on what dates did those consultations occur?
Minister.
Look, I don't have that information available with me. It would, and I think, this is an issue that has been around for a long time. It was first raised in 2014 under your government. Obviously, in another area, we see you get some information and you do nothing about it, as is symbolic of that period of time in government. You got a whole lot of information about a whole lot of things and you did nothing about it. This is add that one to the list. So this is not a new issue in terms of people raising it. I don't know that I'm going to be able to provide an answer to when, who, how, all of that, but I will see what I can provide if there is anything further.
Senator Chandler.
Well, in relation to whether there's anything that you're able to provide further, Minister, I note that the Treasurer has referred to advice from the Council of Financial Regulators in 2019 and 2022 relevant to these changes. Will the Minister undertake to table that advice in full and confirm whether that advice recommended prohibiting these borrowing arrangements?
Minister.
Well, my understanding is those reports are public. So the Council of Financial Regulators 2022 report, in that report it says limited recourse borrowing arrangements, or LRBAs, can represent a significant risk to some individuals' retirement savings, particularly when they have low balance SMSFs with high asset concentrations and or personal guarantees. In terms of the earlier inquiry, though, the one that your government received in the 2014 Murray Financial System inquiry, it says direct borrowing by superannuation funds is inconsistent with the objectives of superannuation to be a savings vehicle for retirement income. It also went on to say a prohibition would preserve the strengths and benefits for the superannuation system has delivered to individuals, the financial system and the economy, and limit the risks to taxpayers. And that was from the Murray inquiry.
Senator Chandler.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, the Treasurer has stated that the changes to limited recourse borrowing will improve the budget position by $50 million over the forward estimates. And I was wondering whether the Minister could tell the Chamber on what date did the Treasury first provide the government with a costing for this measure, and on what date did the Treasury first provide advice recommending it?
Minister.
Look, I don't know how we take things on notice in this process, but there was advice provided following the committee inquiry hearings where this issue was raised, and I would expect that the costing would have come alongside that or just after. An indicative costing, yes. I mean, the Treasurer did say in his media conference when announcing this was that it's an indicative costing and it will be updated in the mid-year economic and fiscal update at the end of the year, as is normal for any decisions taken post-budget. We update them in the next economic update.
Senator Chandler.
Thank you, Minister. I note that you have endeavoured to provide that information in whatever way possible, but just so I'm very clear, you said that it was the costings and the advice was likely provided following the committee inquiry. Was that following?
Thank you.
I don't think I paraphrased you too much there. Was that following the inquiry, or was that following the tabling of the report into the inquiry?
Minister.
Look, I don't know that I can be any more specific than I've already been, Senator Chandler. In relation to the decision the government has taken and was announced, I think on Thursday,
we made some announcements on Thursday last week and then announced earlier this week. The advice, my understanding is the advice on limited recourse borrowing. My advice is that that advice was provided from Treasury post the committee hearing. If I can be more specific than that, I will.
Senator Chandler.
Okay, so at some point between the Senate committee hearings wrapping up and the Treasurer announcing the changes last Thursday, it would be fair to say that the advice and the costing had been provided?
Minister.
Yeah, so sorry, I did try to I wasn't clear in my earlier answer, but I was saying on Thursday, so before, because I think the committee reported on Thursday or Friday, I can't remember, it was last week sometime. We made some amendments, we made some announcement about amendments on Thursday last week, which go to the small business arrangements, some of the decisions we took on testamentary discretionary trusts and a few other things. The decision reflected in announcement on limited recourse borrowing. The announcement was made on Tuesday this week.
Senator Chandler.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, just to move on to a different topic then, the impact of your tax changes on housing. We know that the budget says 35,000 fewer homes will be built as a result of the CGT changes and the negative gearing changes. We also know that the reason any houses are being built is because of the infrastructure fund that you've borrowed from previous coalition policy that we have indeed since matched and increased. So, Minister, I was wondering whether you had a breakdown of how many of those 35,000 fewer homes that will be built under these changes are as a result of the CGT changes in Schedule 1 alone.
Oh, yes, okay. Minister.
Well, again, I think this goes back to our earlier discussion where it's not broken down by impact on capital gains alone. The advice that feeds into the figure, is my understanding, of the impact on 35,000 over the next decade, and that's comparing just on the tax changes. So as you say, we've made a range of other decisions in the budget papers and in the budget measures which will increase housing supply by 30,000 because of the investments we're making in the housing infrastructure side of the budget. That 35,000 dwellings number is not broken down for... Yeah, thank you. It's not broken down by a particular change to just one element of the package.
Now, before I call Senator Chandler, I just know that Senator Pocock is waiting patiently. Senator Chandler, I'm keen to share the call around if we can. Thank you. Senator Pocock.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Senator Chandler. Chair, I seek leave to withdraw amendments standing my name on sheets 3878 and 3898.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Senator Pocock.
Thank you, Chair. I withdraw these amendments. I've been provided with assurances from the government, including by Minister Gallagher in this chamber earlier, that they will address the issues I've raised regarding the need to preserve grandfathers' CGT and negative gearing concessions in the case of death or divorce, and will give effect to this in the next tranche of legislation. I don't think this is ideal. This should have been sorted out in this primary legislation. The Senate should have had more time to actually look at these issues that we are identifying. However, I'm prepared to take the government's commitment in good faith. and therefore will no longer proceed with the amendments, which is a couple less votes in the guillotine. I do want to say, though, as a crossbencher, that the government's language is a little bit disappointing. They're saying that this is something that they knew about all along and were going to address, and yet just this morning we had ministers on radio saying that it wasn't an issue, and it was just how the system worked, and there was nothing to see here. And so just to note it as a crossbencher, when you engage in good faith with amendments, it seems like the Labor government has this default position on private senators' bills, on amendments, unless they absolutely have to. They don't really want to entertain any, and I think we could have a far more constructive politics. But these amendments do go to fairness and are also ensuring that this legislation doesn't disadvantage predominantly women, who, as I said yesterday, statistically outlive us men, have less superannuation savings, and clearly, if you look at the case of death or divorce, this is something that we need to be taking into account. So I thank the government for your good faith commitment, for the Treasurer's office and his staff who have worked on this, and I look forward to seeing the government deliver it in the next tranche of legislation.
Thank you, Senator Pocock. The Senate notes that you've withdrawn your amendments. Oh, sorry, Minister, my apologies.
Thank you. Just to follow on from Senator Pocock, because I did try to address these when he wasn't in the chamber, and I think a couple of things. Well, one, I take your criticism of, well, I don't accept it, but I note the criticism you made of the government. I would say that, we try to engage in good faith in this chamber, and the door is open to anyone who has ideas and amendments and suggestions. And when I was, but that requires crossbenchers or members of the opposition also putting those forward. I understand there was a crossbench briefing yesterday that went for nearly an hour, and some of the issues, Senator Pocock, that you've raised through amendments were not raised through that forum, and that, that's your choice about whether you use that forum for that. But even, I'm just saying that it's not just a one-way street. You could have raised some of your concerns around this with the Treasurer, engaged, sort of way through. It's just, no, I'm not saying that, Senator Bragg. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying it's not a one-way street here. My understanding and how I choose to work is my door is always open. If anyone comes and says, I think you need to amend your bill, or this is a particular concern, then I sit down and talk with them about it. I may agree with them, I may disagree with them, but I try to get to the bottom of it, and I think that goes to the Treasurer and other ministers as well. And yesterday, I think, Senator Pocock, you raised this in question time, and in my answer, because there are a number of different ways, because the system is complex, big reform, is complex. I said earlier, the GST, the new tax system, had 30 bills that came through to implement that reform because of these, different interactions that happen across the tax legislation, that exists in Australia. It is not unusual to have an overarching piece and then do subsequent pieces of legislation, of which, particular circumstances and arrangements, whether it be inheritance, marital breakdown, tenancy arrangements, a whole range of things, will need to be worked through and responded to in subsequent tranches of legislation, where there is obviously open room for debate on all of those things. The government had been clear that this was going to be our approach. We made that clear on budget night, that there would be, a series of bills that implement the decisions. But in order to get these ones locked down, the overarching architecture has to happen before you can do subsequent pieces of legislation. It's the nature of how you approach this task. And we have TLABs in here all the time because of that. Treasury laws are constantly being amended because of the various ways changes interact across different pieces of the statute. But dealing with this piece allows the focus on the second piece, which will deal with a lot of these specific interactions and how they occur. And I think I've been clear in a number of interviews, the Treasurer has been clear in a number of interviews, that we're aware of the fact that we need a second piece of legislation and that we will be dealing in there with some of the more specific interactions and complex interactions that exist across the tax legislative program.
Senator Pocock.
Thank you, Minister, for that, and we do appreciate the briefings. I always took what happens in there to be confidential, but given that you're wanting to tell everyone what questions I didn't ask people,
I didn't mean to breach any confidence.
Maybe for people's understanding, there are a whole range of bills, and it's sort of fairly rapid fire. It's not like you get a chance to go through every single one of your amendments or concerns about bills. It's a good thing that the government does, but it is in no way an opportunity to talk at length about suggested amendments. As to the GST bills, there was also a 3-month Senate inquiry into those changes through a select committee. I think that's in stark contrast to what senators are having to deal with when it comes to these changes, which was a almost farcical, compressed Senate inquiry, a huge number of concerns raised, the government palming most of them off and saying, well, sure, we'll deal with them down the track, and a lot of stakeholders rightly concerned. And as someone who actually agrees with the intent of these bills, my argument has been, if it's about closing loopholes, let's do it properly. And I don't understand why there is such an urgent rush for changes that only come into effect down the track. Like, surely we should just get this right. And I think the Greens had an opportunity to do exactly that, to make sure that we are closing the loopholes. We are creating a tax system that rewards hard work and taxes sweat less than it taxes equity. So I appreciate the Minister's commitment on this, but it's some of it's hard to cop when you're really scrambling to get stuff drafted. We've talked about drafting resources so many times as a crossbench. We agree with the intent of the bill. We're putting forward amendments in good faith, and then we're somehow accused of not engaging.
Minister.
Look, and I'm sorry if I've breached confidence. That was not the intention of making that remark, but I am responding to the fact that there are multiple avenues for discussions to occur, and that it's not, that you criticise the government. I'm merely saying if there was plenty of opportunity for discussions to be had on these matters, well before this committee stage of the report. In relation to in the inquiry, there has been a Senate Select inquiry into this that did go for some period of time. Also, these issues are not, have been well ventilated over a number of years that I can recall in public debate. This legislation seeks to provide the certainty that the reforms are changing. The reforms are being made. It provides certainty about the way forward, and then the subsequent opportunity for extensive discussion and consultations will happen.
Order.
Will happen on the second piece of legislation, and I would encourage everyone who's interested in that to get involved and to engage early, and we as ministers stand ready to support those consultations.
Senator Bragg.
I have a couple of questions on housing. Before I do that, I want to withdraw amendment Acting Chair 3893, please.
Leave to do
that. Thank you.
By leave. So is leave granted? Leave is
Thank
granted.
you very much. So effectively this budget's now been announced 4 times in 4 different ways. On the 13th of May you had the main budget. On the 18th of June you announced a bunch of different changes for small businesses. 23 June you announced the self-managed super fund thing. 25th of June today you announced you're not going to do the death and divorce tax. So on what basis is the original regulatory impact analysis actually valid? Which model of these 4 budgets did you actually cost?
Minister.
Well, you know, another wonderful contribution from Senator Bragg. Cynical, treats it like it's a bit of a joke, a bit funny, a bit schoolboy, a bit university. This is significant and serious tax reform. You might find it funny and entertaining. We flagged on budget night that there would be further consultations in a number of areas. We are doing that. We flagged on budget night that there would be several pieces of legislation. That has not changed. The arrangements and the budget we tabled is the tax reform we are proceeding with some amendments that we have responded to. Now, you know, either you don't respond to ideas that come forward and then you're criticised for not responding. Where we can reach agreement and make sensible adjustments to the overall package, you criticise us for that. You know, one might think that maybe you don't support this overall tax reform, Senator Bragg, and that you're going to criticise whatever happens, you know, and you'll see it in the cynical lens that the opposition has chosen to view this important reform. You know, as someone who's so fixed on housing, you know, and you are, you know, you've been focused on this in the last term and this term. A shame that you weren't as focused in the government that you were a member of when they built about 370 social and affordable housing properties over a decade. Could have done with your level of interest that you have now then when you were actually in a position to make decisions and deliver on them. But anyway, put that aside. I would have thought, you know, if you weren't a member of the Liberal Party, you would support these changes to negative gearing capital gains tax, because you know that what we say is true, that the distortion that exists in the housing market and its intersection with the tax system at the moment is not working in the interests of every Australian. Now, it may be working in the interests of some, and that's fine. Those laws are there and the arrangements are there as they are today. But when these laws change, we think it will be a better and fairer system for a lot more people. And I think, because I've watched you on housing and I listen to what you say on it, I can't reconcile your focus on housing in this country as a key, you know, economic and social priority, and your opposition to these changes. I just can't reconcile them, and so therefore I have to think that, you know, you probably don't think that. It's just because you're, you know, over there that you have to take this political position. But it's really, really clear that first home buyers, younger generations, have been competing with investors for established housing in this country, and they have often lost out because they are not able to avail themselves of the concessional treatment that the laws currently allow to compete on a level playing field. And we think that's wrong. We think the status quo, the system as it stands now, the status quo that you seek to protect, is broken. And these reforms tackle that. You know, and so this is the budget we tabled on budget night. These are the laws that we're debating that relate to those decisions. We've made adjustments where they're sensible and reasonable and affordable to do so. We think that's a good thing, a government that listens and responds, and we will bring forward further legislation to implement the full package over the next over this calendar year.
Senator Bragg, were you wanting to?
Yes.
Yep. I'll come to you, Senator Hanson.
Look,
Senator Bragg.
I mean, in the interest of time, and given that the Minister wants to make political speeches, I'll just note a few things for the record, because I think this is an important process of our parliament. So what we don't have as it stands, given you want to pass this bill today, is any sense of what the definition of a new build would be. I know you flagged that it will be in future legislation, but I would have thought that if you're going to crow about some sort of a tax reform on housing, that the housing tax reform, noting the bunny years here, an indication of my view that it's not really a reform, because $77 billion in new taxes is not actually tax reform. When you leave the country with the highest pay-as-you-go system and the highest capital gains tax system in the English-speaking world. But I note that we have no sense of what a definition of a new build would be, which I would have thought would be pretty germane to this endeavour, but apparently that's not. The other thing that we also don't have is any explanation as to the question I asked before when I received a political torrent in relation to the regulatory impact analysis, which version of this budget was actually put through the analysis. We also don't have any sense of why there's been a distinction in this new reform, as you say, between a new build and an existing home in relation to your principal reforms. But then when you come to your reforms to prevent superannuation funds from investing into houses or certain funds, we have no sense of why you have not chosen to make a distinction there. As far as we can see, you're wanting to stop all SMSFs from borrowing to invest in housing, irrespective of whether that is an existing house or whether it is a new house. We also have no explanation as to the government's response to the many esteemed economists that have predicted significant increases in rents. And as Senator Chandler canvassed before, we have no real understanding of the modelling done on the 35,000 fewer houses. Every time we have sought to ask detailed questions about how you have modelled this 35,000 fewer houses, all we've been able to hear is political responses that this is being offset with infrastructure funding. But I think it is a reasonable line of inquiry for us to understand exactly how you can justify and how you have modelled in detail those 35,000 fewer houses, because I think most typical people would look at it and say, well, why would any government want to reduce any supply endeavour at the moment? But what this budget does, this fourth iteration of this budget does, is it reduces supply in two areas. It reduces by 35,000 Treasury zone numbers, and then it also will reduce supply by preventing certain investors from investing into houses, including new houses. So those are the main questions I'd have. Usually I'd put them separately, but given the propensity to give lengthy political speeches, I thought for the Chamber's efficiency I'd put them all at the same time.
Minister.
I appreciate that, Senator Bragg, and you're usually pretty direct and straight to the point. On the new builds and the definitions that, as you say, we have been clear that we will bring back those definitions. The budget paper already sets out the core elements of a new build for the purposes of the tax changes. It says a new build is a dwelling that genuinely adds to new housing supply and includes a constructed apartment, a new constructed apartment off the plan, a duplex constructed through a knockdown rebuild replacing a single house, thereby increasing the total number of dwellings, any residential construction on previously vacant land, a knockdown and rebuild isn't a new build unless it adds to the number of dwellings. For example, 2 townhouses replacing 1 house, and a substantial renovation isn't a new build if it doesn't increase the number of dwellings. What we are consulting on to bring back through the second piece of legislation is the drafting of those principles into legislative content. Thank you. And we will continue to work through those. And obviously, Senator Bragg, you will have plenty of time for the scrutiny, for your scrutiny to apply to those definitions. And we're doing this to provide as much certainty of the implementation details on the government's tax reform as possible. In relation to, and I think the assessment of the budget and whether anything further has been done, the analysis that was done for the budget remains. And in terms of impact on renters, the well, yes, the budget papers, I think page 158, BP1, takes you through and should answer some of your questions. 4.4, housing measures in the budget. It talks through the additional 75,000 that we expect will buy their own home over the next decade, driven by these reforms. Also, the new 30,000 homes that are supported by our investments in infrastructure. It goes through the impacts on house prices, I think, and the impacts on rent. The reforms are likely to have a small impact on rent, with an expected increase of less than $2 per week for a household paying the current median rent cost. And obviously, as we all know, that analysis is based on the reforms. Obviously, we know that there are many different factors that affect how the housing market operates. But we believe the analysis in the budget does provide people with the information that they need to understand how Treasury expects these reforms to impact across the economy.
Senator Hanson.
It's very interesting to listen to this debate. It is the worst budget that's been handed down, and the public are actually having a say over this. All this is a tax grab because you, the government, cannot rein in your spending. That's what this is about. Now, you're going to reap $77 billion out of the taxpayers' pockets again. More taxes going your way because you can't control your spending. That's what this budget is about. Now, you talk about investment. We're keeping people out of the investment market. Why has that happened? Because we've had the highest immigration into this country, basically in history, under this government. Under this government. So in 22-23, we had 739,000 people. Yes, there might have been a couple of 100,000 that left, but its high immigration has caused the squeeze on the Australian people of being able to get into housing. Another thing that I've said, and this is what I've been on and on and on about, was high immigration. Another thing too is foreign investment. You have not reined in foreign investors in the country. You worry about the Australian investor, you want to shut them out of it, but you've done nothing, only by my speaking about it prior to the last election, that finally you've put a stop to foreign investors for 2 years while you kept bringing that many people in the country. What are you doing about the foreign investors that are here in Australia to ensure that Australians can have homes? You're all, so frustrating to listen to your concern about the Australian people, because that many people are homeless in this nation. 130,000 are either living in their tents, cars, couch surfing, and they don't have a roof over their head. But you kept bringing in the immigration, regardless of what the people said, and so therefore we're in the predicament that we are in. This is nothing but a scam. Your whole policy, even your housing policy of that $10 billion, which never built a house for years, you have never been able to produce that at all. And then you have a go, oh, one nation never supported housing policy. I'll support good policies, but when I see it's rubbish, and all it is just smoke and mirrors from that mob over there, that you're really not doing anything. You think you're fooling the Australian people. What you've done is put them in poverty in this nation with your policies because you can't rein in your spending. Why have we got an Aboriginal ambassador that's travelling the world, cost of $800,000, done absolutely nothing, no reports, and we're paying $400,000 a year? I thought our issues were here in Australia, not travelling the world. This is where the money's gone. Why $600 million to Papua New Guinea for a footy team? I can go on and on and on, that the waste of money that you've allowed, and now you want to put your hand into the pockets of Australians again over this. When you say about the investment in the country and you talk about negative gearing, there's no aspiration whatsoever for those future generations. Those people have watched their parents of my generation. We were given the opportunity to invest in housing. You could rent it out. That rent could actually pay off the mortgage, and then eventually you actually then sell it for a profit, which would help you later in life, which we have done, and now we're trying to help our kids as well. That was aspiration, not just socialist policies. What you want to do is get rid of investments in Australia by the Australian people. Most of your investments in Australia are coming from those of the police, nursing, paramedics, these sort of people who have an opportunity to invest for their future. Heaven knows how the hell they're going to support themselves, because I can't see them getting an age pension, because you won't have the money under this government. We've got $380 billion coming in revenue in this area, and we're paying out over $300 billion in welfare in this nation. So we won't be able to support future generations in aged care. Even the pensioners now, they're suffering. You can't even support the pensioners with the 100,000 waiting for packages. So it's a tax grab. You talk about capital gains tax. Again, I want the people to understand what this is about. So here you have, I've worked hard, I've paid my taxes and PAYE tax. I've then gone and used that money to go and buy myself, okay, some jewellery, whatever it might be, okay? I bought myself something with that. Now, when I bought that piece of jewellery, I've paid again. You've been robbing me again of another 10% of my hard-earned money. You take another 10% tax off me. So under your bill now, when I want to go and sell that piece of jewellery or that painting or whatever I may have bought, which may have increased in value, you now want to put your hand in my pocket again, and you want to profit, you want to take from that increased value of that piece of jewellery or that painting or whatever I might have. So you want to take that from me again. Minister, if I make a loss of that, you want to take the profit from it. And of course I've got to get that all valued, and I have to put it all down on paper, what's that's worth, and you want to take the profit from me. Minister, tell me, if I actually make a loss on that, are you going to give me a reimbursement in my tax that I've made a loss out of it? So where do you stand on this? And where do you stand on taxing people on their assets that belong to them? Why do you think that you have the right to put your hand in my pocket again, all those Australians out there, because they've decided to buy themselves something that they may value, and you want to rip them off again?
Minister.
Sorry, I must have missed the question at the end there, Senator Hanson. I think it was about losses. I mean, if you make a loss on your asset now, you can... Well, I've got the floor. Well, I'll answer that.
Senator Hanson,
I'll answer that.
if you can take a seat, the minister is on her feet and she does have the call. Senator Hanson, please take your seat. The minister is on her feet and she has the call.
With all respect, Senator Hanson, I was trying to get some advice to answer components. You had quite a lot in that. It wasn't a single question. There was a range of issues that you raised that I was seeking advice so that I was in a position to answer you. If you make a loss on an asset, you can offset that against other income, so that doesn't change. So I hope that gives you, addresses that question. In relation to your concerns in other areas, like we are not, and I think there is some, well, just to be clear, we are changing the way a concession operates. We are not changing the fact that there is a concession. So, and if you look at the budget papers and you look across all asset classes, there are big periods of time where the current arrangements undercompensate investors because of the way it's a flat 50%, and it's all there in the budget papers. The model we are moving to adjusts that, so it's your concession is made based off the real gain, adjusted for inflation. So it's not that there is no concession. The way the concession is calculated is different. And it is in a more neutral way to ensure that there isn't an overwhelming advantage to investing in established housing, which has had flow-on impacts onto the housing market. In relation to your criticism of the budget as a whole, this government is proud of this budget, except that you disagree with large parts of it, and except that you don't think the decisions that we have made, you wouldn't support. But we are determined to make sure that younger generations are able to purchase a house and are not competing against investors, which is the problem that's happening at the moment. Now, you can shake your head, Senator Hanson, but that is a problem. And you talk to first home buyers, and I've talked to some since the budget, where they have attended auctions and for the first time are not competing against investors who get a tax concession to bid against them. They don't get that same opportunity, and so we are very focused on making sure that happens, and also making sure that labour earned through work, through wages, is not doing the heavy lifting, or is more fairly balanced with the tax arrangements that exist for tax on assets. Because at the moment, that isn't treated as equally as these reforms would allow.
Senator Cadell.
My concern is over the last 24 hours, a lot of things about cars, having to have older and historic cars valued before 1 July next year. I've got Nick, a mate in Melbourne, who is rebuilding a HK Holden. It won't be together by 1 July next year. How do we go from a zero value on a car that is not built? Everyone knows every car resto project, that 1 year project is the best 3 years of your life. How does he go about getting a value on something that's not built?
Minister.
Well, Senator Cadell, cars and motor vehicles are exempt from CGT, and this includes vintage or classic cars. This is not changing. Those current arrangements apply. That's clear on the ATO website, and an ATO determination sets out that even where a car is a collectible, it still remains a car for the purposes of this exemption, and any CGT is disregarded.
Senator Hanson, are you seeking the call?
Yes, I do.
Senator Hanson.
Thank you very much. I just wanted you to clarify, so if I own a piece of jewellery and I
now
sell it
being
for
1:30, pursuant to the order agreed to on Tuesday, the time allotted for the debate on these bills and the two further bills has expired. I will now put the questions before the Chair.
Pursuant to contingent notice standing in the name of the Leader of the Opposition in the Senate, I move that so much of standing orders be suspended as would prevent further considerations of the bills without a limitation of time. And let's be very clear about what is happening here. It is 1:30 on Thursday and we have hit the guillotine on the most significant tax changes that we have seen in this country in a generation. Rushed through a Senate inquiry process, rushed through this chamber. We have had limited time in Committee of the Whole this afternoon to ask questions of the Minister. I recognise the Minister has sat here and answered questions, but we have not even been able to touch the sides on the consideration of the amendments more holistically. Now, the Committee of the Whole is meant to be one of the most important safeguards in this chamber. It is where we examine legislation line by line, it is where we examine amendments line by line, and it is where we properly test the technical detail without artificial time limits. We are a chamber of scrutiny, and this is where scrutiny actually happens. But what we are seeing today is the exact opposite of that process. As I said, this bill has been rushed from the start. It has the hallmarks of legislation that has been written in haste, and when legislation is written in haste, it demands deeper scrutiny. It does not demand less. Instead, what do we get? We get an inquiry process that can only be described as a sham, an inquiry where serious questions were put forward by senators, questions from stakeholders, questions about how this legislation would actually operate. And those questions were not properly answered by officials at that Senate inquiry. They were avoided, they were delayed, they were brushed aside, and I will get to what happened with the questions on notice in a moment. But now, after a rushed drafting process and an inquiry that failed to genuinely test the bill, we arrive at the final stage. And the government's answer is to turn up here and say, They're unable to answer certain questions, they can't provide the relevant modelling for others, and now they want to shut down debate altogether before we have even been able to fulsomely debate the amendments that are here today and pass this legislation. Now, at one point, there were 20 amendments listed on the running sheet for this legislation today. 20 amendments. That is not the sign of a bill that is already ready. That is not the sign of a bill that doesn't need fixing. And many of these are the government's own amendments to its own bill. So we are being asked to consider legislation that was drafted quickly, it wasn't properly scrutinised through the inquiry process, and it is now being substantially amended at the last minute. And at precisely the moment that those amendments should be examined in detail, we have regrettably hit the guillotine on this debate. Now, that means that senators will not have the opportunity to properly interrogate these amendments, to test their consequences or ask the questions that should already have been answered. And this isn't actually about us. We need to remember in this place, this is not about us. This is about the people that we represent. And when I talk to Australian businesses and when I get letters from my constituents or emails from my constituents, I know that there are real and genuine concerns about the impact of these tax changes on them. And it is our responsibility as senators to come into this place to ask these questions and to have them answered by the government. It is our responsibility to come into this place to try and make this legislation better. And we have not been able to fulsomely do that today because we have not had enough time to consider the amendments. Now, Chair, even the minister has acknowledged that these bills contain complex details. And if that is the case, these complexities must be tested. But instead, we are being told, in effect, trust us, we're the government, there's nothing to worry about here, all of the concerns that have been raised, nothing to worry about. We've been asked to read the amendments quickly. We've been asked to try to understand exactly what they mean very quickly. We haven't had the opportunity to ask further questions of the government about how these amendments work or what they might mean for the legislation or what they might mean for Australians. Instead, we are being forced to proceed to a vote. And what makes matters worse, Chair and senators, and I think we need to be very aware of this, is that the answers to questions on notice coming out of the Senate inquiry last week were only circulated to the relevant Senate committee at 11:55 a.m. today. The committee of the whole process was already underway when those quans were provided to the chamber. So we are being asked to consider complex legislation, deal with 20 amendments, and we're still receiving basic answers as the debate is already underway. This is the guillotine in action, and this chamber should not accept it.
Minister.
Thank you. I move that the motion be now put.
And I'll put the question. Those of that opinion say aye. Against, no. The ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells. Excuse me. Thank you.
That's right. So, the question.
mention the question gets put immediately. Yeah, because the contingency is not there anymore. The contingent motion isn't there. You only get one contingent motion. It is.
Lock the doors. The question is, the question to be put. Ayes pass to the right of the chair, noes to the left. I appoint Senator Darman and Teller for the ayes and Senator Askew, Teller for the noes. The result of the division is ayes 34, noes 26. The question is resolved in the affirmative. I will now put the suspension motion. The question is that motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against say no. No. The noes have it. The ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. I will give the whips a few moments to ensure pairing arrangements are correct. We're happy? The question is that the suspension motion be agreed to. Ayes will pass to the right of the chair, noes to the left. I appoint Senator Askew, teller for the ayes, Senator Darmanin, teller for the noes. The result of the division is ayes 26, noes 34. The question is resolved in the negative. Just while whips and leaders are moving back to their place, I will remind all senators to please remain in the chamber. We are under a time management motion. There will be further divisions. Pursuant to order agreed to on Tuesday, the time allotted for debate on these bills and 2 further bills has expired. I'll now put the questions before the chair and then put the questions on the remaining stages of the bill. I will begin with Amendments 3 and 4 on sheet 3882, moved by Senator Chandler to the Treasury Laws Amendment Tax Reform Number 1, Bill 2026. The question is that Schedules 1 and 2 stand as printed. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against say no. No. The ayes have it. No. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. I will just give the whips a few moments to finalise pairing arrangements. Yeah. So the question is that schedules... Yes. I'm sure it'd still work out. The question is that Schedules 1 and 2 stand as printed. Ayes will pass to the right of the chair, noes to the left. I appoint Senator Darmanin-Teller for the ayes and Senator Askew-Teller for the noes. The result of the division is ayes 34, noes 25. The question is resolved in the affirmative. As the last question was resolved in the affirmative, the consequential amendment on sheet 3882 will not be put. For clarity, as the One Nation amendments on sheet 3881 are identical to opposition amendments which were negative, the question on the One Nation amendments will not be put. I will now deal with the amendments circulated by the government. We move to sheet AU 131. The question is that the amendments on sheet AU 131 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against say no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. I'll now deal with the amendments circulated by the Australian Greens, beginning with sheet 3834. The question is that the amendments on sheet 3834 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against say no. The noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute.
Oh, no, it's one. No, sorry. Sorry.
Lock the doors. We're dealing with the amendments on sheets 3834. Ayes will pass to the right of the chair, noes to the left. I will appoint Senator McKim, teller for the ayes, and Senator Darmanin, teller for the noes.
Thank you, John. Ormond, Pocock, Barbara, Stewart, Thorpe, Shoebridge, Whitaker, Wardell, Hanson-Young, Chisholm, Farrell, Roberts, Mulholland, Whitaker, McCarthy, Lyons, Smithby, Cox, Colbeck, Brown, Callison,
Sullivan. Grogan. Ghosh. Whitten. Bell. Antic. Canavan. Pocock D.
Okay, I can go again. Oh, hang on, I didn't go this way.
The result of the division is ayes 11, noes 40. The question is resolved in the negative. I will now deal with the remaining Australian Greens amendments. I'll just give people a moment to resume their positions. The question is that the amendments on sheet 3886 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against say no. The ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute.
Just keep the same desk. Yeah, we've got land.
Lock the doors. We are dealing with Australian Greens amendment on sheet 3886. Ayes will pass to the right of the chair, noes to the left. I appoint Senator Darman and teller for the ayes, Senator Askew teller for the noes.
McLaughlin, Whitten, Bell, Antic, Canavan, Pocock D. 26.
The result of the division is ayes 33, noes 26. The question is resolved in the affirmative. I will now deal with amendments circulated by Senator David Pocock. The question is that the amendments on sheets 3869, 3872, 3873, 3874, 3875, 3876, 3877 and 3879 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against say no. No. The noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. Question is that amendments on sheet 3869, 3872, 3873, 3874, 3875, 3876, 3877 and 3879 be agreed to. Ayes will pass to the right of the chair, noes to the left. I appoint Senator Askew, teller for the ayes, and Senator Darman, teller for the noes. The result of the division is ayes 26, noes 33. The question is resolved in the negative. I will now deal with... Oh, sorry, I'll just give senators a moment to resume their seats. Senator Askew, you are seeking the call?
I am. On behalf of Senator Lambie, can we please note that 3874 she was opposed to as opposed to supporting?
Sorry, that was
3874.
74. Thank you, Senator Askew. Were you seeking the call, Minister?
No, sorry.
I'll now deal with the amendment circulated by Jackie Lambie Network and Senator David Pocock on sheet 3880. Before putting the question on the amendment, I'll deal with the amendment to the amendment circulated by One Nation. So the first question is that One Nation amendments on sheet 3896 to Jackie Lambie Network and Senator David Pocock's amendment on sheet 3880 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against say no. No. The noes have it. The ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Unlock the doors. As there has been a change of hour, I'll just give the whips a few moments to deal with pairing arrangements. So just for clarity, we are dealing with the One Nation's amendment on sheet 3896 to the amendment on sheet 3880. Ayes will pass to the right of the chair, noes to the left. I appoint Senator Askew, teller for the ayes, Senator Darman, teller for the noes. The result of the division is ayes 24, noes 35. The question is resolved in the negative. Let's give senators a couple of moments to resume their seats. The question is now that the amendment from Jackie Lambie Network and Senator David Pocock on sheet 3880 be agreed to.
So a bit of a volume issue with the microphone.
So apparently there is a bit of difficulty hearing the microphone, so if we could just see if we can deal with that. I will try and speak more directly into the microphone. I don't think you need me any louder, to be honest. The question is now that the amendment on sheet 3880 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against say no. The noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. the doors. The question before the chair is the amendments on sheet 3880. Ayes are passed to the right of the chair, noes to the left. I appoint Senator Askew, teller for the ayes, Senator Darman, teller for the noes. The result of the division is ayes 26, noes 33. The question is resolved in the negative. I will give senators time to get back to position before we move on. I will now deal with the request for amendment to the Income Tax Rates Amendment Tax Reform No. 1 Bill 2026, circulated by One Nation. In accordance with the usual practice, the statements accompanying the request circulated to this bill will be incorporated in Hansard. So the question is that the requests for amendment on sheet 3895 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against say no. The noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. I will give the whips a moment. We happy?
Yes.
The question is the request for amendments on sheet 3895 be agreed to. Ayes are passed to the right of the chair, noes to the left. Appoint Senator Askew, teller for the ayes, and Senator Darmanin, teller for the noes. The result of the divisions is ayes 26, noes 34. The question is resolved in the negative. Is anyone seeking the call? If not, pursuant to order, I will report the bill.
The committee has agreed to the Treasury Laws Amendment Tax Reform No. 1, Bill 2026, with amendments including an amendment to the title of the bill and the Income Tax Rates Amendment Tax Reform No. 1, Bill 2026, without request for amendment. Senator David Pocock has circulated an amendment to the motion that the report from the committee be adopted. I understand Senator Chandler has circulated an amendment to Senator David Pocock's amendment. As this amendment was not circulated within the required timeframe, it can only be considered by leave. Senator Chandler, are you seeking leave to move the amendment?
Yes, I am, President.
Is leave granted? Leave is not granted, Senator Chandler. The question is that Senator David Pocock's amendment be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that Senator Pocock's amendment be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Askew as teller for the ayes and Senator Darmanin as teller for the noes. Order. There being 26 ayes and 34 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. The question now is that the remaining stages of the bill be agreed to and the bills be now passed. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that the remaining stages of the bill be agreed to and the bills be now passed. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Darmanin as teller for the ayes and Senator Askew as teller for the noes. Order. There being 25 noes and 35 ayes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I call the clerk.
Treasury.
Order.
Treasury Laws Amendment, Tax Reform No. 1 Bill 2026, Income Tax Rates Amendment, Tax Reform No. 1 Bill 2026.
I will now deal with the Appropriation Bill No. 5, 2025-2026 and a related bill. The question is that these bills be now read a second time. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
Appropriation Bill No. 5, 2025-2026, Appropriation Bill No. 6, 2025-2026.
The question now is that these bills be read a third time. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
Appropriation Bill No. 5, 2025-2026, Appropriation Bill No. 6, 2025-2026.
Senators, that concludes consideration of the bills. I believe we're going to question time. I'll just give us order. I'll give you a couple of seconds to get to your spots. Senator Hume.
President, my question is to the Minister representing the Prime Minister, Senator Wong. Under the legislation that the Albanese government and the Greens just voted for in the Senate right now, a new widow tax has just been legislated, which means that if a woman currently owns an investment property with her husband and her husband passes away, she will then become the sole owner but will no longer have access to a favourable CGT arrangement or negative gearing. This is the legislation that you just voted for, supported and applauded. Why is the Albanese government using the death of a spouse as a trigger to take away grandfathered capital gains tax and negative gearing treatment? And why should Australian women have to face higher taxes in their time of grief?
Thank you, Senator Hume. Minister Wong.
President, and I thank Senator Hume for the question. She references the legislation that was just passed by this Senate, and I can confirm that that legislation will ensure that more Australians are able to buy their own home. It does deliver an additional tax cut to 13 million Australians, and I'm not surprised that Senator Hume stands when we talk about tax cuts.
Senator Hume.
Thank you, Madam President.
I'm sorry, Senator Hume. I'll just wait for silence. Senator Hume.
On relevance, my question was about a widow's tax that has just been voted for.
Thank you. The Minister is being relevant, and I'll continue to listen closely, and if she isn't relevant, I'll draw her to the question.
Senator, thank you. I had 24 seconds in, and I appreciate that you don't like us talking about tax cuts for working people, Senator Hume. But that is the thing. What we on this side are very focused on, that these tax cuts will be delivered to working people, to 13 million Australians, and this ambitious change in our tax policies will ensure that more Australians are able to own their own home. In relation to the issues that were raised by the Senator, and I think Senator Minister Gallagher discussed yesterday, I can indicate the government does intend to address these issues in subsequent legislation.
So you just legislated a widow tax?
Well, I would just make the point. It is not. We've been upfront about there being a set of tranches of changes to the tax arrangements. Just as we have been clear that we have cut taxes for working Australians 5 times. 5 times. And what is striking about that is that every single one of those times you opposed it. You opposed it. So, Senator Hume, don't come in here with that fake outrage when you are the person that has led them to the opposition to cuts in the taxes of working people.
Order. Senator Hume, resume your seat. I can assure senators I am not having a question time where those on my left think it is your job to yell louder than the Minister. The Minister has an absolute right and should be given the same respect as the person asking the question. And if you can't sit in silence, leave the chamber. But I'm giving you a warning. I will name you today. It is not your job. This is not a football match. It's not your job to yell louder than the Minister. Senator Hume, first supplementary.
Thank you, Madam President. How insultingly smug. It's clear that the widow tax was actually a deliberate design feature of the Albanese government's heartless tax grab, along with your death tax.
Order.
It was either rushed and incompetent, or it was tricky and mean. Are you only allegedly planning to change these arrangements because you have been found out?
Thank you, Senator Hume. Minister Wong.
Absolutely not. And Senator Hume, I would remind you that it is under this government that many changes which have benefited women in particular have been passed, often without support from those on the other side. Whether it is the funding of...
Order across the chamber. That was both sides of the chamber, Senator Cash and Senator Watt. I've asked you to listen in silence. Minister, please continue.
whether it is the high wages for those industries which employ many Australian women, whether it's early childhood educators or aged care workers, the movement in the gender pay gap, which I know that many on your side, I think this was described as a useless statistic by Senator Canavan, but what it actually means, it's about the position, what this actually has to do, Senator Ruston, is about the position of women in Australia. And if you cared about the position of women in Australia, you would actually have supported some of these measures, but you do not. You do not.
Order.
You have not been supportive of the gender pay gap being closed or
Thank you,
improving.
Minister. The time for answering has expired. Senator Hume, second supplementary.
Thank you, President. How can the Australian people trust a government which today knowingly voted for a widow's tax as part of its broken promises and cash grab? Is it true or is it not true that the Prime Minister is planning to change his position, not to fix the widow's tax issue at all, but instead force Australian women who are grieving to pay higher taxes?
Thank you, Senator Hume. Senator Cash, you're not answering the question. I've called the Minister. Minister Wong.
How can the Australian people trust an opposition that no less than 5 times has been opposed to tax cuts for working Australians? Let us just remember, it is this opposition who has tried to stand in the way of lower taxes for working Australians. Very clear. That is what those opposite have done, and this is not a new position because we remember that under Senator Hume, also known as the Senator...
Please resume your seat. Senator Hume.
Madam President, on relevance, I think it's more appropriate for the Leader of the Government and the Senate to apologise to those women rather than abuse them.
Senator Hume, that is not a point of order. Minister Wong, please resume.
Senator, Labor senators have worked to deliver lower taxes for 13 million Australians. 13 million Australians. You, Senator Hume, also known as the Senator for Higher Taxes, have not only today voted against lower taxes for working people, but went to the election wanting higher taxes for working people. So we all know where your priorities are.
Your time has expired. Senator O'Neill.
Thank you very much, President. And my question is to the Minister representing the Prime Minister, Senator Wong. Labor senators understand the cost of living pressures Australians are facing, and we are acting to ease them. Today the Senate passed the Albanese Labor government's tax reforms, another step in delivering real change for millions of Australians. Can the Minister update the Chamber on what these reforms mean for Australians?
Thank you, Senator O'Neill. Minister Wong.
I thank Senator O'Neill for her question and commend her, along with all of her colleagues, for your steadfast support for working Australians, because the reforms that passed the Senate today deliver real change, deliver positive change for Australians. Labor is helping more people buy their own home. Labor is cutting income taxes for workers again and again, and we are better aligning the treatment of labour and asset income. And this is not just for today, it is for the future, because our changes will mean more first home buyers will come into the system. That is 75,000 more Australians owning their own home, and it will make the system fairer for the generations that follow. All part of a budget focused on relief, resilience and reform. A budget which is about delivering a better, fairer, simpler tax system. And the Albanese Labor government's 5 tax cuts will mean the average working Australian will be up to $2,800 a year better off every year from 2028. $2,800 a year better off. New and permanent income tax cuts for every Australian worker through the $250 working Australians tax offset, and Australians can claim a $1,000 instant tax deduction with no receipts needed. Our changes to negative gearing, capital gains tax and trust don't impact the majority of people, but they will help fund tax relief for more than 13 million Australian workers. Now, we on this side, under the pressure Australians are under, which is why it is so important that we reject the fake outrage of those opposite, those who offer anger, scare campaigns but no solutions, because this tax package is pro-worker, pro-aspiration, pro-investment, and it is all about delivering for all Australians.
Has expired. Senator O'Neill, first supplementary.
Thank you, President. And Minister, thank you for that answer and in outlining the ways the Albanese Labor government's tax reforms benefit Australian workers, but also first home buyers and small businesses. Why is it so important that we have delivered these changes?
Thank you, Senator O'Neill. Minister Wong.
Thank you, Senator O'Neill, and you're right. It's important these changes are delivered. It's important that they're delivered by the Parliament now, because Australians are under pressure and Australians do want change, and that is what this Labor government is delivering. And today the three right-wing parties, the Liberal Party, the National Party and One Nation, voted no. Again, voted no to better, fairer, simpler taxes. Voted no to helping more Australians buy their own home. Voted no to cutting income taxes for workers again and again. And you have to ask yourself, President, what do those opposites stand for? They don't even know themselves. They're not even sure who they want to stand for them. I mean, even this morning we hear reports that the Liberal leader is on, quote, borrowed time, and there are some even arguing for Mr Wilson as an option. Mr Wilson as an option. Well, let's just pause on that for a moment.
Thank you, Minister. Senator O'Neill, second supplementary.
Thank you, President. Thank you, Minister, for setting out how the Albanese Labor government reforms make for a simpler, fairer, better tax system, which will get more Australians into their first home and cut taxes for millions of workers. Can the minister outline whether anything stands in the way of the government's approach to delivering real cost of living relief for millions of Australians?
Minister Wong.
At a time of global instability, of serious challenges in the world and at home, Australians do want their representatives to be serious and to deliver for them. And that is why the government is working hard to do just that, to deliver tax cuts for 13 million Australians and to ensure that more people can buy their own home. But what do we see from those opposite? Well, we have the fake outrage from the Senator for Higher Taxes, also known as Senator Hume, who went to the last election promising higher taxes for hard-working Australians. And of course, what the opposition's position is about, the opposition's outrage is about as real as Mr Wilson's hard-hitting doorstops on social media. Well, he will have to face some real questions if he does want to be a Liberal leader, and he'll have to come up with some actual answers, because right now those opposite don't have any. All they do is to seek to divide people and play Australians off against each other.
Senator Canavan.
Thank you, Madam President. My question is to the Minister representing the Prime Minister, Senator Wong. This week, the Queensland Treasurer revealed that stamp duty revenues had been revised down in the wake of the federal budget because of the government's broken promises on capital gains tax and negative gearing. Why has the government imposed a tax grab on Australians based on a lie, and which now threatens the ability of state governments to properly fund our schools and hospitals?
Thank you, Senator Canavan. Minister Wong.
Senator, I would make a few points. The first point I'd make is, we are here to deliver for a federal Labor government and for working Australians, and that is what we have done. That is why we have supported a tax package which ensures that 13 million working Australians will receive another tax cut. And I would say to you, Senator, because you style yourself with your high vis as the champion of the working man, why? Please tell us why it is you don't think working people deserve a tax cut, because that is what you have done. Now, when it comes to
Minister Wong. Senator Canavan, you need to wait until I've called you. Senator Canavan.
Madam President, just on a point of order on relevance. The question went to state government revenues. The minister hasn't gone there at all.
Thank you, and the minister's being relevant to your question. Thank you, Senator Canavan. Minister Wong, please continue. Minister Watt.
The second question I'm asked about is the schools and hospitals. Well, it is this government which is delivering more funding to Australia's public schools and to Australian hospitals than any government in Australian history. Any government in Australian history. It is this government which has rolled out and delivered 137 urgent care clinics, providing bulk billed services to Australian families. It is this government. So I think we have a very clear record about the priority this side of politics the Labor government attaches to delivering for schools, for hospitals and for Medicare. So that is very clearly what we have been doing whilst you have been opposing Senator Canavan. Now,
Senator McDonald, come to order.
I'll take the interjection from Senator Hume, who has a go at me again, and I would say to you, your record demonstrates. You know, Senator, would you like to talk about Chinese spies? Do you want to talk about that? You want to start this debate? Why don't you talk about the Chinese spies and how single-handedly lost more votes for the coalition than any single person?
Thank you,
on
Minister.
that.
The time for answering has expired. Minister Wong. Senator O'Sullivan, I assume you're on a point of order, but the time has expired. I would remind the chamber across all sides to be respectful. Senator Canavan, first supplementary.
President, I might ask again about state government revenues because we went off on quite a few tangents then in that question. The New South Wales government's budget this week showed a shortfall of $5 billion over their forward estimates from reduced stamp duty revenue, which is in part due to the anxiety that the government's tax grab has created in property markets. They're in freefall. Will the government provide additional support to state governments to ensure that our schools, our hospitals and other state government services don't suffer as a result?
Thank you, Senator Canavan. Minister Wong.
Thank you. Well, Senator, this government has provided a great deal of support to state governments, particularly through the Finance Minister tells me, and I'm sure her advice is correct, more than any other government in Australian history. And so I think our, our record stands for itself. We are funding hospitals at a higher level than any previous government. We are funding schools at a higher level, and we are putting more money into Medicare and the delivery of urgent care clinics. So, Senator, I appreciate you want to stand up for the Queensland government. I wish you'd stood up for Queensland workers. Sorry, New South Wales. I apologise. No,
Order.
I thought he said Queensland in the earlier question. Thank you. I appreciate your assistance, Senator Cash. What I would say to you, Senator, is that maybe it would have been better to stand up for the workers in Queensland and in New South Wales and voted for a tax cut today.
Senator Canavan, second supplementary.
Thank you, Madam President. The government recognised in its budget that the tax changes may force some small businesses to change their company structures, and the government is offering rollover relief from the imposition of federal taxes like capital gains tax for companies that make such changes. However, Minister, such structural changes often also trigger a stamp duty tax via state government laws. Will the government compensate businesses who face a state government tax bill from its tax grab, which are based on lies?
Thank you, Senator Canavan. Minister Wong.
Thank you, Senator Canavan. Well, my recollection is the Treasurer did flag in the budget, and the Finance Minister did flag in the budget papers the capacity for people to restructure their affairs, given the pending changes. I'm sure that those transitional issues, including the issue you addressed, will be addressed through that process.
Thank you, Minister Wong. Senator Waters.
Thanks very much, President. My question is to the Minister for the Environment, Senator Watt. Woodside's proposed Browse gas project would release 1.6 billion tonnes of climate pollution over its lifetime, the equivalent of 4 years of Australia's total current emissions. It's the carbon bomb to feed the North West Shelf and would threaten the pristine Scott Reef, pygmy blue whales and green turtles. New carbon attribution evidence shows that these emissions will directly contribute to mass coral bleaching events that each kill up to 30 million coral communities on the Great Barrier Reef. The evidence is clear. It doesn't matter where the gas is burned. The impact of climate change on nature must be considered. Minister, will you listen and commit to properly assessing Browse's massive climate impacts on our precious Great Barrier Reef?
Thank you, Senator Waters. Minister Watt.
Thanks, President, and thanks, Senator Waters, for the question. As Senator Waters would be well aware, this project is currently subject to assessment under the Federal EPBC Act, just as it is currently under assessment under Western Australian law. So the project is right now being assessed by the Western Australian EPA and also by my department, soon to become the EPA, on the 1st of July, when, for the very first time in Australia's history, we will have a national EPA as a result of the Albanese Labor government's environmental reforms. The project is in the final EPBC decision stage, awaiting regulatory advice and information from NOPSEMA and additional information from the proponent. As a final decision has not been made on this project, it would not be appropriate to comment further. I'm surprised that Senator Waters is asking me to express an opinion on the future of this project, because she does remind us from time to time that she is a former environmental lawyer, and on that basis it would be a strange decision for a minister of the day to express an opinion on a project that is currently under assessment. That is a surefire way to make sure that the decision that is ultimately made is challenged in the courts, and I have every intention of complying with Australian environmental law when I conduct this assessment and approval decision.
Thank you, Senator Watt. Senator Waters, first supplementary.
Thanks, President. Next month, the World Heritage Committee will be considering whether to include the Great Barrier Reef on the in danger list. Climate change is the biggest threat to the reef, yet this government has approved 36 fossil fuel projects and is now considering whether to add Browse to that list. People are watching what you, as Environment Minister, do and whether you choose to protect the reef or approve more oil, coal and gas. Which is it going to be?
Thank you, Senator Waters. Minister Watt.
Well, I think we've all become familiar with the binary world that the Greens Party live in, where you can only do one thing or the other. You can do one thing or the other. What this government has said consistently is that we will always assess individual projects on their merits, and this government has a record of finding ways to support economic development while protecting the environment. We've done that repeatedly when it comes to individual project decisions, and that was, of course, the guiding principle that sat behind our EPBC reforms, which were about delivering stronger environmental protections and faster and simpler decisions. That is, of course, a principle that the Greens Party supported in agreeing to pass those reforms at the end of last year. Now, Senator Waters and her Greens colleagues do like to focus on coal and gas projects and what happens with them in terms of decisions. What they always fail to mention is that this government has approved over 140 renewable energy projects since coming to office, and we intend to approve a lot more than that.
The time for answering has expired. Senator Waters, second supplementary.
President, this week 10 Australians lodged a complaint with the UN Human Rights Committee, arguing that by approving massive fossil fuel projects, failing to consider climate impacts and exporting our pollution, the Labor government is breaching international human rights obligations. When will the government finally take its climate responsibility seriously and stop approving massive climate-wrecking fossil fuel projects?
Thank you, Senator Waters. Minister Watt.
Thanks, Senator Waters. Well, of course, Australian citizens are entitled to make those types of applications if they choose to. What the Australian government will do is comply with Australian law, and that's what we're doing in relation to the projects that Senator Waters has raised, as we have done with every single project that has been considered by me as Minister or my predecessors as Environment Minister. In the previous question, Senator Waters also raised the status of the Great Barrier Reef. We've certainly been working very hard over the last few months to put before the World Heritage Committee the evidence that demonstrates that the Great Barrier Reef is the best managed coral reef anywhere in the world. It's why we have expended so much investment on the Great Barrier Reef since coming to power. It's why we've worked very hard with the Queensland Government.
Senator Whish-Wilson, I called order twice. I called your name and you still showed such disrespect towards me. Listen in silence or leave the chamber. Minister Watt, please continue.
So we've been very pleased to put before the World Heritage Committee the evidence about what we're doing to protect and restore the reef, including the recent changes we made with the EPBC reforms.
Has expired. Senator Sterle.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Treasurer, Senator Gallagher. After extensive consultation, the first stage of the Albanese Labor government's tax reform package has now passed the Senate, the most significant tax reform in a quarter of a century. It delivers a tax cut for over 13 million working Australians, helps small first home buyers get into the market and backs small businesses. What does this landmark package deliver for Australian workers, small businesses and the people trying to own their own home, Minister?
Thank you, Senator Sterle. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you very much, President. I thank Senator Sterle for the question. I acknowledge Senator Sterle's dedicated his entire career to work on behalf of working people, and it's the support of all of those on this side of the chamber and in the other place that have put forward this legislative agenda, which passed the Senate just before question time today and saw that important tax reform package pass. This is a victory for workers, first home buyers and future generations. The bill that passed today will help ensure that aspiration and opportunity are the birthright of every Australian, not just some. Today we've locked in 2 more rounds of income tax cuts for millions of Australians, a fair go for first home buyers and a fairer tax system that better aligns the treatment of labour and asset income. This bill delivers on 3 objectives. It cuts taxes for every Australian worker again and again. It makes it easier for people to buy their first home, and it better aligns the tax treatment of income earned from wages with income earned from assets. The bill has 4 key elements that are central to the tax reform package: $250 working Australian tax offset for over 13 million Australian workers, a $1,000 instant tax deduction for workers. It reforms negative gearing to apply to new builds only from the 1st of July 2027 and returning the capital gains tax concession to its original intent by reintroducing cost-based indexation so that only real gains are taxed. So we're reforming the tax system for workers, businesses and future generations. And this is more assistance for working people from a government which cuts income taxes whenever we responsibly can. And we're now cutting income tax 5 times in 3 different ways.
Answering has expired. Senator Sterle, first supplementary.
Thank you, President. These reforms, as you said, are aimed at helping working people, first home buyers and small businesses. Who stands to benefit, and how has the Albanese Labor government's consultation shaped a fairer package delivered collaboratively and in the interest of all Australians?
Minister Gallagher.
Thank you, President. I thank Senator Sterle for that question too. In relation to consultation and working with others, we were upfront in the budget that we were consulting on certain details of the reforms, including for small businesses and start-up businesses with a low-cost base. The government's additional amendments are all about providing more clarity, confidence and support for small business and more incentives for innovation. Senator Sterle asked who benefits. Well, all working Australians benefit, Senator Sterle. Income tax cuts for over 13 million workers. First home buyers. These reforms will help 75,000 homeowners get into the market. In relation to young people, Treasury's analysis found that over 90% of Australians would have been better off by the age of 30 had these tax reforms been in place from the year 2000, before factoring in housing affordability. And for small businesses, a range of concessions, including raising the threshold from 2 million to 10 million to ensure that all active small businesses can get.
Senator Sterle, second supplementary.
Thank you, President. And Minister, as you have said, this package delivers a tax cut for over 13 million working Australians. Now, Minister, did anything stand in the way of delivering this tax relief? And why will the Albanese Labor government always back lower taxes for working people?
Thank you, Senator Sterle. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you, and I thank Senator Sterle for that question. Well, through the passage of this legislation today, we're another step closer to delivering our tax reforms for workers, home buyers and businesses. And we know that over that side of the chamber who all voted against tax cuts in the last term, and they're continuing that approach in this term, voting against tax cuts for working people and voting against sensible changes, sensible reforms to make the housing system work better for everybody. What they have done today in the way that they voted is to protect the status quo, to say that the housing system's working perfectly, that anyone who wants to buy a home can buy a home. And we on this side of the chamber know that that's not the case, and that's why we've been prepared to take this decision to reform the system and to make sure that younger Australians in particular can buy their own home without having to compete with investors who are getting concessional tax treatment to do so.
Senator O'Sullivan.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Prime Minister, Senator Wong. Morgan Stanley's chief economist has forecast property prices to decline by up to 10% due to tax changes and rate hikes. On Wednesday morning, the Housing Minister, Claire O'Neil, said Australia's falling house prices are due to a correction in the housing market. That's confronting news for the 2/3 of Australian households who own their own home or are paying a mortgage, many of whom will now have negative equity. Was it a deliberate effect of your housing policy to reduce the value of a family home?
Thank you, Senator O'Sullivan. Minister Wong.
Thank you, and thank you to the senator for the question. And as I've said previously, the Prime Minister and the Treasurer and the Finance Minister and others have said, our changes are about backing first home buyers and levelling the playing field. And the reality is we all know that house prices have increased. I think it's in the order of 400% since 2000, and we know from our engagement with so many Australians that it is so much harder for young Australians to get into the housing market. And we don't believe that status quo is acceptable, and that is why we passed the reforms that we have. In relation to house prices, what I'd refer you to, Senator, is that the forecasts that were referenced in the budget papers were, indicated that house prices will continue to grow, and that the changes in the budget would mean that house prices would be 2% lower than they otherwise would have been. So obviously that is the Treasury's modelling, and that is the modelling is the basis on which the government considers these policy matters.
Thank you, Minister. Senator O'Sullivan, first supplementary.
Thanks, President. According to Roy Morgan, 1.19 million Australians are in mortgage stress and 830,000 are in extreme stress after interest rates have risen 15 times under Labor. Many Australians have been forced to sell their homes while auction clearance rates have fallen to their lowest level since the early days of the pandemic. Was this uncertainty a deliberate effect of your new taxes?
Thank you, Senator O'Sullivan. Minister Wong.
I think there's 2 points on that, Senator. The first is obviously we know the challenge inflation presents. We inherited very high inflation. We continue to work to do what we can to contribute to deal with the inflation challenges in our economy. The second point I would make, Senator, is that one of the ways in which you can deal with this and the cost of living pressure that people are under is to ensure that you provide tax cuts where you can. And so I would remind you that you and your colleagues voted against tax cuts for working Australians, the very working Australians that you purport to be representing by way of that question.
Thank you, Minister. Senator O'Sullivan, second supplementary.
Thank you, President.
Order. Order. Senator O'Sullivan is on his feet. There needs to be order. Senator O'Sullivan.
Thanks, President. Rents have increased 24% since 2022. Your own budget papers admitted that because of your tax hikes, rents will increase. Former Treasury economist Peter Downs has warned the changes will increase rents by up to $2,000, significantly higher than the $2 a week increase claimed in the budget. Was higher rents for Australians a deliberate effect of your new taxes?
Thank you, Senator O'Sullivan. Minister Wong.
The policy objective is about making sure we can help more Australians enter the housing market, and that we have 75,000 more Australians able to own their own home. Because we on this side understand that the opportunities that most of us have had we should ensure we do what is required to enable those opportunities for the next generation of Australians. It's as simple as that. We don't think the status quo, where so many young Australians are locked out of the housing market, is appropriate. We don't think it's right. We don't think that is about having a fair go in this country. So this legislation, the objective of the tax changes that in relation to housing were about making sure that more Australians, more renters, have an opportunity to be homeowners. And again, I come back to this. If you're worried about cost of living, why'd you vote against tax cuts?
Thank you, Minister. Senator Walker.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Minister for Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry, Senator McCarthy. Yesterday, H5 bird flu was detected in my home state of South Australia following earlier detections in Western Australia. Can the Minister update the Senate on the latest information available about these detections and outline how the Albanese Labor government is working with states and territories, including South Australia, and with industry to respond? Can the Minister also outline how the Albanese Labor government has supported states and territories to prepare for detections such as these, including through national coordination, surveillance, preparedness measures and broader biosecurity arrangements across Australia?
Thank you, Senator Walker. Minister McCarthy.
Thank you, President, and I thank Senator Walker for the question. And like many in this place, we recognise the seriousness of the detection of H5 bird flu in wildlife, and we understand the concern in the community, particularly in her home state of South Australia and also in Western Australia, President. I want to reiterate that the Albanese Labor government has been preparing for this since we've come to government, and our response to these detections is swift and coordinated. As confirmed yesterday, there have now been 3 detections of H5 bird flu in migratory seabirds. 2 were located in remote Western Australia and 1 in South Australia. A further sample from Western Australia is undergoing testing by CSIRO, and updates will be provided as results become available. President, there remains no evidence of mass wildlife mortality, no evidence of infection in poultry or agriculture, and the risk to human health is low. With the global spread of H5, we have always been clear that we cannot prevent migratory birds from bringing the virus to our shores. That's why we've invested $113 million in preparedness as part of over $2 billion in strengthened biosecurity since coming to government. Our funding has made a difference on the ground across all states and territories to ensure Australia is well prepared for the arrival of H5 bird flu. National biosecurity response arrangements have been activated. States and territories are leading on-ground responses, including testing and surveillance, supported by the Commonwealth. Along with our technical experts, ministers have been in close and continuing contact with industry, states and territories to manage our response to these detections.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Walker, first supplementary.
Can the Minister outline how the Commonwealth is coordinating with states and territories and relevant agencies to ensure a consistent approach to surveillance, information sharing and response activities, including in relation to wildlife impacts and environmental considerations?
Thank you, Senator Walker. Minister McCarthy.
Thanks, Senator Walker. The national response to this issue has been comprehensive. As I mentioned earlier, national biosecurity response arrangements guide how the Commonwealth works with states and territories when we receive detections like these. States and territories are leading response activities on the ground with Western Australia and with South Australia, managing surveillance, testing and engagement with industry and local communities. The Department of Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry is coordinating nationally, and Chief Veterinary Officers from every state and territory are meeting daily. The Consultative Committee on Emergency Animal Diseases has met multiple times, endorsed a national surveillance plan and brought together every jurisdiction, CSIRO, industry representatives and wildlife health bodies. Environment and wildlife health experts are part of this work, including monitoring for impacts on native species. This is what coordinated national action looks like.
Has expired. Senator Walker, second supplementary.
How does this response demonstrate Australia's broader national preparedness for H5 bird flu, including the systems, governance arrangements and investments in place to support a coordinated response across jurisdictions?
Thank you, Senator Walker. Minister McCarthy.
Thank you, President. Senator, these detections show that our preparedness investments are working as intended. We said H5 bird flu was not a question of if, but when. And we acted on that assessment. In 2024, we established a dedicated whole-of-government task force across agriculture, environment, health and emergency management. We have run 6 national simulation exercises, so every jurisdiction knew their responsibilities before a single case was confirmed. Cost-sharing arrangements and governance frameworks were established and tested. Surveillance systems are now functioning as designed. Our $113 million investment has strengthened frontline capacity in every state and territory. Senator, this is what? Over $2 billion in biosecurity investment since coming to government looks like in practice.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Whitten.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Prime Minister, Senator Wong. The Prime Minister ruled out a coalition with the Greens, in his words, 385 times prior to the 2025 election. Quote, "I don't negotiate with the Greens," was one statement. Tough talk. Since the Prime Minister's commitment to his voters not to deal with the Greens, how many times has Labor provided the Greens with concessions or other benefits to pass legislation?
Thank you, Senator Whitten. Minister Wong.
The Prime Minister made very clear we would not enter any minority government with the Greens, and we won't. What we are in is a chamber where, to get our legislation through, unless we have the opposition behaving responsibly, we have to negotiate to get our legislation through, and we make no apology for making sure we negotiated to ensure that 13 million Australians got a tax cut. We make no apology for that, Senator, and we will continue to do that until and unless we have people in this chamber who are prepared to actually give a fair go to working people, which is central to what this government wishes to do.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Whitten, first supplementary.
Thank you, President. A new party room, pushing oil and gas out of the streamlined EPBC pathways, and now delaying vital NDIS cuts to keep your coalition comrades' support on the worst tax hikes we've ever seen in generations. Will the Prime Minister come out and apologise to voters who were misled before the election, not realising that it would in fact be the Greens setting the agenda?
Thank you, Senator Whitten. Minister Watt. Minister Wong.
Thank you, President. Well, 2 points. First, this is a Labor agenda, and Labor has delivered 5 tax cuts for working people in the period that we've been in government, and we will continue to do what we can to address cost of living pressures that Australians are experiencing, whether it is making sure we support the minimum wage rises, making sure we support higher wages, particularly in the care industries, making sure we continue to support public education, the delivery of bulk billed services through urgent care clinics and elsewhere. And I would make the point, Senator, that your party has voted with the coalition on numerous occasions against cost of living measures. You have voted against industrial relations changes which are about protecting working people. And your leader said very clearly, "I'm not anti the coalition. I hope we can work together." I hope we can work together.
Minister. The time for answering has expired. Senator Whitten, second supplementary.
This Labor government has clearly entered into a coalition in substance with the Greens. All of the deals are being done behind closed doors.
Order.
Deals that are trading a tax cut equivalent to a cup of coffee a week for government ownership interest of up to 47% of people's businesses. This Labor government is losing its base because it has abandoned them for the insane Greens party agenda. Will the Labor Party recommit now to its pre-election promise and stop making deals with the dirty Greens?
Thank you, Senator Whitten. Minister Wong.
Senator, you know, One Nation talks a big game about supporting Australians against the major parties, but your voting record demonstrates a different story, because when you've had the opportunity to support Australians, you have said no. You've said no to 5 rounds of tax cuts. You've said no to 5 consecutive increases in the minimum wage. That's about $12,000 a year more compared to when we came to office. Sorry, I'd withdraw that. Up $12,079 per year compared to when we came to office, and 137 urgent care clinics. You have also been opposed to that. What you are prepared to do is work with the coalition to stand in the way of Labor delivering to working people. And Senator Hanson, your leader, has made that very clear. I'm not anti the coalition. No. I hope that we can work together. I mean, the uni party, the right-wing parties, are those opposite.
You,
it is
Minister.
Liberals, Nationals, One Nations working together.
Senator De Liga.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Minister for Skills and Training, Senator Watt. The Albanese Labor government's signature free TAFE program is opening up pathways for hundreds of thousands of people to get qualified in jobs that communities rely on each day. Jobs like being a chippy, a sparky, an enrolled nurse or a childhood educator rely on the skills and training that TAFE provides. Can the Minister update the Senate on the progress of free TAFE enrolments and what impact this is having on the economy?
Minister Watt.
Thanks very much, Senator De Liga, who I know is a really strong supporter of those free TAFE programs in his home state of Tasmania. The Albanese government is backing apprentices and trainees, and we're setting them up for a great career. Right around the country, we're building pathways for Australians to get the skills they want to do the jobs that we need. Like through free TAFE, where we're opening up pathways for hundreds of thousands of people to get qualified for jobs that communities rely on each and every day. Through the free TAFE program, we've seen 742,000 enrolments in just 3 years. This will keep on growing, including in construction courses and care work, because our government has made free TAFE permanent. Free TAFE construction courses have now seen more than 58,000 enrolments nationwide, helping our government build that pipeline of tradies that we need to build more homes for Australians. Another way is through our key apprenticeship program, which provides $10,000 in incentive payments for new apprentices in housing, construction and new energy industries, plus incentives for most employers too. We rolled out this program in July 2025, and since then, more than 29,000 Australian apprentices have made their start in housing construction trades, backed by our incentive payments. From carpenters to plumbers and electricians, the Albanese Labor government is backing more Australians to kickstart their apprenticeship in housing construction and helping them through to the finish line too, with our $10,000 incentives. And one such apprentice is Nick, a first-year carpentry apprentice from my home state of Queensland, who's earning and learning thanks to our key apprenticeship program. Nick is one of 6,731 new housing construction apprentices in Queensland. Nick said he saw this carpentry apprenticeship as a pathway to setting himself up for the future in a job that is quite literally nation-building. And I hear the Shadow Minister piping up over there. Who can forget that first interview she did as the Shadow for Skills and Training, where she said she wanted to cut this program and take rights away from housing apprentices?
Thank you, Minister. Order. 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 Minister Wong.
Ask the Senator to withdraw that, please.
I didn't hear anything, Senator Wong, but I'm not even sure who you're referring to. So,
Senator Nampa Price made an unparliamentary remark in relation to Minister Watt, and I'm requesting. Sorry, she's now saying it again, requesting that she withdraw.
Senator Nampa Price, I didn't hear you make a unparliamentary remark, but in the interest of the chamber, I would ask that if you did, you withdraw, please.
was talking about what you suggested I said, which wasn't.
Senator Nampijinka-Price. Senator Nampijinka-Price, when I order. No, order. There will be silence. Senator Nampijinka-Price, when I ask for withdrawals, I just want you to withdraw without making comment. So, no, I'm asking you to do it again, please.
I withdraw.
Thank you. Senator De Liga, first supplementary.
Thank you for that, and thanks, Minister. Having a pipeline of skilled tradies in the critically important housing construction sector is vital in ensuring there's more homes being built in communities across the country. What other programs is the Albanese Labor government investing in to get more skilled people building more homes?
Thank you, Senator De Liga. Minister Watt.
Thanks, President. And I know Senator Nampijinka-Price is a bit sensitive about her voting record because she's already been a National and now she's a Liberal, and before long she's going to be a One Nation senator. So I understand the sensitivity, Senator Nampijinka-Price. Whether it's free TAFE or the key apprenticeship program, the Albanese Labor government is supporting the... You'll be able to say whatever you want when you're in One Nation. You haven't got long to wait. We all know you're going there. It's okay.
Minister Watt,
it's okay.
Minister Watt, I'm going to direct you back to the question. I'm also going to direct you to respond to the chair. Thank you.
President. Well, as I say, the Albanese government is supporting the next generation of tradies to get the skills they need, but of course not everyone in this chamber shares the same support of tradies that we do. Because like their position on cutting tradies' wages, raising tradies' taxes and scrapping tradies' conditions, the Liberal and One Nation parties and Senator Nampijinka-Price, when she's a One Nation senator, are on a unity ticket when it comes to axing free TAFE. They're happy to go to a worksite, whack on the high-vis vest and chase tradies' votes, but every time they have a chance to vote for tradies, they vote against them, including by voting against free TAFE.
Thank you, Minister. Senator De Liga, second supplementary.
Thank you very much, Minister, and I thought it was New England. But the Albanese Labor government is backing more Australians to become more qualified with the skills that we need, including in the care sector for more nurses and aged care workers. Minister, why is it important that the government presents a united front in their support in getting more Australians into work?
Minister Watt.
Thanks, Senator De Liga. Well, care sector courses as well are important in free TAFE. They represent 1 in 4 free TAFE enrolments nationally, and more than 60% of all free TAFE enrolments are from women. The Albanese Labor government is all about building up our workers with the skills they need to get the job they want. And that, of course, is the complete opposite of what we're seeing happening on the other side of the chamber. Because instead of the Liberal Party building each other up, they are tearing each other down. Just today we see more reports that Liberal MPs are already saying their new opposition leader is on borrowed time. One Liberal went as far as saying this: "What's not immediately obvious is who's viable as an alternative." Guess what? Guess what? You perform like this and people become viable. So they haven't got a viable alternative, but one is going to become viable because of such a shocker of an opposition leader that Mr Taylor has become. We've been out there talking about the cuts and chaos from the Liberals and One Nation. It turns out it's the cuts from One Nation and the chaos of the Liberals after all. Cuts and chaos is not what we need.
Thank you, Minister. The time for answering has expired. Senator Bragg.
Thank you very much. My question is to the Minister representing the Prime Minister, Senator Wong. Does the government want less private investment in Australia's housing market?
Thank you, Senator Bragg. Minister Wong.
Thank you, President. I thank Senator Bragg for the question. And the government wants as many houses built as possible, which is why the government has put in place, thrown $47 billion Australian housing plan, investing 8 times more than the coalition did in a decade in housing. And it is why the government has now successfully passed legislation through the Senate that it works to level the playing field for first home buyers by limiting negative gearing to new builds and by the reform of capital gains tax, which, as you and I have discussed on multiple occasions, Senator Bragg, will ensure that there are 75,000 more first home buyers over 10 years. It's why we're investing in $6.2 billion in local infrastructure for housing. Again, 50 times what the coalition invested in enabling infrastructure, and why we have 5% deposit scheme helping more than 260,000 first home buyers more than 4 times as many as the Coalition helped in government. It is why we have the Help to Buy shared equity, which is saving 40,000 workers up to 40% off the cost of their own home. It is why we have delivered 55,000 social and affordable homes when the Liberal Party in government built 373. So it is very clear, Senator, we want more investment in housing. We want more housing supply, which is why we have also, and we want to level the playing field for first home buyers, which is why we are pleased that the legislation has just passed the Senate, legislation which you voted against. And I again remind you, Senator Bragg, that you again have voted against tax cuts for working people. Tax cuts for working people. Obviously something you don't support.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Bragg, first supplementary.
Thank you for that answer very much. So is the Minister aware that industry participants say that SMSFs can account for up to 30% of pre-sales in apartment developments?
Thank you, Senator Bragg. Minister Wong.
Thank you. I assume that I didn't hear some of the questions because of the interjection, but I assume you were talking about limited recourse borrowing arrangements. And I think you and I spoke about this yesterday or the day before, Senator, and I made the point that less than 10% of self-managed super funds have one of these arrangements for residential property, and of course existing arrangements will be unaffected. I think I may also have made the point that limited recourse borrowing arrangements are less than 1% of total residential property borrowing and less than 0.5% of new...
Please resume your seat. Senator Bragg.
Sorry, point of order on relevance. The question was very clear in seeking whether the Minister was aware that industry says that up to 30% of new pre-sales can be supported by SMSFs.
Senator Bragg, the Minister is being relevant to your question. Please continue, Minister Wong.
Well, Senator, I was giving you the percentages that I'm advised about total residential property borrowing and new residential borrowing, and I was also going to make the point that only about 4,000 new self-managed super fund borrowing arrangements occur each year on average. So I know you are because you can't actually defend the position you have, you're interested in having another argument and trying to make this a much larger issue, then I think these statistics demonstrate that it is.
Senator Bragg, second supplementary.
If SMSFs are helping finance new housing, why is the government driving that investment out of the market?
Thank you, Senator Bragg. Minister Wong.
Senator, as I said yesterday, these are they're a very small number of arrangements. The logic of them, of the objective of the amendment passed, is the protection of superannuation savings. People are still able to purchase. We are simply banning these particular borrowing arrangements. Now, I know, Senator, that you want to try and make this the issue because you want to try and avoid answering the question about why it is you don't want more first home owners over the next 10 years and why you don't want 13 million Australians to be given a tax cut.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Ciccone.
Oh, hello. Happy Thursday, everyone. Now, my question, President, is to the Minister for Industry and Innovation, Senator Ayres. Bring it home, mate. Now, a strong manufacturing industry, President, is key to Australia becoming more self-sufficient and less vulnerable to global supply chain vulnerabilities and pressures. What action is the Albanese Labor Government Minister undertaking to back in Australian businesses and strengthening our manufacturing industry?
Thank you, Senator Ciccone. Minister Ayres.
Thank you, President. It has been a big week in the Australian Senate. A big week delivering real change for young people who want to get their first home. That's what this Senate has done. Not slogans, not Insta posts, real tax reform, the hard road for Australians. And the pathway in manufacturing is just the same. delivering real change for workers, real change for industry, tax cut, and the people who stand in the way are just the same. We have the biggest pro-manufacturing package in Australian history from the Albanese government. It's to build a future economy that makes Australia stronger and more resilient and includes our regions and outer suburbs meaningfully in our economy. And it is delivering for Australia. 7,500 more manufacturing firms since 2022. Manufacturing exports up by 43%. Manufacturing investment up by 35%. Like real substance, not posturing. Now, I did watch with interest what the alternative position is on these questions, and that is self-indulgence and a race away from the centre. The Leader of the Nationals in the Senate, as opposed to the Leader of the Nationals who's in the Senate, Senator McKenzie, has spent her time not here in the Senate fighting for manufacturing jobs, but in London at some bizarre offbeat...
Minister Ayres, please resume your seat. Order. I'm waiting for order. Senator Scarr.
Point of order, there shouldn't be any reflection upon the absence of a senator from this place.
That's correct, Senator Scarr, but I don't think Minister Ayres actually referred to whether a senator was present or not. He just named... OK, well, if he did, then he shouldn't have done that. Minister Wong.
Well, I'd ask you to consider that ruling because I think if the senator is making clear through media where they are, it is a legitimate point. You're right, there should not be no adverse inference in circumstances where that is not a public matter, but if the senator is making clear where they are publicly, surely that's a matter of legitimate debate in the Senate.
Senator Wong, it isn't a long-held convention in this place, regardless of what might happen outside of this place, that we don't make reference. So, Senator Ayres, I don't think we normally ask people to withdraw, but I would ask you to withdraw.
Happy to withdraw.
Thank you. And please continue. Did you wish to continue? Okay, you've finished. Senator Coney, order. Senator Canavan, which part of order did you not understand? Senator Coney, first supplementary.
Thank you, Minister, for that wonderful answer, and no wonder we call you the best industry minister this country has ever had. Now, well, I do anyway. Now, the Albanese government, as we know, is providing much-needed support to back Australian businesses facing an uncertain global environment. How is the Economic Resilience Program helping these Australian businesses manage the cost pressures and maintaining critical supply chains?
Thank you, Senator Ciccone. Minister Ayres.
Thanks, Senator Ciccone. I think you've made my life more difficult than it necessarily needed to be. The Economic Resilience Program that we announced shortly after the conflict in the Middle East commenced is a good example of practical assistance that this government is providing. Since the program opened 8 weeks ago, more than $220 million in zero-interest loans has been approved for more than 240 firms impacted by the supply chain crisis, principally freight and logistics firms that have not immediately been able to pass diesel price rises on, predominantly small and medium businesses. That has kept Australia moving and kept essential supply chains moving. So while the Liberals and Nationals are focused on themselves and getting closer and closer to their partners in One Nation, this Albanese government has been delivering for blue-collar workers and for Australian manufacturing.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Ciccone, second supplementary.
All right, last one. Here we go. Now, Minister, I'll be polite. many businesses and I think many in the economy are starting to get confidence, and that is good to see, thanks to very strong and decisive action that has been taken by the Albanese government of late, and also for a period of time. But I want to ask you this, Minister, what are the alternative views on how to support Australia's manufacturing industry, something that I know you and I have a very strong and personal connection to?
Thank you. Senator Ciccone. Minister Ayres.
Well, there's a difference between real action and cheap political slogans. A real difference between real support for businesses like the Mount Isa smelter or the Port Pirie lead smelter, the Hobart zinc smelter, the Whyalla steel, billions of dollars worth of support for the Boyne aluminium smelter, working hard in every industrial area, including, as Senator Colbeck points out, in north-east Tasmania. We have been working hard as a government with real businesses, and what do we see over here? Mr Hastie's Instaposts, and I don't want to reflect on whether or not people turn up here, but Instaposts are not a substitute for a complete lack of industrial policy. And all that Mr Hastie has contributed is imported ideas that, if implemented, would export Australian jobs. This is a party that has lost its way completely and doesn't really know anymore what it really stands for.
Thank you. Minister Wong.
Thank you, President. I ask that further questions be placed on notice.
Thank you. Senator Hume.
Thank you, Madam President. I seek leave to move a motion relating to the consideration of the Workplace Relations Legislation Amendment clearing the Fair Work Commission Backlog Bill of 2026 as circulated.
Is leave granted? Leave is not granted. Senator Hume.
Pursuant to contingent notice standing in my name, I move that so much of the standing orders be suspended as would prevent me moving a motion to provide for the consideration of a matter, namely a motion to give precedence to a motion relating to the consideration of the Workplace Relations Legislation Amendment clearing the Fair Work Commission Backlog Bill 2026. Well, let me just explain to the chamber, for those of you who are not aware of what it is that I've just said, what has just happened. The Labor Party this week has continued to sneak legislation through this parliament that would secure union favouritism during procurement by the Commonwealth. It will assist the Labor Party to help its union mates, and it is trying to sneak this through the parliament. It's doing it under the guise of helping the Fair Work Commission deal with its backlog of unfair dismissal claims that's gone unrecognised and unnoticed and ignored for the last 6 months. The Building Cooperative Workplaces Bill, which has been introduced and passed through the House of Representatives, seems innocuous enough, but it has good intentions. However, it has a sting in the tail. The Fair Work Commission has been overwhelmed with unfair dismissal claims for the last 6 months. That did not happen overnight, and in fact last year in October, the Fair Work President, Peter Hatcher, has said that he felt sick when he saw the extraordinary increases in claims facing the commissions. Then, in May this year, the General Manager of the Commission, Murray Furlong, said that the increased workload is placing strain on every element of the Commission's operations. Those Commission's pleas have fallen on deaf ears until this very urgent bill that has suddenly been included in a guillotine this week. Now, finally, the government has put together a bill that will deal with those claims, and that is terrific. But sneakily hidden inside this bill is Part 9, a provision that will allow the Commonwealth to discriminate in favour of businesses that have union agreements in procurement, in contracting and in grants. And not just businesses that have union agreements themselves, but businesses that have supply chains that have union agreements as well. This is the dirtiest of deals, the dirtiest of deals. Now, let me be clear. The Coalition supports the Fair Work Commission reforms, and that is exactly why we have introduced this bill today. Labor has bundled those reforms with an entirely unrelated procurement scheme. Part 9 has nothing to do with the backlog of reducing the Fair Work Commission's reducing the Fair Work Commission's backlog. That's why we have introduced a bill that the Fair Work Commission reforms can go through unamended, exactly as Labor want, without this terrible sting in the tail, which will fundamentally change the way the Commonwealth deals with the private sector. Part 9 allows the Commonwealth to preference businesses with union-backed enterprise agreements. It applies to procurement, it applies to grants, it applies to contracts. It creates what is known around the rest of the country as a CFMEU tax, because this situation has already been in place in Victoria and in Queensland, where we have seen union corruption rife, pushing up costs for taxpayers, causing blowouts on government-funded, taxpayer-funded projects. And all Australians have paid a price for that. Now, this government promised that it was not going to allow that to happen to Commonwealth projects, but this is exactly what this legislation will do. And it's being pushed through without any debate, without any scrutiny, because that's what Labor does. That's why we're moving a suspension of standing orders today, to replace the government's bill with a coalition's bill in a Greens-backed guillotine, so that the Senate can pass the Fair Work Commission's getting rid of the backlog today. They can do it today if they want. That's what the Fair Work Commission want. And I know this because I have spoken to the President myself. He wants these reforms through, and he wants them through quickly, and you can do it now, you can do it today. You don't need to wait until next week with your sneaky little amendment, with your sneaky Part 9, that is going to fundamentally change the way that the government deals with the private sector. The BCA have said how dangerous this is. This is a corruption risk written into law for every Australian, and every Australian will pay for it. It reaches into every corner of the economy. The ACCI, the Australian Chamber of Commerce and Industry, said there are nearly 1 million employing businesses in Australia that operate without a union negotiated enterprise agreement, and they will be discriminated against. The AI Group has said this completely risks undermining this vital principle by opening the door either to current or future governments, forcing employers and employees to strike deals with unions to commercially deal with the government. Queensland have said how dangerous this is. Victoria has seen how dangerous this is, and you are doing this for your mates. We know you're doing this for your mates. This is a CFMEU tax, and it's being done in disguise. It's being done in disguise of the Fair Work Commission. And Senator Wong, shame on you, because we know that the CFMEU is your former employer. You are doing this for them.
Thank you, Senator Hume. Thank you, Senator Hume. Senator Hume.
It's a fact, I'm afraid, President. I'm sorry. Did you not work for the CFMEU?
Senator Hume. In the interest of the chamber, Senator Wong has asked that you withdraw it, so I'm asking you to withdraw it.
Withdrawing?
I'm not repeating it, Senator Hume. You're well aware of what you need to do.
Sorry, President. I'm not sure what it is that I'm withdrawing.
Senator Hume.
Am I withdrawing a fact? Because Senator Wong used to work for the CFMEU.
It was the way that it was used. I think that is the issue. I've asked you to withdraw it in the interest of the chamber. If you don't wish to do it, then when that's on the public record.
Withdraw the imputation, but it is a fact.
Senator Hume, I've asked you, to simply withdraw in the interest of the. Thank you.
Be now put.
So the question is that this is a motion to close debate. So the question is that the motion is moved by the minister to close debate be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Lock the doors. So the question is that the suspension motion is moved by Senator Wong be agreed to. The closure motion, the ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Darmanin as teller for the ayes and Senator Cadell as teller for the noes. Order. There being 32 ayes and 25 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I'll now put the suspension motion. So the question is that the suspension motion be agreed to. Those for that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that the suspension motion be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Cadell as teller for the ayes and Senator Darmanin as teller for the noes. Oh, you didn't do that. Order. There being 25 ayes and 32 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. That concludes that. I believe we're moving to taking note. Thanks, Slade.
I will ask senators to leave the chamber quietly, and I'll also give senators a few moments to resume their seats. I shall now proceed to motions to take note of answers. With the concurrence of the Senate, the clerks will set the clock in accordance with informal arrangements agreed by the whips. Are there any motions? Senator Dean Smith.
Thank you, Mr Deputy President. I move to take note of all answers given to coalition questions. Thank you. Well, today Labor has legislated its budget of broken promises and lies. And it did so because it was supported in the legislation through a dirty, rotten deal with the Australian Greens. Australians had been left scratching their head this afternoon. How can it be that a political party that got just 34.6% of the vote joined with a political party in the Australian Greens who got 12% of the vote, that is less than 50% of the vote at the last election, but still have the power to legislate a budget of broken promises and lies? This afternoon, there was a stark warning to every Australian. Prime Minister Anthony Albanese, supported by Treasurer Jim Chalmers, supported by Labor senators, revealed that they are happy to do deals to govern hand in glove with the least representative party in Australian politics, with the least centrist party in Australian politics, with the least moderate party in Australian politics, the Australian Greens. That should be a warning sign for Australians, because what we saw was a willingness from a Prime Minister to break promises. But let me remind you, not so long ago, the Prime Minister broke other promises, and because the Australian community let him get away with it last time, he thought he could get away with it this time. So the message to Australian voters is a simple one. If you want a political system that will be governed by broken promises into the future, then continue to vote for the Australian Labor Party. But if you want improvements in our political system, if you want trust to be restored in our political system, then punish Prime Minister Anthony Albanese, Labor Treasurer Jim Chalmers and Labor members of Parliament. But don't just punish them for breaking promises, punish them for governing hand in glove with the least representative, the least centrist, the least moderate political party in our system, the Australian Greens. The Australian Greens. So every Labor member of Parliament, senator or member of the House of Representatives should hold their head in shame that they choose to govern with a radical party of the left. The two left-wing parties of Australian politics this afternoon joined arms, voted together, and unfortunately it is not an uncommon occurrence. But if you want to change that, then you have to change your vote. If you don't want things to get better in this country, if you are happy with the way that things are going in this country, well then continue to vote for the Australian Labor Party, who works in unison with the Australian Greens. Unfortunately, the economic challenges for Australia remain irrespective of the budget passing today. Inflation remains unchallenged. Interest rates are speculated to continue to rise. Government spending continues to go up and up and up, and it's at its highest level in 40 years outside a recession and a pandemic. That is bad news for Australian families. That is bad news for the Australian economy.
Senator Smith, your time has expired. Senator Bolly.
Thank you, Deputy President. I think, to be fair, for those that are in the gallery, that we should actually just put on the record the difference that we have made since we've come into government in terms of building a stronger economy. We've been able to support some of the lowest paid workers in this country who are doing some of the most important work that any Australian can do. That is being early childhood educators for our children who are our future. We have also increased the remuneration for those who care for our ageing members of our communities. These are essential responsibilities, and we as a government have supported them. And let's not allow those opposite to rewrite history. On 5 occasions when we've put forward tax cuts for Australian workers, what have we seen? From the Liberals, the Nationals and One Nation, they voted against it each and every time. And as Minister Wong said in her response today, that is that the reality is that on every occasion when those opposite have had the opportunity to support working Australians, they have voted against it in every measure. In relation to the tax cuts in this, the additional money from tax since we came into government, that of next year $2,800, Australian workers will be better off thanks to this government. $1,000 of that, you won't need to keep any of your receipts. And when we talk about, and the questions around building homes in this country, the record of those when they were in government for over 10 years was how many houses did they build? Not one, 0, not one. What did they do in terms of TAFE? They ran that down. Did they do anything to incentivise apprentices? Because after all, despite what they may think over there, you need Australian workers, you need electricians, you need builders, you need plumbers. They did nothing. We have incentivised them by giving them $10,000 to assist them. Why? Because we know they're terribly important to our economy. You can't build houses without you have builders and carpenters, electricians and plumbers, and the list goes on. So instead of having this fake outrage, what we really should be seeing from those opposite is their plan for the future, because we know what history has recorded of their action of care for workers, industrial relations, voting on ensuring that there is more access to GPs, cheaper medicine, 137 urgent care clinics right across Australia, so that when you have an urgent matter that doesn't need and require to go to accident emergency, you could be seen without having to pay with a credit card or having to decide, can I afford to take my child there? What do we see from those opposite? They vote no every single time with their new coalition partners, One Nation. I am, though, somewhat surprised with some of those opposite that they would agree to go along and form a coalition with One Nation. Having been in this chamber a little while and seen contribution over a long period of time, it is frankly very disappointing, but our record is strong and people know they can rely on Labor to protect Australian workers and Australian rights.
Expired. Senator Polly. Senator Polly, you very well heard me. Senator Cadell, you have the call.
Thank you, Deputy President. I'm reminded by that somewhat coherent defence of the position of the, showing my age, the dead parrot skit from Monty Python. What a beautiful plumage they keep going on about of the dead parrot in the Dead Parrot skit, and this is what this government's doing. What about the tax cuts? What about tax cuts? It's an amazing thing when $77 billion in new taxes, shown by the budget documents, can be described as a tax cut. Imagine that. We're going to charge $77 billion more to the economy, but we call that a tax cut because they'll give you $1 in your hand while picking your pocket behind you. It's a great way to do things. It's misdirection, the wonderful thing that magicians do, but this government are not magicians. All they are great politics talkers, but not good policy. And this is what matters. The policy matters. When you sit there and say you're giving tax cuts and tax reform and taxing $77 billion more, it is wrong. And when they come here, they are rushing it through because they don't want anyone to find out the details. It's like the dodgy brothers coming to your house say, we fix, good price, don't worry about any of the detail. We fix, we promise you. Because this is what we're going on here today. We hear if you're widowed, if you become a widower, your partner, we have a new capital gains tax trigger that is effectively capital gains tax will be charged on the joint assets, or becomes a trigger to revalue. If we have a divorce, you're going through everything like this. You settle with your ex-partner, you have a fight with a lawyer, pay those bills, then the Prime Minister comes and says, where's my cut? I'll have a bit of the CGD too. All of this. And they say, but don't worry, we fix. It wasn't fixed today. If it's not fit for purpose, don't rush it. This bill is not fit for purpose. We have seen that those things, a death in the family triggers a capital gains tax event. A divorce triggers a capital gains tax, and their answer is, we fix. It can't be trusted. It's not right. They sit there and talk about tax cuts. They talk about we fix, but they are getting the Australian people all of the time. Would it have worried to come back taxes that aren't going to be due for another 12 months, to come back in the next sitting and have it fixed in one lot then so people know what they're getting? But they couldn't do that. Rush it through, rush it through, rush it through. And it's always a spin. It's always a, beautiful plumage, the Norwegian blue. That's all they go on about. What a beautiful thing. This parrot couldn't get through these gates if it was electric bolts put through it. And we hear about fee-free TAFE. Fee-free TAFE. What they tell you, the numbers, we heard them. 6,700 people going through free TAFE in Queensland. What they're not telling you is less than 20% of people are graduating and sticking with it. Some of these numbers are people doing course after course to find one they get, but they're not getting it through. And this is what matters. The detail matters. They don't get the policy work of it. They get the politics. They can spin. They've got great software, a great team at sentiment analysis, can spam you all you want through your social media, put messages that you want to hear, but Australians know they are no better off. Australians see $77 billion worth of net new taxes and know it's not a tax cut. Australians aren't stupid. And more to the point, they sit there and complain about votes going to One Nation. They don't see their own point in it. When you treat the people as stupid, when you treat them as not worthy of trust, they look for other solutions. It is not on the people in One Nation why they're going there. It's because of acts like this in the government. So I say, get back to doing better on the ground. Be honest with your policies. Come here with tax bills, things that are fit for purpose, because we're running this through. You had new amendments we hadn't even seen until today. And then we're telling, new amendments coming down the track. It is not good enough. And we all know why you tax things. Why do we tax smoking? To stop people doing it. Why do we tax all sorts of things to stop people doing it? Why do we tax carbon tax? To stop people doing it. Why are we taxing capital gain? Because you guys don't like it. You tax things to make less of it happen, less profits, less money, less Australia.
Thank you, Senator. Senator O'Neill.
Thank you very much, Acting Deputy President. And, after the contributions we've had, actually the terrible quality of the questions that were asked of the government today, and then these hyperbolic, hyperventilating responses, we actually really just need to, pull it back and get some facts on the table. I mean, I grew up in Australia where, you work hard, you pay your fair share of taxes, whether you're in a small business, large business, worker, that we're all in it together, right? I actually think Australians still believe it's good to get a tax cut. And the legislation that's gone through today is going to deliver a tax cut for over 13 million people who are working in our country. Whether they're in a small business, big business, getting their first job, doesn't matter. 13.3 million of us are getting a tax cut. And yet you heard these fear and alarm contributions from the opposition who went to the last election wanting to tax Australians more. So it's hard to hear anything they say as authentic and genuine. Now, the other thing is, I was a teacher before I came into this place, and I lectured a whole lot of teachers who went out to teach the future of our nation. You know, some of them actually were they had come to university through TAFE themselves, and people getting proper training makes a big difference to what happens in our country. But even amongst those students who got to me at uni, across the course of my teaching time, I saw a lot of people who had a lot of trouble trying to manage paperwork. It's not their priority. They just want to go to work, do their job, pay their tax, and when tax time comes around, they don't want to ask for anything more than they deserve. They just want a fair go. And for those people, and I'm thinking about lots of kids who had very messy homework if it came in sometimes, they're going to get $1,000 as an instant tax deduction. Don't have to have the shoebox, don't have to sort of pull the bits and pieces of paper together, don't have to have it on some app that you pay for. You're going to get $1,000 instant tax deduction. That's it. We legislated today for that. Yet the bleating, the moaning, the fear, the alarm, the drama, there's drama everywhere you look in terms of the Liberal National Party. You'd think that people had had their throats slit today. The reality is $1,000 tax cut, an instant tax deduction for every Australian. That's what's going to happen as a consequence of this. Now, that's just two of the items that are coming through. And I know, as a Labor politician, we have such a long way to go to really fulfil the promise of Australia and people who want a fair go. But we're committed to that task. And some of the measures that are in this budget are going to let us really move to that $47 billion home investment for Australia. So far, we've helped over 260,000 Australians, ordinary, decent, hard-working Australians, into their first homes with a 5% deposit. And again, all we got is no and no and no and negativity from the opposition and their partners who sit and want to plan some sort of dastardly future for the country. I think it's great that 260,000 Australian families have a roof over their head tonight because of Labor policy. This is another great achievement today in tax reform for the Australian people, binding us together, not pulling us apart.
Senator Blythe, you have the call.
Thank you very much, Acting Deputy President. Well, what an extraordinary contribution we've had from Labor senators during this Take Note session. So let's talk about the difference that Labor has made to Australia in 4 what feels like very, very long years, particularly if you're a young person, if you own a small business, if you're a family just trying to make ends meet. We've seen productivity stall. For the first time, we are seeing living standards go backwards in this country. That's not something that if I was in government, I would be proud of. We are seeing inflation running out of control. We're seeing interest rates continually climbing, and there seems to be no end in sight. Australians were promised $275 back on their electricity bills, and we're still to see that delivered. Another broken Labor promise, another Labor lie. Now what Labor has done, and they seem to be quite obsessed with partnerships that exist within this chamber and within the Parliament. The partnership that exists here is between Labor and the Greens. And Labor and the Greens have got together and they have rammed through what is probably one of the most disastrous budgets that Australia has ever seen. They've partnered up, they've got together and they've basically stuck their middle finger up to everyday Australians who are working hard out there. It's important to remember, government does not produce any revenue. There is no revenue that government produces. The revenue it collects is from hard-working Australians. Every dollar that the government takes in tax, an Australian has to earn first. Think about that.
This government is going to grab $77 billion more from hard-working Australians. And they cheered when that legislation just passed. They cheered $77 billion more that they are going to take from hard-working Australians. That's not something that deserves to be cheered. That is such a shame. It is a shame for our economy. It is a shame for the state of our national debt, which is hurtling towards $1.25 trillion. Now, 20 years ago, Australia had zero debt. We had zero debt as a nation. We were in a strong economic position where we could withstand global shocks. We could withstand things like the global financial crisis. The situation that we're in today under Labor and the budget that they have just passed, that they have celebrated passing with the Greens, means that Australia is not in a strong position for global shocks. It means when things like the Strait of Hormuz are closed, it has devastating impacts here, a long way away from where that conflict is. We are in no position to be able to withstand and continue to prosper as a nation. And that makes me incredibly sad. I've got young adult children who just want to get out there and buy their first home. And this government has just passed a budget that is going to deliver 35,000 less homes. And they've done that with the Greens. 35,000 less homes on their own targets that they're going to deliver. Yet they want to sit here and lecture and say they're doing everything they can for young Australians. This is a terrible budget. It is a war on young people. It is a war on older people who have done the right thing, saved and put their money into super. And it is a war on anyone who owns a small business and anyone who wants to start a business here in this country.
Thank you, Senator. Your time has expired. Is there... I'll put the motion, I will put the motion to take note of answers. Those in favour say aye. All those opposed say no. Ayes have it. Senator Walters.
Thanks very much, Acting Deputy President. I rise to take note of the answer to the question that I asked of the Environment Minister. Mega polluter and tax avoider Woodside have a proposal which would drill dozens of gas wells near Scott Reef, an ancient marine ecosystem home to endangered whales, sea turtles and rich marine life. This Browse project is a disaster waiting to happen. Woodside admits that a spill from its wells or from its 900-kilometre underwater pipeline could spew out pollution for months. That alone should be enough to say no to this destructive project. But it would also be a massive carbon bomb, releasing 1.6 billion tonnes of climate pollution. That's equivalent to 4 years of Australia's total current emissions. Yet the minister, under our environmental laws, doesn't have to consider that. He can ignore that Browse would turbocharge climate change, even though it drives coral bleaching, heat waves, bushfires, flooding, and puts nature and communities at risk. New expert evidence from the Australian Conservation Foundation shows that Browse emissions will have a direct impact on the Great Barrier Reef. They've asked the minister to reconsider whether those climate impacts need to be assessed, and it's essential that they are. Environmental laws that fail to consider climate impacts ignore the biggest threat to nature. Approving fossil fuel projects while ignoring climate impacts breaches our international obligations. We need a climate trigger in our environmental laws. And until we get one, the minister must commit to at least considering the direct climate impacts on the Great Barrier Reef. Australians won't see any benefit from Browse, but we will pay the price for Woodside's greed. The project only stacks up for Woodside if they get our gas for free. Woodside would be raking in massive profits, while Australia misses out on the millions that we could earn from a 25% gas export tax. It's all downside for nature and for Australia. A Green Environment Minister who had the chance to stop a climate bomb and protect Scott Reef and the Great Barrier Reef, would put the environment ahead of their fossil fuel mates?
Thank you. Senator, you have the call.
Thank you. Woodside's Browse project isn't an economic opportunity. It is a climate bomb. A project that would unleash 1.6 billion tonnes of pollution, put our reefs at risk and make billions for Woodside while Australians get nothing except a clean-up bill. And for what? So a multinational corporation can take Australia's gas, ship it overseas and pay next to no tax. That's the deal. Woodside gets the profits, Australia gets the pollution. Labor says it's following the law. Well, what kind of law allows fossil fuel projects to be assessed without considering climate impacts? What kind of law lets a project that threatens one of the world's greatest natural wonders ignore the damage that its emissions will cause? Thanks to the Australian Conservation Foundation, new evidence is sitting on the Minister Murray Watt's desk showing Browse's emissions will contribute directly to the destruction of the Great Barrier Reef through climate-driven coral bleaching. The evidence is clear. The science is clear. Now the question is, will the minister listen? Will he stand up to the gas lobby? Or will Labor once again put fossil fuel profits ahead of our environment and our communities? This is a defining moment. If you care about the Great Barrier Reef, Scott Reef, our oceans, our marine life, and making multinational corporations pay their fair share, well, now is the time to speak up. Tell Minister Watt that our reefs are worth more than Woodside's profits. Tell him Australians do not want another climate bomb approved, a climate bomb that depends on getting our gas for next to nothing. Tell him enough is enough. No new gas, no drilling at Scott Reef, no more putting multinational corporations ahead of people and nature. This is your chance, Australia, to drown out the voices of multinational gas corporations who want to pollute our planet and pay next to no tax. Let's drown their voices out. Because if ordinary Australians stay silent, the only voices the minister will hear are those of the fossil fuel industry, the voices of Woodside and their mates. And they have had the microphone for far too long. Make a submission. Let's get this thing killed off.
Thank you, Senator Hodgkins. May I apologise, I didn't realise there was a change in the order, but I will now put the motion moved by Senator Walters. All those in favour say aye. All those against no. I declare it carried. Senator Bell. Whitten, sorry.
Thank you, Acting Deputy.
You can be Whitten Bell or you can be Bell Whitten, but you have the call.
We have heard plenty of porkies from Labor, but for the Prime Minister to repeat himself 385 times before an election and then change his position is a betrayal.
Senator, can you please tell me what you're doing? What are you moving?
I'm sorry, I'm moving motion to take note of question.
Which one? You're taking note of questions that was put by whom?
Whose answers?
Or to answers on questions? Or all of them?
The answer to your question.
Are you putting your... Go ahead.
Thank you.
We're moving to take note of the questions you put.
Sorry, what you just said.
Okay. Senator Whitten, you have the call. We're a great team today. You have the call.
Thank you, Acting Deputy Chair. I'll start again. We have heard plenty of porkies from Labor, but for the Prime Minister to repeat himself 385 times before an election and then change his position is a betrayal of the people that put him in there in the first place. I haven't been here a particularly long time, and I'm sure that there was a time when the Labor Party were for the working class. There probably was a time when they didn't cave to the Greens to pass terrible legislation. There was probably even a time when they had some moral fortitude. But that time is long gone. The Labor Party that I have seen deals exclusively with the radical Greens. The Labor Party that I have seen raises taxes, hurts families and kills ambition. The Labor Party that I have seen sells up their houses, grandfathers their investments and feathers their nest right before they pull the ladder up on the next generation. One Nation rejects the changes to the CGT, negative gearing and family trusts. They will have a disastrous effect on the ambition and ingenuity of this country. These changes prove that this is a government that doesn't understand economics. They think that wealth just happens, like a magic pudding. And the only question is how to carve it up. Who should they distribute the wealth to? Whose vote can I buy? Where do my kickbacks come from? All of this despite the government having nothing to do with generating wealth of this country, taking no risk but destroying the reward. And of course, they turn to the Greens when they need this rubbish rushed through. They've made the radical tax grabs worse by holding up the vital reforms to the NDIS. The Greens are setting the agenda for the Labor government. They are pushed further and further to the left, leaving workers behind, for an agenda that raises power prices, pushes rents higher and maintains record immigration rates. This is a government that will say anything to stay in power. A Prime Minister that will repeat 385 times that they will not make deals with the Greens and then turn around and cut deals left, right and centre. One Nation has stood by its word. We will be the party of integrity, something sorely lacking by the Labor and the dirty Greens.
Hear, hear.
Thank you. I will put the resolution. All of those in support say aye. All those against declare it carried. Thank you, Senators. We will now move on to item 15, tabling consideration of committee reports and government responses. And I understand Senator Carr is taking the call for the Privileges Committee report that's to be presented.
Once again, Madam Acting Deputy President, I'm delighted to be mixed up with my dear good friend Senator Carr from Victoria, and I hope he's enjoying his retirement. And I enjoyed my time working with both him and Senator Fierravanti-Wells very much on the scrutiny of delegated legislation, where my friend Senator O'Neill has taken up the baton and is charging forward in her typical way. But putting that to one side, I present the 190th report of the Committee of Privileges entitled Person Referred to in the Senate, Mr John Fenwick, and I move that the report be adopted.
It's been moved. I'll put that. Those of that opinion say aye. Those who are opposed say no. The ayes have it. And you are speaking to the report. Senator Scarr, you have the call.
Thank you. This report forms part of a series of reports recommending that a right of reply be afforded to persons who claim to have been adversely affected by being referred to in the Senate, either by name or in such a way as to be readily identified. On 18 December 2025, the President received a submission from Mr John Fenwick relating to a speech made by Senator Roberts in the Senate on 1 September 2025. The President referred the submission to the committee under Privilege Resolution 5. The committee has considered the submission and recommends that Mr Fenwick's response be incorporated in Hansard. The committee reminds the Senate that in matters of this nature, it does not judge the truth or otherwise of statements made by senators or the persons referred to. Rather, it ensures that these persons' submissions and ultimately the responses it recommends accord with the criteria set out in Privilege Resolution 5. I commend the motion to the Senate.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Roberts.
Thank you.
You're speaking on the same matter.
Yes.
You have the call.
Thank you. I take note of the document tabled by the Privileges Committee, and I seek leave to continue my remarks.
Leave's granted. Leave's granted. Senator Cordell.
Thank you. At the request of the Chair of the Education and Employment References Committee, I present the committee's report on wage theft together with accompanying documents.
That's been moved. Yep. Those in that opinion say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Standing Committee, Senator Cordell.
I present Scrutiny Digest 7 of 2026 of the Standing Committee for the Scrutiny Bills, together with ministerial correspondence received by the committee, and I move that the Senate take note of the report.
It's been moved. Those of that of you say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Thank you. Whip. Senator Sheldon.
I present the 233rd report of the Joint Standing Committee on Treaties.
That's been moved. Those of that opinion say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Senator.
At the request of the chairs of the respective committees, I table the reports on legislation as shown on item 15 on today's order of business.
Thank you. I'll put that. All of those of that opinion say aye. All those against say no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Senator O'Neill.
Thank you very much, Acting Deputy President, and I present Delegated Legislation Monitor number 6 of 2026 of the Standing Committee for the Scrutiny of Delegated Legislation, together with ministerial correspondence received by the committee, and I move that the Senate take note of the report.
That has been moved. Those of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Aye. Senator O'Neill.
Thank you very much. And I rise to speak on the tabling of the Scrutiny Delegated Legislation Committee's Delegated Legislation Monitor 6 of 2026. This monitor reports on the committee's consideration of 191 legislative instruments registered between 23rd of March and 1st of May 2026. And I want to take the opportunity to acknowledge the collaborative way in which that committee works. I know that there's a lot of contest in the public place. People should have faith in democracy delivering good work with people on either side of the chamber and across the crossbenches working together in the national interest, and this is one of the committees that very much does that. I particularly want to acknowledge my colleague, Senator Paul Scarr, for his long-standing service on this committee, and it's a pleasure to work with him with regard to these matters. In this monitor, the committee has commented on 3 new instruments and 1 ongoing instrument, and has concluded its examination of 2 instruments. The first new instrument is the Air Navigation Regulations 2026. This instrument prescribes a system of international airline licences, mechanisms to approve timetables for scheduled international air services, and associated administrative and compliance arrangements. The committee has identified scrutiny concerns regarding provisions in the instrument which permit automated decision-making for the approval of timetables for scheduled international air services. The committee's long-standing view is that automated decision-making may operate as a fetter on discretionary power by inflexibly applying predetermined criteria to decisions. However, where an instrument does provide for automated decision-making, the committee expects the explanatory statement to that instrument to provide sufficient explanation and justification. In this regard, the committee is concerned that although the explanatory statement explains that automated decision-making will only be used for straightforward timetable decisions based on objective criteria, the instrument appears to authorise a computer program to be used for all timetabling decisions, including those where the Secretary of the Department forms an opinion or has regard to public interest in making decisions. Furthermore, while the committee noted several important safeguards, including the power for the Secretary to substitute automated decisions, it's unclear how these safeguards might operate in practice. In light of these concerns, the committee is resolved to seek the Minister's advice in relation to the scope of automated decision-making and the operation of safeguards under the instrument. The other new instruments the committee has commenced on are the Regional Investment Corporation Drought Hardship Loan Rules 2026 and the Regional Investment Corporation Marine Recovery Loans Rules 2026. These instruments set up loan programs to provide finance to certain businesses affected by drought or harmful marine events. The committee has identified scrutiny concerns in relation to the drafting of key terms, including terms that confer broad discretionary powers, as well as the availability of independent review, and the consultation that was undertaken in relation to the instruments. In particular, the committee considers that several terms regarding loan eligibility, debt management, debt waiver and charges are unclear. For example, one of the conditions that must be satisfied to be eligible for a loan is that there's been a material reduction in the turnover of a business because of impacts of drought or certain harmful marine events. The committee is unsure what constitutes material reduction and how the causal link between a reduction in turnover and the drought or marine events would be established. The committee is also concerned about whether loan decisions would be subject to independent review. While the committee notes that the instruments provide for the development of guidelines and procedures to support internal review of such decisions, it's unclear whether the instruments provide a legal right to seek independent merit review. Finally, the committee noted that while the explanatory statements to the instruments explain some of the consultation that occurred during the development of the instruments, they do not explain whether experts or key stakeholders were consulted. Neither did they explain what the outcomes of the consultation were. Given these concerns, the committee has resolved to seek the Minister's advice about these matters. In this monitor, the committee has continued its consideration of the Electoral and Referendum Regulations 2026. This instrument prescribes authorities and permitted purposes in relation to access and use of electoral roll information and provides for matters regarding electronically assisted voting for sight-impaired persons and Antarctic electors. In Delegated Legislation Monitor Number 5 of 2026, the committee sought the Minister's advice regarding criminal offences in delegated legislation, privacy, the availability of review and consultation on the instrument. In his response to the committee, the Minister confirmed that all of the offences in the instrument are criminal offences and provided a justification for application of strict liability. The Minister also explained the relevant privacy safeguards that apply to protected information that the Electoral Commission shares with other government agencies. On the basis of this advice, the committee has resolved to conclude its examination of these matters. However, the committee retains scrutiny concerns in relation to other aspects of the Minister's response. In particular, while the Minister explained that reversal of the evidential burden of proof was justified, given, for example, the vulnerability of Antarctic electors and sight-impaired persons, the response did not refer to key matters outlined in the Guide to Framing Commonwealth Officers, infringement notices and enforcement powers. As per the Guide, the committee expects that where an instrument reverses the evidential burden of proof, the explanatory statement should outline whether the matter is peculiarly within the knowledge of the defendant and whether it would be significantly more difficult and costly for the prosecution to disprove the matter than for the defendant to establish the matter. Furthermore, although the committee welcomes the Minister's further explanation regarding the consultation undertaken for the instrument, it remains unclear whether consultation was undertaken with stakeholders likely to be affected by the instrument, including sight-impaired voters and Antarctic electors or their representative groups. Given the committee's ongoing scrutiny concerns regarding the reversal of evidential burden of proof and the explanation on consultation, it has resolved to again seek the Minister's advice. The first instrument the committee has concluded its examination of is the Treasury Laws Amendment Payday Superannuation Regulations 2026. This instrument prescribes exclusions for certain kinds of employees and payments from the Superannuation Guarantee Framework, which were previously contained in the Superannuation Guarantee Administration Act 1992. In the previous monitor, the committee sought advice about why it was considered necessary and appropriate for the instrument to consolidate the exclusions previously contained in primary legislation into delegated legislation. The Minister advised that the changes introduced by the instrument enhance the readability and navigability of the legislative framework and reduce complexity. The Minister also explained, on a provision-by-provision basis, that the exclusions operate in limited circumstances, are consistent with pre-existing exclusions in delegated legislation and were designed to promote employer awareness of all the relevant exclusions. Furthermore, the Minister undertook to amend the explanatory statement to the instrument to reflect this advice. The committee welcomes the Minister's advice, but notes that the exclusions affect the scope and operation of an important primary law statutory entitlement, which may have significant consequences for affected individuals, including potentially vulnerable cohorts. Given the inclusion of such significant matters in delegated legislation, the committee resolved to draw this matter to the attention of the Senate under Standing Order 23(4). On the basis of the Minister's undertaking, the committee has concluded its consideration of the instrument and resolved to withdraw the notice of motion to disallow this instrument. Finally, the committee has concluded its examination of the Biosecurity Electronic Goods Determination 2026. This instrument sets out relevant provisions of the Biosecurity Act 2015, under which decisions may be made by the operation of a computer program and related matters. The committee sought advice in Monitor 5 of 2026 about safeguards on automated decision-making authorised by the instrument. In particular, the committee was concerned about how safeguards noted in the explanatory statement, such as business rules and instructional material which are not contained in the legislation, would be maintained and remain effective. The Minister provided detailed advice about testing and updates of the business rules, regular scheduled reviews of the Department's instructional material and the Department's overarching IT processes, including role-based controls and mechanisms to identify unauthorised ICT changes. While the committee considers that the mechanisms support the maintenance of relevant safeguards in relation to the use of authorised computer programs, it retains the view that, as these materials are not legislative instruments and not prescribed by the instrument, parliamentary oversight of these safeguards is limited. However, in the light of the Minister's detailed advice and undertaking to amend the explanatory statement, the committee has resolved to conclude its consideration of the instrument and withdraw the notice of motion to disallow this instrument. With these comments, I commend the committee's delegated legislation monitor number 6 of 2026 to the Senate.
Thank you, Senator O'Neill. On this matter, Senator Smith, or on another matter? Is there any further contributions on this matter? Delegated legislation report? No, Senator Smith.
Thank you, Mr Deputy President. I rise to speak as the Chair of the Senate Standing Committee for the Scrutiny of Bills on the Scrutiny Digest 7 of 2026, has previously been tabled.
I believe that will be appropriate. I will need to put the question on Senator O'Neill's motion, so I'll just put the question to the Senate. Take note. Those of that opinion say aye, against say no. The ayes have it. Senator Smith, you have the call.
Deputy President, as Chair of the Senate Standing Committee for the Scrutiny of Bills, I rise to make some remarks on the previously tabled Committee Report Scrutiny Digest 7 of 2026. The digest contains the committee's consideration of 21 bills introduced between the 11th of May and the 4th of June 2026. The committee has commented on 10 new bills and concluded its consideration of 8 previously introduced bills. I wish to draw Senators' attention to the committee's commentary in Chapter 1 of the digest regarding provisions in 2 bills that adopt similar novel approaches to the automation of administrative decision-making. The National Disability Insurance Scheme, Securing the NDIS for Future Generations Bill of 2026, proposes amendments to the National Disability Insurance Scheme Act of 2013, which include provision for the automation of specified administrative action by the National Disability Insurance Agency, or the NDIA. Under the bill, the NDIA CEO would be able to arrange in writing for the automation of administrative actions or decisions identified in the bill or in legislative instruments made by the Minister. In particular, the bill would expressly allow for the automation of administrative decisions involving the exercise of discretion or evaluative judgment. The committee has in recent years increasingly drawn attention to provisions that authorise the making of administrative decisions by a computer program. It does so under Senate Order 24.1A.3, which requires the committee to scrutinise whether provisions of bills would make rights, liberties or obligations unduly dependent on non-reviewable administrative decisions. Under this scrutiny principle, the committee examines whether the decisions proposed for automation involve complex or discretionary considerations or tests. This focus reflects a core administrative law requirement that decision makers engage in active intellectual process when doing so. A failure to engage in this way when making a decision can lead to legal error, such as failing to take account of a relevant consideration. There is also a risk that automated systems will apply predetermined criteria inflexibly in a way that fetters legal discretion that the Parliament has resolved should consider which Parliament has resolved should consider the individual merits in each case. For this reason, the committee expects explanatory memoranda to explain why automation is necessary and appropriate for each decision, how ordinary administrative law requirements will be maintained and safeguards in place to prevent legal error. On this occasion, the bill proposes that the CEO be required to make a standard operating procedure instrument setting out the circumstances in which they would always exercise their discretion or judgment in a certain manner. The CEO is required to do so by reference to objective criteria to ensure a computer program would be able to do so in the same way. The committee has noted that this approach may effectively convert the exercise of the CEO's discretion into rules of fixed application that would be applied inflexibly by a computer program. The committee has requested detailed information from the Minister about this automation framework and has also sought similar information in relation to the Health Insurance Amendment, Incentive Payments and Other Measures Bill 2026, which proposes a substantially similar approach. With these comments, I commend the committee's Scrutiny Digest 7 of 2026 to the Senate for its consideration.
Question is that the Senate take note. Those of the opinion say aye. Against say no. The ayes have it. Can I just confirm that the wage theft report has been tabled? Senator Askew? That was done? Okay. Thank you. Minister.
I present 7 government responses to committee reports as listed at item 15 on today's order of business, and I seek leave to have the documents incorporated in Hansard.
There being no objection, leave is granted. Thank you. Minister. Senator Allman-Payne.
Thank you, Deputy President. I rise to take note of government response to the Community Affairs References Committee report Aged Care Service Delivery and seek leave to continue my remarks.
Certainly. Thank you, Senator Allman-Payne. Are there any further contributions on this matter? No. Then, pursuant to Selection of Bills Committee report, I will call the government whip. Documents. So they were all, sorry, just to be clear, they were already done. Government whip. We are move on to item 16, consideration of documents. Senate will now proceed to the consideration of documents listed on page 8 to 12 of the notice paper. Any document which no senator rises will be taken to be discharged from the notice paper. Senator Askew.
I have quite a list.
Let's go through them nice and slowly.
Okay, so do you want me to go right through to page 8 or just each page?
No, you go through all of them page by page. And
all right, on page 8, I would rise to take note of items under documents 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 and 10. And on page 9, items 11, 12, 13, 18, 19, 20 and 21. On page 10, items 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 31 and 32. Page 11, items 40, 41 and 42. And that's all for documents. And I seek leave to continue my remarks on each and every one of them.
Thank you very much, Senator Askew. Just confirm that we've got all those down. All good. Any further on this matter? No? All good. Okay, we'll move on to 17. The Senate is now will now proceed to consideration of committee reports, government responses and Auditor General's reports listed on pages 12 to 17 of the notice paper. Any report or response which no senator rises will be taken to be discharged from the notice paper. Senator Askew.
Thank you, and I have a few that I would like to take note of. On page 12, it would be items 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6, as well as 8 and 9. Page 13, items 10, 11, 12, 14, 15, 17, 18 and 20. Page 14, it's item 21, 26, 28, 29 and 30. Page 15, items 31, 32, 34, 35, 37, 38 and 41. Page 16, items 45, 47 and 52. And page 17, item 1, and I seek leave to continue my remarks.
Thank you, Senator Askew. I'll just confirm that that's all been recorded. Senator Darman.
I take note of items on page 16, number 48, 51 and 54, and seek leave to continue my remarks.
Thank you, Senator Darman. Senator Allman-Payne.
Thank you, Deputy President. I rise to take note of item 53 on page 16 and seek leave to continue my remarks.
Thank you, Senator Allman-Payne. Anything further on this item? Oh, sorry, Senator Barbara Pocock on this item?
So, not on this item, but I move to take note of a report on number 33 on page 15. Am I in the wrong spot?
On page 15, no, that's fine. Did you wish to speak to that? Or?
I do.
Yes, please, go ahead.
So thank you. So I move to take note of a report number 33 on page 15 of the notice paper. And the Greens support payday super,
workers should be paid their super at the time they are paid their wages. This is simple, fair, and it's long overdue. But today we're debating a glaring injustice that Labor has chosen to leave in place. Under the regulations, 515,000 young workers stacking shelves, serving burgers, making coffees, cleaning tables, continue to be denied superannuation simply because they are under 18 and work fewer than 30 hours a week. They are currently robbed of an estimated $405 million in super contributions in last year alone. So let's be clear about what that means. A 17-year-old can work. They can work hard. They can pay tax. They can contribute in their workplace and to the economy. But when it comes to retirement savings, Labor says their work somehow doesn't count. It's an outrageous double standard, and more than 500,000 young Australians are expected to miss out on super because of this loophole. Around 93% of workers under 18 work fewer than 30 hours a week. That's not a small carve-out. It's not a technical anomaly. It's a rule that affects almost every young worker in the country. And who benefits from this anomaly? Not workers, not young people. The beneficiaries are some of the largest and most profitable corporations in Australia. The major supermarkets, the fast food giants, retail chains making billions in profits while employing armies of young workers. Our inquiry found that companies like Coles, Woolworths, Kmart, Target, Chemist Warehouse, Hungry Jack's and McDonald's employ tens of thousands of teenagers, yet still refuse to pay super unless those workers meet outdated minimum hours thresholds. Meanwhile, these same corporations are making enormous profits. Over $1 billion for Coles, $1.38 billion for Woolworths, nearly $600 million for Chemist Warehouse, and almost $2.9 billion for Wesfarmers, which owns Kmart and Target. McDonald's global profits exceeded $13 billion. These companies can afford to pay super. Many simply choose not to because the law lets them off the hook. And Labor, regrettably, has decided to protect that loophole. The SDA submission provided testimony from young workers about this pay discrimination. Sarah, for example, 18 years old, has been working since she was 15. She works at a discount department, and $3,000 is what Sarah's super balance would have exceeded by now if contributions had been paid while she was under 18, nearly 3 times what she has now. And asked how she felt about it, Sarah said, "Not good. That's a lot of money, unpaid, and I'm doing the same work as those older people alongside me. That's just not fair." This exclusion entrenches lower lifetime savings before workers even turn 18. The system is designed to disadvantage people at the very moment they enter the workforce. So every dollar of super paid early in life has decades to compound. It's very, very sweet, important money. Missing out on super as a teenager can mean thousands, potentially tens of thousands of dollars less in retirement. And that matters. That's painful. That's a serious loss for young workers, many of them on very low wages. At a time when young people are facing a housing crisis, rising rents, insecure work, declining living standards, this parliament should not be taking money out of their future pockets. Young Australians are already being asked to carry more than their fair share. They should not also be expected to subsidise the profits of multinational fast food chains and supermarket giants. Labor often says no worker should be left behind. But the Labor Party's inaction on these young workers and their pay packets and their super speaks louder than words. Let's be clear. Let's be really clear. Labor is backing the wealthy 1%, those very big corporations, over those young workers right at the beginning of their working lives in this country. They're asking young workers to subsidise the profits of some of Australia's biggest and most profitable corporations by letting them continue to avoid paying super to these young workers. Greens will continue to stand with young workers and fight to close this loophole, and this entire parliament should join us in that effort. Thank you.
Are there any further contributions under item 17? No. In that case, I will move on. Messages. The President has received messages from the House of Representatives forwarding the following bills for concurrence. Customs Tariff Amendment, Incorporation of Proposals Bill No. 1, 2026, Treasury Laws Amendment, Fuel Excise Relief No. 2 Bill 2026, and Workplace Relations Legislation Amendment, Building Cooperative Workplaces No. 1 Bill 2026. Minister.
I move that these bills may proceed without formalities, may be taken together and be now read a first time.
The question is that the bills may proceed without formalities, taken together and be now read a first time. That those of that opinion say aye. Against say no. The ayes have it. Clerk.
Customs Tariff Amendment, Incorporation of Proposals Bill No. 1, 2026, Treasury Laws Amendment, Fuel Excise Relief No. 2 Bill 2026, Workplace Relations Legislation Amendment, Building Cooperative Workplaces No. 1 Bill 2026.
Minister.
I move that these bills be now read a second time, and I seek leave to have the second reading speeches incorporated in Hansard.
There being no objection, leave is granted. Minister.
I move that the debate be now adjourned and the bills be listed as separate orders of the day.
Question is that that motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against say no. The ayes have it. A message has been received from the House of Representatives informing the Senate of a change in the membership of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security. Now, I believe there are no ministerial statements, so I will call the clerk.
General business debate, notice of motion number 529, standing in the name of Senator Barbara Pocock, relating to KPMG.
Senator Barbara Pocock.
Motion. And thank you. And today I rise to speak about a troubling pattern of conduct that's further damaged public trust in one of Australia's largest professional services firm, KPMG Australia, a firm that made $2.3 billion in revenue last year. This is not a story about one mistake or one individual exercising poor judgment. It's a story of a laundry list of repeated ethical, governance and accountability failures and years of cover-up and obfuscation. It's a corporate culture that time and time again has prioritised commercial interests over the public interest. It's a story of established patterns and repeated patterns of unethical behaviour. KPMG's sins are multiple. Senior partners misused confidential client information to win lucrative audit work. There were breaches of audit independence, multiple instances of cheating on internal ethics exams, lying to the Senate about the firm not power mapping when in fact they did, overcharging defence while raking in billions of dollars, mistreatment and harassment of multiple whistleblowers, including Brendan Lyon in the Tahi matter in New South Wales and the more recent experience of a brave new whistleblower, attempting to use legal professional privilege to obscure the work of this parliament, and not notifying the Department of Finance of recent developments and incidents as required by their contractual obligations. And the list goes on. And then we turn to the current architecture of the audit scandal. KPMG's misuse of the confidential client information to win lucrative audit work, and this is very, very lucrative work, is one of the most egregious examples of misconduct to emerge from within an accounting firm in decades. And what's worse is this didn't happen just once. KPMG has confirmed that this has happened multiple times. First, the use of material from Lendlease's board papers, to which KPMG had privileged access as auditors to assist an audit pursuit team with the Westpac audit. Second, KPMG's leaked Optus unredacted information to colleagues bidding for an audit contract with Telstra. And former CEO Andrew Yates said the confirmation of this leak motivated his decision to resign not so long ago. These revelations are made more concerning by the fact that KPMG provides corporate auditing services to 7 of the top 20 ASX companies. This latest KPMG scandal would not have been unearthed without the bravery of a whistleblower. A whistleblower who tried to raise these matters through the appropriate channels and nothing was done. They went to KPMG partners, then the head of audit, then the firm's senior leadership, independent directors, KPMG's international whistleblower hotline, global leadership, They finally went to ASIC and ultimately this parliament through the work of senators in this place, and especially Senator O'Neill. Last Friday, the parliament heard over a very long session, more than 10 hours, damning evidence of KPMG's toxic culture of retaliation, of establishing fear, of retribution and pursuing profit at all costs. We heard how that brave whistleblower was threatened, retaliated against for speaking up about what was going on within KPMG. The whistleblower's laptop was accessed without their permission, without their knowledge, and KPMG dismissed this individual as someone with simple workplace grievances. They targeted them as employment matters rather than legitimate whistleblowing disclosures. And what happened within KPMG's so-called speak-up culture, much spoken of publicly by their proud leadership in recent years. A person who did the right thing, spoke up, was shown the door, suffered horrendous personal, mental and career costs, and no doubt enormous costs to their family and friends. They've since said that speaking out has had devastating consequences for them, and that if they were asked whether they would do this again, they said no. KPMG said they did not make the whistleblower comfortable, or very far from making them comfortable. They drove them out of the organisation, they subjected them to enormous pressure, and they failed to treat their key whistleblowing information in the serious way they are obliged to do. So that's one way KPMG describing that they did not make the whistleblower comfortable. One way to describe what they actually went on to do was to use a multiple group of external law firms across multiple jurisdictions, circulating their identity and the substance of their protected disclosure within and beyond KPMG, suffering and causing retaliation, the end of their employment and the coordination with member firms across the global network of KPMG. And then we turn to ASIC's evidence, who confirmed they have numerous formal investigations underway into KPMG and those involved. Sarah Court, the new head of ASIC, said that this scandal is, quote, an egregious and serious breach of trust and honesty in this profession. She also emphasised that there are clear gaps in regulatory settings and the Corporations Act needs to be extended to big partnerships. The latest resignations from KPMG are essential, but much more needs to be done to clean up the mess of unethical contracting which is rife across KPMG, and the solutions need to be systemic. We need some key structural reforms. This is not an issue of one or two bad people who make their formal resignation and turn to the Australian public and say the price has been paid by one or two individuals. That is not what we need here. We need systemic reform, specifically within KPMG, but more broadly across the sector. This is our third parliamentary inquiry into the Big Four firms. We already know what the recommendations are that are needed. It's now time for the Labor government to implement them so we can properly regulate a sector that has gone rogue. We've got systemic recommendations out of two very thick and significant reports before this parliament which provide an important guide to the way forward. In a published statement to the committee, the whistleblower said that three things were, in his mind, essential based on where we are at today. Firstly, regulation. Firms like KPMG are, in practice, left to regulate themselves. Billion-dollar revenue and self-regulation. They've shown themselves over and over again unable to self-regulate if there's a prospect of a revenue bucket across the other side of the room, and their ethics get wiped out on the path to get that money into their revenue coffers. This has created incredibly wide gaps that are being exploited to avoid accountability while maintaining an appearance of compliance. Indeed, an appearance that they are exemplary in their treatment of whistleblowers in a speak-up culture that has toppled, in this example, multiple times, causing enormous personal harm to a whistleblower and no doubt enormous personal damage to many people who would no more think of acting unethically in the way that we've seen in this firm than fly to the moon. Good people within KPMG who are damaged by the failure to take seriously the responsibilities of self-regulation. Well, it's time we went beyond self-regulation to proper regulation and filled those gaps which allow these very large partnerships to have different tax regimes, different reportability, a failure to be transparent and accountable to the public, and certainly inferior and very inappropriate attention to whistleblowers. Secondly, we have to really look closely at ownership structures, as the whistleblower pointed out. Conflicts of interest are built into the Big Four model, and there are too many commercial incentives and pressures that create very significant conflicts of interest. And finally, and of course most importantly, we need whistleblower protections. Whistleblowers are key agents in assuring accountability and integrity, but they're subject at present, as we've seen, to very confusing laws. Little gaps in those laws, big gaps in those laws that these very big partnerships waltz through to disadvantage our community, the regulation of our financial system, and certainly the individuals who are trying to blow the whistle. We see the use of silencing tools like non-disclosure agreements and settlement deeds that prevent organisations from being held accountable for very serious and significant wrongdoing. And we see retaliation against well-meaning and sacrificial whistleblowers. So in pointing to those three particular areas of reform, as this whistleblower does, regulation, ownership structures and whistleblower protections, they are spot on and on the money. We need to address these issues as we go forward. Greater protections for whistleblowers have been advocated for by so many people over so many years in Australia, including ASIC, the Greens, many parties and human rights advocates across our country, and there is tripartisan support for applying whistleblower protections to large audit, accounting and consulting firms. The government also has to give greater practical support to whistleblowers. Whistleblowers need the support of independent resources and organisations to back them in, to give them support and to assist them to hold strong against massive institutional kickback when they do things that make them incredibly uncomfortable or hold them to account. They need access to civil remedies and financial compensation, particularly in instances where disclosures result in the imposition of a penalty on the relevant entity or organisation. So much to do. So much that's obvious we need to do, so much to do that is already before the Parliament in these very comprehensive reports, from two very long-standing and extensive inquiries into the Big Four and the consulting and audit sectors. So two of the big firms, PwC and KPMG, have shown us they are not fit for government work. They have had the dubious honour of uniting the Australian Parliament across the parties in the face of flagrant ethical breaches and misuse of confidential client information. PwC's primary sin, and there were multiple sins, was to use information provided confidentially in pursuit of economic benefits, so the business model of PwC trumped ethics at the first hurdle. And the lesson from KPMG is the same: the use of confidential information to monetise benefit. And the really egregious thing about KPMG, on top of and different from PwC, is their sins came after PwC. They had seen the example. The lessons of it should have been obvious to anyone who's engaged in the Big Four system across our country. And yet they have come to the party here and committed exactly the same type of misdemeanour over and over again, and also demonstrated other really significant losses like the damage to a whistleblower, the repetitive cheating on exams, models of poor leadership and ethics that we should not be seeing in the wake of the PwC scandal. It is this Parliament's responsibility, but it is especially a Labor government's responsibility to act on this mountain of evidence, the mountain of recommendations, to meaningfully reform the auditing, assurance and consulting sectors. We have been too slow. Labor has been too slow to act on these important issues, and we're back here again with the second of the Big Four learning the same lessons. Well, let's not waste this really important opportunity for us as a Parliament. I hope Labor will not waste this opportunity and will work with this Parliament to get the changes in regulation, in structure, in whistleblowing, and to impose really significant penalties so that those who misbehave, who take the Australian public for a bunch of mugs, get to real punishment for when the wheels fall off and they capitalise and make money out of the use of information that is entirely unethical and demonstrates over and over again poor culture and poor leadership. We have a really significant opportunity right now to drive reform. We can make the changes we need to. The Greens are ready to assist the government in any way possible to deal with these regulatory gaps and make sure that never again does the Australian public needs to read across its newspapers day after day, across the media, about the failure of ethics and the failure of the responsibility of very large partnerships in the very critical business of audit and consulting, and damaging the confidence of Australians in the institutions that are so important to our financial system, to our economy. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Pocock. Senator Scarr.
Thank you very much, Acting Deputy President. And if I can first observe, Acting Deputy President, your role in relation to the PwC examination of matters relating to PwC, and I acknowledge the service which you've provided through your committee memberships in that regard, in terms of exposing that dreadful, egregious conduct. And here we have, unfortunately, another piece of egregious conduct, this time engaged in by senior, that must be emphasised, senior members of KPMG. At the outset, I'd like to acknowledge Senator Barbara Pocock's passionate pursuit of these issues and her forensic examination at the committee hearing last Friday. And I think Senator Pocock has provided great service to the people of Australia in terms of pursuing these issues, and I commend her for it. And I also agree with Senator Pocock that there is a need for reform, and I'll provide some comments in that respect in my remarks. I'd also like to acknowledge Senator O'Neill, of course, who has provided outstanding leadership of the Parliamentary Joint Standing Committee on Corporations, Laws and Financial Services. Outstanding leadership. And this has to be emphasised, but for the fact that Senator O'Neill took seriously the disclosure made by the whistleblower to Senator O'Neill, and through Senator O'Neill to the Joint Standing Committee on Corporations, Law and Financial Services. But for that fact, this matter would not have come to public light. But for the fact that a senator in this place had to give a speech in the Australian Parliament, KPMG would not have taken appropriate action. The Chief Executive Officer of KPMG would still be in his position. The Chief Operating Officer of KPMG would still be in her position. The Head of Audit would still be in his position. The relevant audit partners would still be in their positions. The Chairman of the Board of KPMG Australia would still be in his position. But for the fact that the whistleblower made the relevant disclosures and Senator O'Neill gave that speech in March of this year. And but for the fact the whistleblower blew the whistle, ASIC wouldn't be engaging in the investigations it's engaging in now. Chartered Accountants Australia and New Zealand wouldn't be engaging in the investigations they're engaging in. And a whole raft of other responses wouldn't have been set in train. So we've got to ask ourselves the fundamental question, what is wrong with the system when someone who is seeking is doing the right thing within, in this case, KPMG, trying to get their concerns taken seriously, both internally within KPMG Australia and also going through appropriate avenues to bring the attention to KPMG International. Why did it take Senator O'Neill to give that speech for this matter to come to light? And that is the reason why reform is necessary. And this reform is urgently required. Why? Because the whistleblower has told us if the whistleblower knew back when they made their initial disclosure, what they would be going through over the last 12 months in terms of the personal toll, the financial toll, the toll on their career. If the whistleblower knew then what the whistleblower knows now, they wouldn't have blown the whistle because of the huge cost they've incurred. And that's not good enough. That's not good enough. And there are systemic failures which must be addressed. In this regard, I think we need, and Senator O'Neill has made this point repeatedly, the audit function is integral to trust in our financial system. From large superannuation funds to listed public companies to government-owned entities. Audit is absolutely crucial as a function. It's a key check and balance in our financial system and provides everyone associated with the financial system, including investors, shareholders, creditors, with confidence in the system. Once you undermine that confidence, you are undermining trust in our financial system. And we heard the gravity of the situation in the comments made by the chairman of Lend-Lease, who said, in essence, and these are my words, not his, but in essence he said, well, given KPMG used our information the way they used the information, in breach of the terms on which they were given that information, how can we trust KPMG? They've undermined our trust. And Lend-Lease has actually moved to terminate the engagement of KPMG as its auditor after over 60 years of using KPMG as its auditor. And that, to me, just underlines the importance of pursuit of these issues. Second point I'd make is it is clear there are huge gaps in our regulatory system. KPMG is a large partnership and our corporations law is simply not fit for purpose in terms of regulating a large partnership and in terms of holding to account those in large partnerships who are engaging in misconduct. So reform is necessary. There's no doubt about that. And that reform extends to the provisions in the Corporations Act relating to whistleblower protections. Because in a situation, as was the case here, where a whistleblower is hired by a service company, but that service company is part of the puzzle of a large partnership, there are serious questions as to how the provisions relating to protections for whistleblowers respond. Now, I personally believe there's good arguments that those protections did apply to the whistleblower, given the whistleblower was hired by a service company. That's my view. But there shouldn't be any doubt about this. There shouldn't be any doubt about this. And it was absolutely shameful, and I'll repeat this, I said it last week in my questions directed to the leadership of KPMG, and I'll say it again, it was absolutely shameful that KPMG presented the situation as if it was the whistleblower's fault that the whistleblower didn't provide information when KPMG asked, without emphasising the fact that KPMG could not or would not give comfort to the whistleblower that they had the benefit of those protections under the Corporations Act. That was absolutely shameful. Shameful. And I'll say that again here this evening. So there are gaps in the regulatory regime. Now, what the appropriate response to that is still, in my view, with all due respect to Senator Pocock, somewhat of an open question. What the actual regulatory response should be. There must be one. There must be reform. There must be change. This must never be allowed to happen again. I agree, and I'll passionately advocate in that regard. And I commend Senator Pocock for bringing this motion forward to provide me the opportunity, and Senator O'Neill, whose contribution I'm looking forward to provide remarks in relation to this matter. There needs to be reform, there needs to be change, but I do note whether or not that means break up, which is the phrase used in the motion, whether there's some other reform needed here. There certainly has to be reform in terms of the regulatory oversight. So ASIC has appropriate authority to regulate the large partnerships such as KPMG. But what that reform actually looks like is still an open question in my mind. I'm sure it's a question which we as a committee will be pursuing over the course of the next few weeks. But I say to the government, they don't have to wait for us. They should be looking at this now. They should be looking at this now. And I do note there's a Treasury consultation paper open on whistleblowing laws. It's good there is, and I'll make some comments in relation to that in a moment. But the government needs to get moving on this. We can't let this happen again. And it's not just the responsibility of the Labor Party. Labor's in government. But I think it's the responsibility also of everyone in this chamber, including the coalition, including my party, the Liberal Party in this place, to make sure we engage constructively in relation to this reform process. Reform must occur. There's no question about that. There must be reform, and all of us need to constructively engage in that. Now, the last area I want to talk about is the whistleblower. Once again, I place on the record, thank you to the whistleblower. Thank you to the whistleblower. Mr Acting Deputy President, in my view, whistleblowers are the great civic heroes of our society. The people who at great personal cost, are the ones who step forward when others aren't, when others either engage in misconduct or are prepared to turn away from that misconduct and not raise red flags. The whistleblower is the person with the courage to step forward and to make sure that the egregious misconduct comes to light. And this whistleblower should be congratulated for that. But it's not enough for us just to do that. Just as it wasn't enough for KPMG to say on a mere piece of paper that they were sorry. Doesn't cut it. We must introduce protections for whistleblowers. Whistleblowers deserve a standalone statutory authority, a whistleblower protection authority that is there to serve their interests, to look out for them. This whistleblower was left adrift. KPMG could go out and hire the biggest commercial corporate law firms Australia has, and they hired a number of them. KPMG International hired some of the leading Magic Circle firms to provide them advice. Some of the people who have resigned, who have admitted that they could have done better, we found out last Friday, have the benefit of their own independent legal advice paid for by KPMG. But what about the whistleblower? Who's in the whistleblower's corner? Who's standing up for the whistleblower? Now, we've done our best, but there needs to be a standalone regulatory authority that's there in the whistleblower's corner from day one. And I just want to quote to you from an exchange I had with Mr James Shelton, who was a whistleblower who blew the whistle in relation to the foreign bribery offences committed by Securrency and Note Printing Australia, who basically went overseas and bribed overseas governments, or officials I should say, to use Australian technology in terms of banknotes. And James Shelton is an Australian hero who blew the whistle and suffered terribly for it. And in an exchange I had with him in relation to amendments to the public interest disclosure legislation, I asked him about the need to have an independent whistleblower protection authority. And I want to end this contribution with his words. An independent whistleblower protection authority which could provide a guide, a way forward and a pathway on what you will experience, what's going to come up and what you will feel, and also provide some support services would have made the world of difference to me. It's too late for me. But for others who come after, yes, 100%. There needs to be an independent whistleblower protection authority that covers both the private and public sectors, end quote. So it was too late for James Shelton. It's now too late for the KPMG whistleblower. It should never be too late for future whistleblowers. They should have the benefit of a whistleblower protection authority. They should have the benefit of that support. They should have someone standing in their corner as they go on this journey of doing right, acting in the public good for the benefit of all Australians. And each senator in this place, in my view, owes them a moral obligation to make sure this reform occurs and that whistleblowers in the future have the benefit of a whistleblower protection authority standing up for them and protecting their interests.
Thank you, Senator Scarr. Senator O'Neill.
Thank you very, very much. I guess this is a speech that you would hope you wouldn't have to make in the country in which we live. It's a speech where I know your contribution through FMPA, Senator Colbeck's taking the role as the Deputy Chair, has been acknowledged by your colleague, Senator Paul Scarr, as a really important reveal of some of the appalling practices that seem to live and thrive in a toxic culture that has now been revealed at both PwC and KPMG in the public place. I want to acknowledge once again, and it's the second time this evening I've been able to speak happily about the collaborative nature of important work that we can do for our country in this place, the Parliament of Australia, the Senate of our nation. You know, as I arrived here, I was truly humbled to be able to walk through the doors of this place and serve the country that my parents came to as immigrants, while that debate rages, with very little education, very little opportunity. But they came to a country, a democratic country, where the rule of law is respected, where the rule of law operates, where it provides incredible levels of opportunity and protection for the Australian people. And that's what we want to have happening here. So I want to acknowledge the great contributions of my colleagues who were sitting here on the Senate floor with me, alongside me, Senator Colbeck, Senator Scarr, who's just made another profoundly important contribution to the thinking about what we do as we go forward in response to the problems that are becoming manifest to Australians. We've been working on this for a very, very long time on the Joint Committee on Corporations and Financial Services. I want to also acknowledge on the crossbench, in a way that is not commonly reported in the public, working so closely with my colleague Senator Barbara Pocock on both the FMPA committee and also on the Corporations and Financial Services Committee, to do the work that we have done to bring what can only be described as a very dry subject into the public realm. And at the heart of why we do this is the question that needs to be asked: why is this important? And it's in the answer to that question that we will find our resolve to undertake the necessary change. Why is this matter important? And I think Australians are beginning to wake up to why it is so important for them that we do this work, that we do it carefully, that we do it collaboratively, and we do it in a time sequence that is responsive to the challenge that is there, but not in a rushed and haphazard way, filled with outrage and alarm. Good governments of any persuasion take the task of reform seriously. They consult. They do the very best they can to bring things forward. And that is the way that I think we need to proceed with this matter. The reason that what we are talking about matters, about those 4 little letters on the notice paper today, KPMG, is because Australians now have $4.5 trillion under management because of our superannuation system. A great development for Australia under a Labor government established the superannuation system. Now every working Australian has a share in the future wealth that is generated by investment in a range of companies, both in Australia and overseas. Whether you're managing your own superannuation in an SMSF, if you're got your money in, perhaps you've just started your first job and you've got $1,000 in there being managed by your industry super fund, or if you are in a retail fund and having some choices about what's going on by negotiating with a broker about what you want to do. All of the decisions, no matter how your superannuation is invested, rely on the truth of the documents that are provided by these massive companies in which we are all invested. And what has been shown to occur in the case of the KPMG matters is that the people who are supposed to verify the authenticity of those books on which decisions are made, that basically the financials are accurate, those people called auditors in a position of profound trust and centrality to the proper functioning of the markets, they have not been operating in anything that approaches an ethical disposition. We have seen evidence of profound breaches of professional responsibility by these auditors who are given huge access to what's going on in the companies. And we've referred to Lend-Lease. Senator Scarr, you mentioned the leadership of Lend-Lease talking about exactly how they feel about what they found out after the fact, about how their confidential information was used. So KPMG shows up as an auditor, and as is required by the law, Lend-Lease had to open all of their books for inspection. Mr John Gillam, Lend-Lease's chairman, described the misuse of confidential client information by KPMG as, and I'm quoting now, a grave misuse of their access privileges. We were deeply disconcerted. Now, grave misuse of access privileges means that when KPMG went in, instead of acting to see everything and then retreat quietly without sharing anything that they had seen in any way with anyone else, they failed. Absolutely and totally, they failed. They took information away with them, and not only did they fail in taking that information, which should have been confidential, they then sought to use it for their own advantage. And it's this pursuit of money, this pursuit of some prestige that apparently they think comes with money no matter how you get it, that is driving the sorts of behaviours that are now becoming known to the Australian people. I could say that I found it extraordinary when reports from my office and also from members of the media who have been covering this indicated that upwards of 78,000 people have watched the YouTube of a hearing on Friday. It's an extraordinary indication of interest in what is happening in this place. And it wouldn't have ever got to that point but for the courage of an individual who was inside KPMG, and no matter what they were promised, no matter the lure of millions of dollars potentially as a partner, the moral fibre, the moral fortitude, the discernment and the ethical disposition of a whistleblower who saw egregious behaviours of theft of information, sharing of information, and basic lying to their own clients, that the whistleblower had courage enough to put forward a document. So here we are. It's June 2026. This journey started for that whistleblower in 23. By the 30th of May 2024, the whistleblower had determined that this matter could not go unaddressed and wrote to a senior audit provider, one of his direct reports, about failures of audit quality with regard to Dexus, Telstra, Macquarie Bank, Westpac, Singtel Optus, and of course Lend-Lease, to whom I've been referring. Without the courage of that whistleblower to document what had been observed, we would still not know. that one of these big four entities, so vital to the success of our financial markets, had done what they'd done. That careful document was basically then used inside KPMG, not as an opportunity to be appalled at what was being reported, but rather it was then turned into a document to be managed, and the person attached to it, our whistleblower, was turned into a person to be managed. Many people don't know much about these big companies or about what the Office of General Counsel is. I certainly didn't have anything to do with that world before I came here. But a lawyer inside a big company is a common thing. That's what a General Counsel is. And in this circumstance, the Office of the General Counsel was used as a tool to silence the whistleblower. We know that within a couple of days of material being proffered by this whistleblower to his direct report, that his own laptop was searched without his permission. And that pattern goes on. So in addition to using the Office of the General Counsel to silence this person, we find later on in our hearings that when frustrated by all of the processes inside KPMG, the whistleblower goes to the independent directors. There's a not virtuous circle established by none other than the chairman of the board, who tells the independent members, if you hear from the whistleblower, jump up and talk to the Office of the General Counsel. Again, another tool of oppression, another tool to silence the whistleblower in the most disgraceful way. That is just one tiny chapter of the volumes of information that we have received about failures inside KPMG. Critically, there is a massive failure in terms of the structure of the way these companies have been allowed to operate. Now, I'm very proud of the work that we did, and I see my two very, very engaged colleagues sitting here with me, with 40 recommendations in the report that we advanced about how we might move forward. I know that there was one contentious matter for us, and that was about how many partners there should be. 1,000 people are all in on what KPMG did, because that is the level you can go up to partners. We know that's about 680 at the moment, but the upper level is 1,000. 1,000 partners who are not governed in any way by ASIC or any federal entity or anyone who has reach into that partnership. We know that ASIC can capture a few company auditors. That is a critical breaking point in the proper supervision of those who are in these positions of profound responsibility. There is so much more to say. We have so much more work to do. This is not an end point for us, but rather a renewed and invigorated commencement of making sure that the reform that needs to be undertaken is undertaken, and the committee will continue its work.
Thank you, Senator O'Neill. Minister.
I move the Senate now adjourn.
Thank you. So the Senate stands adjourned, and we'll meet again on Monday, the 29th of June, 2026 at 10 a.m. Good night, Senators.